Okay.
Yep.
Alrighty, no rush. I will be here. I'm gonna put my mic on mute, but if you need anything, just let me know.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
No problem.
All right, everybody. Good morning. I'm showing 8 o'clock, so we'll get started here. My name is Captain Adam Johnson at Langley Air Force Base, Virginia, and welcome to the first inaugural, I should say, virtual commissioning fair. We got a lot of really good programs for you today. If you're joining as an attendee, you may notice that there is a bit of a 10-second delay, so you might be hearing my voice about 10 seconds after I say it. But what this will do is allow you to ask questions in a more real-time environment. So one thing for attendees to note before we get started is that there's a question and answer function on the top right of your screen. Just over here, there should be a Q&A bubble that you can ask questions to our presenters. I'll see those questions and I'll submit them to the presenters at the end of each segment. So therefore, your question will get relayed to the presenter and your question will be counted. Also, this event will be recorded later on. I'll get the link and figure out a way to host it on some sort of streaming platform. It'll be, well, since it's an all-day event, it'll be a bit too long to email out directly as a video file, so we'll have to send you guys out the link and stay on the lookout for that later on in more emails. If you guys would like to contact the presenters, they're so kindly provided their contact information at the end of their segments to include their emails. So feel free to contact them at the end if you would like to talk offline. I will ask if the attendees, we got a little more than a dozen right now. If anybody is not from Langley Air Force Base, would you mind just dropping a little blurb about where you're stationed at in the Q&A? That'll help us let us know how many people we reached and the geographic extent of our virtual commissioning fair this year. So I appreciate it. Well, without any further ado, I'm going to be relaying that speech at the end of every segment. So I'm sorry if you're here for multiple segments, but for those of you joining the next segments, we'll be able to hear it and know the information. But without any further ado, I'm going to pass it off to Lieutenant FIFA Mia, who's briefing on ROTC, so the Airman Scholarship and Commissioning Program, the Scholarship for Outstanding Airmen to ROTC, or SOAR, and then the Professional Officer Course Early Release Program, or POC-ERP. So, all right, Lieutenant, you take it away. Hey,
good morning, everyone. So like Captain said, I'm Lieutenant Mia. I commissioned through the ROTC 3-year program. I'm going to be talking on my experiences about it, as well as providing some information on the SOAR ASCP program, as well as the POC ERP, which is the early release program as well. Keep in mind that for the initial slides for the ASCP and the SOAR program, I personally did not go through that avenue to commission. So just bear with me for the first few slides. It's going to be a lot of reading off of the information. I'll probably talk on more specifically on how to get more information from someone who might have a little bit more knowledge at the end of that one. But my section is going to be more tailored towards experiences in ROTC. So without further ado, the topics we're going to be going over for the FROTC program for the ASCP are introduction, basic eligibility, how to apply, mentor contact information, and then some questions at the end. Slide, please. I think that's the delay you're talking about, sir. Coming through on my end.
Yep. So yeah, there's a bit of a delay. So every time the slide moves, it'll be matched up with your voice. So if you don't, see it. Yeah.
Did you want me to start? I can start at least talking about it while the slide is waiting to load.
Sure.
Unless you want me to wait. Okay, sounds good. So again, ASCP stands for Airman Scholarship and Commissioning Program. The gist of it is that the program allows enlisted personnel to separate from active duty and receive a scholarship up to $18,000 per academic year while pursuing an undergraduate degree and a commission through Air Force Reserve Officer Training Corps, which is ROTC. So the selectees will all enroll in the Air Force ROTC program as a cadet, and basically you're going to be a full-time college student while you pursue your commission. You also receive an annual textbook allowance and a monthly stipend as well. And then once you graduate college, you will owe the Air Force time as a second lieutenant either 4 or 6 years, depending on the commissioning avenue you take in the AFSC that you end up commissioning with. If you end up going rated and you're in a flying program, you'll incur up to 10 years if you are a pilot and 6 years if you are a navigator. So here are some of the requirements. Like I said, bear with me while I just kind of power through these. Basic requirements: you have to be a United States citizen, have 1 year time in service, which is waiverable, as well as a time on station requirement, which is also waiverable. Both of those have to go up through your chain of command. So if it's something that you're interested in, but you feel like you don't meet the timelines, talk with your supervisor and see if you can get that information pushed up. Pretty obviously, you'll have to pass an Air Force ROTC physical fitness test, which is identical to the active duty fitness test. So the requirements are the same. So just stay up to date on that. You have to be admitted to a university that offers Air Force ROTC. So not all colleges do offer Air Force ROTC, so make sure you find a college that does have it. You'll also have to have Air Force officer qualification test scores. That changes year to year based on the acceptance. So a quick Google search should bring you up to speed on what the scores are that are needed to enter. You can also contact the Air Force ROTC unit that you're interested in. They should be able to provide more information on that as well. Here's the age requirement. It says you must enter active duty before age 39, and you must be under age 31 on December 31st of the commissioning year. I don't know if that's waiverable. You might have to reach out to the unit as well. I know in certain circumstances they might grant that. It also is a little bit more flexible if you're planning on joining the reserves, but again, they'll be able to provide more specific info. Additionally, you have to complete all undergraduate degree requirements within 2 years or less, minimum of 1.5 years with a waiver, have a 2.5 cumulative GPA, and not be selected for an assignment prior to submission to the application. And all waiver requests are due on August 15th. Slide, please. So I'm going to keep reading ahead while the slide loads, just so there's not too much time we're sitting on. For the ASCP program, you have to complete your college degree requirements within 2 to 4 years, depending on how many outstanding credits that you have left. So the minimum is going to be 24 hours of graded college work, and the GPA requirement is to maintain a 3.0 or higher cumulative GPA. ACT score and SAT score minimums are 26 and 1180 respectively, and the AFOQT score is a 57 minimum. Additional requirements are that you have to separate from the active duty. So while you are a cadet, you are no longer on active duty status. You're considered a reservist. It's kind of an interesting nomenclature. You're considered a reservist, but you're not really doing any reservist functions, as in you don't owe the reserves that weekend, a month, or the 2 weeks a year. You're just classified that because you're no longer classified as an active duty airman. Tuition and scholarships are up to $18,000 per year, as stated previously, and you also do receive a monthly stipend as well, and a stipend for books. And then again, if you see on the slides there are the 24 semester and 36 quarterly hours and the corresponding classes that you need to have those credits go towards. A minimum obligation that you owe upon graduation is 4 years active or 4 years reserve. I'm not 100% sure, but I do believe if you end up joining the reserves, you have to find a unit and confirm with them that you are going to be joining through ASCP to owe service to that unit prior to starting the ASCP or the ROTC program. Slide, please. Here's some information on the selection board. So when you apply towards ASCP, they're looking at the whole person concept. The package is going to require a commander's requirement, and it looks at your active duty performance, your overall academic performance, if you do have a history of taking classes prior. And then once you're accepted, you must separate no earlier than 10 days prior to classes starting. And then on that slide, it says some information about when the requests are due to headquarters ROTC. So the late packages past 1 September, no later than 15 October are not accepted. So just make sure you're keeping an eye on those timelines if it's something you're interested in doing. Slide, please. Next, we're going to be looking at SOAR. So SOAR and SOAR and ASCP are very similar, so a lot of these might repeat. But the basic overview is that the selection board is held once a year. SOAR is also a commander's program selected for top flight enlisted members for commissioning. And the difference is that the selections here are made at the MAJCOM level, and ACC receives 14 SOAR allocations per year. Slide, please. So here's the qualifications. Again, very similar here. United States citizen, must meet the age requirements, time in service requirement as well, which is waiverable depending on your circumstances. And the time on station is also required, but is also waiverable based on circumstance. You must also be recommended by your immediate commander, and they will also release you as well if you're accepted. You must be able to also complete your degree within 2 to 4 years, depending on how many outstanding college credits you have. You have to select a university that offers Air Force ROTC, and also meet Air Force AFOQT, which is a qualifying test score of 15 or more on verbal and 10 or more on the quantitative. The test itself is different from the SAT and ACT, so those numbers are not going to coincide. If you need more information on the AFOQT, just touch base with me afterwards, and I can kind of give you an idea on the experience or the my test experience with the AFOQT. Slide, please. Again, here are the timeline completion requirements. You must complete within 2 to 4 years. You must have 24 hours of graded college coursework at a minimum, have a 3.0 GPA of a minimum, ACT score minimum of 26, SAT minimum of 1180, or AFOQT minimum of 57. Similar to ACP, you have to separate from active duty Air Force. You're no longer considered active status. You'll be put on reserve status. You also don't owe that reserve timeline of the week and a month, 2 weeks a year. It's just a classification. And then there are also tuition eligible of $18,000 per year and a textbook allowance. And then also you do incur the service commitment of four years active or 4 years reserve. Slide, please. Lastly, we're looking at the POC ERP program. So the POC ERP program is similar to the other two that we just talked about. However, the difference here is that POC ERP stands for Professional Officer Cadet Early Release Program. In essence, basically, it allows you to separate from active duty and start training as a cadet while you're in college. However, you're no longer receiving military pay or benefits, and a lot of the scholarships previously mentioned are no longer given, and they're competed for. So you are not guaranteed a scholarship or guaranteed a stipend. This more or less is you notifying your chain of command that you're interested in commissioning through ROTC, and it's basically releasing you from your current active duty commitment to pursue a commission as a cadet. However, most of this is going to be self-funded. So you are not going to be given the same stipend and tuition, basically scholarships as the other two programs. Some overview of the program is that all majors are accepted. The same deal, the board looks at you as, with the whole person concept. The board is held once a year, no later than 15 October. And like I said, you're no longer collecting military pay and benefits, and you're essentially going to be a civilian pursuing a commission as a cadet in ROTC. Slide, please. So for the POC ERP, very similar age requirements, except the age requirement does go up to age 42 with the waiver. You have to be a United States citizen and then have a 1-year time in service prior, which is also waiverable. Same deal with the time on station, which is also waiverable. Your chain of command must be notified using Air Force Form 56. And like the other programs, you have to be attending a school that offers Air Force ROTC and similar AFOQT test requirements as well. So this is the last slide for the POC ERP. Slide, please. You must complete the POC ERP program at a minimum of 2 years with 24 hours of graded college work, and then have similar AFOQT scores as the SOAR and ASCP programs. And like the others, you must separate from the Air Force prior to starting ROTC, and you will incur a service commitment of 4 years on active or reserve status. So I apologize for throwing out and shotgunning a bunch of information. Like I said, I had to do some research on this because I did not enter ROTC as a SOAR or POC ERP cadet. If you need more information on that, we'll push these slides out, and my best course of action would be to contact an ROTC unit that you're interested in, and they'll be able to provide you more specific information on those two programs. Slide, please. So what I'll be talking about is my experience in the Air Force ROTC program. So regardless of whether you join as a SOAR, POC ERP, or as an ASCP cadet, you'll all be entering the same pipeline, and I'm going to give you an idea of what that pipeline is. So here are the topics I'm going to be going over today. I'll give you an introduction on Air Force ROTC, what the first year is like, what the second year is like, the experience in field training, then the third and fourth years, and then potential 1 and 2 year programs if it's offered, going over extended cadet programs, what the average week looks like, and then some hurdles that people have faced going through ROTC. Slide, please. So, all that aside, putting all the explicit details to the side, what is ROTC? Because I feel like it's the most least understood commissioning source, which is interesting because it's it produces the most amount of commissioned officers, yet it's the least understood program. So basically, in essence, ROTC is military training while you complete your college degree. It consists of physical training physical training twice a week at a minimum. Some units do 3 times a week. Leadership laboratory once a week, which I'll go into more detail shortly. You'll have to take 1 Air Force ROTC class during your first and second year, which is 1 credit, and then an ROTC class in your junior and senior year as well, which are now 3 credits. You'll also receive a monthly stipend of $400 to $500 on your third and fourth year. And like I said, there are scholarships available that I just touched on. A quick blurb on this. ROTC does not guarantee that you're going to be getting free college. There's sort of this misunderstanding that a lot of people assume that anybody who's in ROTC is getting everything paid for out of pocket. So unless you accept and receive a scholarship, it is possible that you will complete ROTC with student debt if you don't have the proper funding for it. So just keep that in mind. ROTC does not automatically pay for all of your tuition and expenses, depending on which route you take. And lastly, ROTC is available at hundreds of colleges across the United States, and you do get to live that college lifestyle while you complete your military training. Slide, please. So your first year in ROTC is known as your AS 100 year, which stands for Aerospace Studies 100. You're classified as a entry-level cadet. And basically, this is considered your IMT, or Initial Military Training Year. For those of you who will be entering as a prior enlisted Air Force member, a lot of this is going to come secondhand and second nature, but you have to keep in mind that this is tailored to target the widest audience possible. So you're going to be entering in with people who have 0 prior military experience. So a lot of it is going to seem very building block-ish. They're going to give you the fundamentals of the Air Force, a little bit of Air Force history, very basic introduction into drill and ceremonies, how to march, all that kind of stuff, as well as Air Force history. So if you're entering as a prior enlisted person, there should be no concern to you because you'll have already gone through a lot of this through basic training. But do keep in mind that the biggest attrition rate occurs the first year of ROTC because for those of members who have entered as a cadet but with no prior experience, get a little bit of the taste of, PT and having to conform to more of a rigorous structure. It doesn't jive well with a lot of people, and you'll see up to 50% of the class kind of drop on the first year. So just keep that in mind and don't let it discourage you. Slide, please. The second year, you enter as a AS 200 cadet, an Aerospace Studies 200 cadet, and this is known as your FTP, or Field Training Preparation Year. I'll touch more on field training in a second. Your second year is a little bit more intense than the first year. There's a little bit more, I don't want to say the word yelling, but it's sort of more intense, and they're kind of gearing you towards getting ready to attend field training, which is a summer program where you go to kind of get tested on what the detachment has trained you on so far. This is also where you can enter directly if you skip your first year. If you decide that your college credits are lining up in a way that you don't need to have 4 years and you can complete ROTC requirements in 3 years instead, you'll enter directly into your second year, but you'll be classified as what's known as a 250 cadet, an aerospace studies 250 cadet, which basically lets people know that you are sort of on an accelerated track. I did the 250 program, so I skipped my first year of ROTC and I entered straight into my second year. So if you need more information on that, just let me know afterwards with my contact info, and I can give you an idea of what that's like. Your second year is more based on unit cohesion, so it's going to see how well you work as a team, and it kind of also puts you in a little bit more leadership role, and it'll give you some jobs in the ROTC detachment to have a little bit more supervision and starts testing you more as a leader. There's more attrition happening in this year as well because some people find that balancing the second year with ROTC gets a little bit tougher because your expectations are a little bit higher, and they also expect a little bit more participation as well. Slide, please. So once you complete your second year of ROTC, you are competing for a slot to go to what is known as field training. So field training is completed during the summer of your second year of ROTC. It is not guaranteed. You are competing to go to field training. The Air Force only allows so many field training slots per year. So you're going to be competing across everybody, across all the other detachments across the country to go to field training. And that's based on your physical fitness scores, your GPA, as well as your commander's overall rating of you as a cadet. So to keep that in mind, a lot of people don't realize that field training is not guaranteed. It can be as little as I've seen 70% sometimes acceptance rate up to 100. There's been certain years where everybody did get a field training slot, but it's up to how many allocations they have for the year that you're applying. The length of training varies at field training. Right now, I feel like they're trying to dial in and do a lot of major changes. It used to be 1 month, 28 days with 2 travel days. When I went through it, it was 3 weeks. Right now, I believe field training is shortened to 2 weeks. I'm not sure how long that's going to stay, if that's going to be a permanent change or not, but just keep in mind that in recent years, the field training timeline has been changing. A lot of times it's considered our boot camp. This is our version of basic training, if you will. Different levels of intensity and different expectations. Here, you're not so much expected to conform and kind of be built from the ground up. At field training, they more test you on your leadership capabilities, and they put you in circumstances and situations and see how you perform as a leader. So it's similar to basic training, but also very different in what they expect of you. There are 2 portions of it. There's an in-garrison portion at Maxwell Air Force Base, as well as a simulated deployment, which is AEF-style training at Army Base Camp Shelby in Mississippi. Again, this also focuses more on unit cohesion and puts you in lots of leadership exercises to see how you perform. If you want my field training experience, feel free to reach out to me and I can talk more at length about that. I know I've only got a couple more minutes here before I hit my timeline, so I'm going to try to power through a slide, please. So your third year of ROTC is known as your AS300, Aerospace Studies 300 program year. And basically, this is you coming back from field training and you're entering now what is known as the POC, or the Professional Officer Corps. So once you've completed training, you basically come back to the detachment, no longer as a follower, you're more looked up as a leader. So this is basically where you've transitioned from calling all the upperclassmen cadets sir or ma'am to you now becoming the sir or ma'am. So new cadets entering the program, you're going to be basically helping mentor them and mold them into shape to go to field training and become better leaders when they attend. And now your classes have gone from that 1 credit class to that 3 credit class. So keep that in mind that the class does become a little bit more difficult. It's nothing impossible. But when you are completing your degree requirements, just keep in mind that your 3rd and 4th year ROTC class that you are going to be registering for is now 3 credits to help meet those class timelines. Slide, please. And then lastly, you're going to be entering your 4th year, which is known as your AS400 year. This year is more focused on preparation into active duty. There's a lot more mentorship from your ROTC cadre, kind of gearing you towards what to expect as a future officer. And then I'll just put in a little caveat here. A lot of cadets at this point start to get senioritis because the program does seem a little repetitive after 4 years because you've been doing a lot of the same things and going through the same motions over and over for the past couple of years. And a lot of cadets I've met kind of have fallen to the wayside, and they kind of maybe get into trouble this year because they don't take the classes as seriously, and they kind of fall into that college trap of maybe having a little bit too much of the college experience and not focusing on the ROTC side. So make sure you find that balance if you do pursue ROTC to keep yourself motivated. And then lastly, you also do learn more about real world conflicts and the direction of the Air Force, the particular direction that the Air Force is going to be headed by the time you commission. Slide, please. So the next slide I wanted to talk about is the 1 and 2 year programs. When I went through commissioning through ROTC, there was a very short window where they accepted 1 and 2 year cadets to sort of fill a stopgap between the Air Force and how many officers they needed to commission. I can't say for sure, and I almost want to say it won't happen again, but do know that once in a blue moon exists a possibility that the Air Force will open up an expedited timeline to commission cadets in a 1 or 2 year window based on how many credits they owe. Again, there's no specific guarantee that that'll ever happen again. Just know that it has happened in the past. So if in the near future there is a shortage of officers, that might be a possibility. But again, that's going to be dependent on if the Air Force allows that program to exist. And my best way to kind of get more information on that, if it's something that you might be interested in, is to reach out to a ROTC detachment and ask if there's a potential for expedited commission through a 1 or 2 year program. Keep in mind, it does have a very high attrition rate because you're kind of fire hosed basically everything you would normally learn in 4 years in either 1 or 2 years. So it's not exactly for anyone who wants to have the traditional ROTC experience. Slide, please. Extended cadets are also allowed through ROTC, and by that I mean cadets who are pursuing a degree or a program in college that is 6 years or more. So engineers or anyone pursuing a medical degree or any other degree for that matter that requires you to be in college for greater than 4 years, say 5 or 6 years. They do work with you on that. It's nothing that's held against you. If you'll just complete your regular 4 year timeline, and they just hold you for 2 extra years as a cadet, as an extended cadet, while you finish those degree requirements. So your average week, slide please. The average week of ROTC is structured, but it varies. But the general gist of what to expect week to week is that you're going to be doing physical training twice a week at a minimum. That's early in the morning at most detachments I've seen. My ROTC unit is, we did ours at 5:30 in the morning prior to classes starting, so that way there's plenty of time for everyone to get dressed up and showered before you go to your classes. And then you'll have your Air Force class once a week. Like I said, it's going to be a 1 credit hour program for your 1st and 2nd year, and then 3 credit hours for your 3rd and 4th year. You'll have your leadership laboratory, which I think is the nomenclature they use for that is kind of interesting. It's not really a laboratory per sense, similar to how you have a biology laboratory or a chemistry lab. It's more drill and ceremonies related, and they teach you how to get honed in on your marching, how to wear the uniform properly. They put you in leadership scenarios and see how you react and how you can lead your team, things like that. That's once a week as well. And there's also a plethora of extracurricular and volunteer events, not surprisingly, that ROTC is involved with. So, and that'll help you be competitive to get that field training slot, like I mentioned, as well as if you wanted to pursue a career in the rated or a flying a slot, it's going to help you to have your package more well-rounded, and volunteering and extracurriculars help with that as well. There's also lots of socials to help get to know your fellow cadets and extended events to get to kind of know the unit and bond more as a team. Slide, please. So some of the hurdles that ROTC has is the attrition rate. It's such a long program compared to something like OTS or basic training where you're in and out in a few weeks. ROTC, you have to keep in mind, is more of a race. It's more of a marathon than a quick sprint. You're going to be doing this program for 4 years. So a lot of people have a hard time keeping their mind in the game, so to speak, and keeping their drive high enough to complete the program for 4 years. So the attrition rate is greater than 75%. For example, my class, when I entered, my second year class had, I believe it was 48 cadets, and by the end of it, it was about 16 to 18 of us that commissioned. So there is a pretty high attrition rate, but that's not to say it's impossible. It's just you have to keep your mind focused. Money is also an issue for those who don't receive scholarships. You have to remember that if you don't, you're going to be paying for everything out of pocket. Sometimes people just can't make that happen. And you might have to fund it through either student loans or whatever other avenues, but it also does contribute to the attrition rate. PT failures is also a big attrition factor. It's college. A lot of people kind of get carried away with how much fun they're having, and they don't remember that there are Air Force requirements to fulfill while they are in school, and that standard does not change. So if you fail consecutive fitness tests, you are going to be removed from the program, and I've seen that happen with cadets. So if you end up pursuing a commissions or ROTC, just know that that requirement is not going to change. Commander's discretion is also a factor. Essentially, if the commander deems that your character or your actions while you're in ROTC does not fit with the Air Force image of an officer, they have the right to remove you from the program. That's not to sound intimidating. I've only ever seen that happen towards people who have received consecutive back-to-back disciplinary actions. So if you're someone who's well-rounded and is not getting into trouble, it's not something I would worry about, but just do know that it is a factor. Attendance is also a factor as well. So everything that I mentioned prior with requirements in ROTC as far as attending physical fitness training, your Air Force classes, as well as that leadership lab, you have to attend an 80% minimum every semester for all of those classes and laboratories. And if you don't, you are potential for getting removed from the program. Field training is also, like I said, competed for. If you don't receive a field training slot, you're allowed to try again next year to get that slot. But if you don't receive a training slot the second go around, that's effectively it. I don't think there's a third option or a third chance at getting that field training slot. So you have 2 chances to compete for that slot. And if you don't, then unfortunately, ROTC will not be a viable commissioning source. And then lastly is just juggling your life stressors while doing a 4-year commissioning program, as well as balancing out time to prepare for the Air Force officer qualifying test. And in summation, I would say just kind of finding that work balance lifestyle. I know that sounds very intimidating, but it's one of those things that if you just look at the factors ahead of time to see what makes people face attrition, that if you're ready for it, it's nothing to worry about in my opinion. I just wanted to put the factors out there because I've witnessed them firsthand. So that's going to be it. Slide, please, for my briefing on ROTC. I've got my contact information here. I've got my email, my personal email, my work email, as well as my cell phone. So if you have any questions or feel like I missed something that I didn't touch on that you were expecting, feel free to reach out to me. I'm available for the most part 24/7 actually. So if I don't respond immediately, know that I will get back to you. And if you ever do want to have a face-to-face or sit down to answer some of these questions or go over ROTC with anything that I didn't touch on, just let me know. And that's going to be it for my AFROTC briefing. Captain, I'm not sure if there's any questions that came through. I can field those now.
Sure, yeah. So I'll start reading off a couple that we have published. So one participant asks, what if you already have a bachelor's of science? What's the process for going through the ROTC program if you're in that camp?
So if I understand the question correctly, they're asking what if they already have a bachelor's degree?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, so if you have a bachelor's degree, your options are going to be to either pursue a second bachelor's degree or to pursue a master's program while you are in ROTC. So I've known a few cadets that when I went through completing my bachelor's and doing it, they were pursuing their master's degree. The only requirement is that you're going to be needing to meet that 2, 3, or 4-year timeline and the credit requirements based on the program that you take. So, for example, one of my friends, he was pursuing his master's. Although technically he could complete his master's in 2 years, they had to stretch him out to 3 years because that was the minimum that ROTC was accepting at the time. So he did his basically his master's 2-year requirement. However, he padded it out with extra classes to meet that ROTC requirement as well. So it is possible. Each detachment is going to vary based on how they want you to complete that, complete your credits and that timeline. But they'll work with you as long as you let them know you're interested, and they'll find a program and a major that works, and they'll pad that out as they need to.
Great. So next question, are you able to apply to SOAR or the Airman Scholarship and Commissioning Program if you already have 3 years of college completed? So can you just do that one last year of ROTC allowed for commissioning, or does that fall under that 1 and 2 year Air Force ROTC cadet question or slide you had?
So I'm not 100% on that, but based on my knowledge, I do believe that if you have that many credits, you will need to not only finish up that the remainder of that degree requirement, but then also pursue additional classes either through a master's or a second bachelor's, because ROTC can't push you through in 1 year right now. That 1 and 2 year program that I mentioned, it was very, very briefly offered. And to my knowledge, that can't be expected to happen again. That's just sort of like a once in a very, very blue moon. The Air Force will offer that 1 or 2 year program, depending on if they need a quick surge of commissioning officers. And that was only open to my knowledge because of that big rated gap where they needed the pilots and the navigators because there was such a big shortage. They opened that up for that. So that 1 and 2 year program is never guaranteed. It's just very dependent on where the Air Force stands and how many numbers they need. So don't depend on that to complete that timeline. I would say that the best bet is going to be for you to finish up that program through SOAR or finish up that degree through SOAR. And then to my understanding, you would need to either pursue a second bachelor's or a master's program.
Copy. And then a couple quick questions. Do you have to take the AFO-QT before joining ROTC? Is that like a prerequisite to apply to get into the program?
Oh, good question. So the AFO-QT, you don't need to take it to apply before you enter. You do need to take it at some point during your second semester on your second year. You need to take it basically timeline-wise. You have to have completed the AFO-QT prior to entering field training. Because that AFO-QT score factors in to whether or not you receive a field training slot. It's one of those competitive factors. So you don't need to have taken it prior, but you do need to take it between your first and second year at some point. The detachment will offer them, I believe, either once or twice a semester. So you can talk with your cadre and sign up for the date that you feel confident going into. My personal recommendation would be to take it your first year and then see how you do, because you're allowed to retake it once. You're allowed to take the AFO-QT twice. So in my opinion, it doesn't hurt to take it your first year, see what your score is, and then you can get a better feel for the test, how quickly it moves, as well as the type of questions that are on there. And then your second year, you can be prepared to go into it. There's also a double-edged sword with that as well. With the AFO-QT, they keep whatever is your latest score. They don't keep your best score. So if you go in the first time, do really well and feel confident, then maybe consider keeping that score, because the second time, if you don't do as well, they just take your second go around. They don't factor in and cherry pick your best scores. But to answer your original question, you don't need to take it prior to entering. You need to take it within your first 2 years of the program.
Okay, and then one more question real quick before we start moving on to OTS shortly. How do we get in touch with other ROTC units if you want to contact them directly?
Sure. So most ROTC units do have, and this sounds very colloquial, but most of them have a website with contact information. So if you go to any university's page. Most of them do have a ROTC section on their website, and some of them have a dedicated website on our own. For example, my detachment, I went to the University of South Florida. If you go to the University of South Florida website, you'll see that Air Force ROTC is on there, but we also had our own standalone website that should have the contact information for all of the cadre that work at the unit, as well as the admin staff that can help you get in touch with the in-service recruiter at that specific university. And if you want to approach it a more casual way, let's just say your search does not get you any results from the university webpage, or you don't find a specific ROTC website for the unit that you're interested in, I would look them up, see if they have any social media sites, either Facebook or a lot of them even have Instagram pages now. Just reach out and literally shoot them a direct message, and they should be able to get you in touch with somebody at the unit who can help. And then worst case scenario, let's just say you find a school and a unit that you're interested in, but you can't find any information, contact information on them. My best avenue to try to get contact with the one that you're interested in is to find another unit that does have contact information. Reach out to them, say, hey, I'm interested in ROTC. Unfortunately, the unit I'm looking at, I can't find any good contact information for them. Would you be able to assist? Most ROTC programs are connected with each other, and they can get you in touch. As long as you get in touch with one, they'll be able to find a way to get you in touch with the unit or someone at the unit who can get you started.
Great. Okay. So I think the remainder of the questions, I think we'll have to just email them directly. So yeah, if you have any more questions for Lieutenant Mia, feel free to just give him an email. In the interest of time, I think we do need to move on to SCLEP O and SCLEP A with Lieutenant Kimball. Yep.
Oh, I wanted to add in one last little nugget, if I could. For anybody who is interested, I didn't really touch on it very much throughout this briefing, but if you're interested in pursuing a flying job or a rated career in the Air Force, ROTC does have avenues for that as well. So just reach out to me. I can give you more information if you're interested in flying, and go over the requirements for that as well.
Awesome. All right. Hey, LT, you mind just sticking around for just a bit longer, just in case we have any other residual questions that pop up?
Yeah, no problem. I'll put myself on mute.
Okay, thanks. All right, so if you're just joining us, we just finished the ROTC portion of our Langley Air Force Base Commissioning Fair. Next up, we have the Senior Leader Enlisted Commissioning Program, OTS, and then Active Duty Scholarship, so SCLEP O and SCLEP A. And that'll be led by Lieutenant Jason Kimball. A couple quick notes. There is a bit of a delay if you're an attendee. There is a delay in the recording. We have had some reports that it's up to 10, 15 minutes at most. So truth be told, we are on time, but you just might be seeing it a bit delayed. So apologies if you're waiting for your program and we're still stuck on the last one for a little bit. Also wanted to reiterate that there's a Q&A function on the top right-hand side of your screen. That'll allow you to ask us questions and get them published, and I can talk to the presenters and relay them for you. Also, additionally, at the end, there'll be a recording of this, as well as a spreadsheet talking about all the questions and answers. If anybody's here listening to this right now from a base other than Langley Air Force Base, Virginia, would you mind just dropping it quickly in the Q&A, just so we know how many people we've reaching and how far the geographic spread of this message got? I'd really appreciate it. But other than that, Lieutenant Kimball, if you're ready to take it away.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you good. Okay,
perfect. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lieutenant Jason Kimball. Today I'm going to cover the Senior Leader Enlisted Commissioning Program, both SLECP-O variant and the SLECP-A Active Duty Scholarship. Before we get started, actually, next slide, please. Here's a quick overview of what we'll cover. I'd like to share a little bit about myself so you have some context and understanding of who I am if you're interested in connecting with me after the discussion today. My contact information will be at the end of the brief, but a little bit about me. I was selected under SLECP the OTS program in 2016 by the Undersecretary of the Air Force. I am a 17 X-ray cyber operations officer, prior enlisted 3DO X2, so that's a cyber systems operations, so server administration. I was prior enlisted for about 11 years, prior master sergeant, and yeah, that's essentially me in a nutshell. That gives you a little bit of context of where I'm coming from. I came in as a one striper and got my education solely through the Air Force. So started one striper, came in and got my CCAF, undergrad, and graduate degrees the entire time I was enlisted. So if you're in a similar boat or not, and that helps you, or if I can help provide perspective on your career or your track, or if you see this SLECP brief and you're interested, again, don't hesitate to shoot me an email or send me a message. So next slide, please. Okay, so what is SLECP? The Senior Leader Enlisted Commissioning Program is unlike a lot of other commissioning programs. It is not an application. I think the overview said application process, and I'll go back through and correct that, but there is no board, there is no application. It is essentially a senior leader in the Air Force, and on this slide, what you'll see, those senior leaders consist of, you can think, Secretary of the Air Force, Chief of Staff, Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force, and then all of the majority of the MAJCOM commanders. They pick one, so this is an extremely highly competitive program. Each MAJCOM commander and senior leader has an option to pick one nominee to commission. Now, what does that look like from your point of view? As I touched on briefly, there are two programs. There are the SLECP-O, which is a direct to OTS option, and then there's the active duty scholarship option. And I'll get in more in detail on both of these, but what I want you to take away is it's highly competitive, but what will make you competitive is knowing what the requirements are. So it's not on this slide, it'll be on a later slide, but AFMAN 362032. It goes in and actually paragraph 10.10 specifically touches on this program. So if you want to be competitive, you have to be prepared. Your chain of command, the way it works is you will compete. You'll be nominated at the lowest level, so your unit or unit equivalent, your chain of command will nominate you for this program. And that usually comes around, this wing suspense that's listed on this slide is based off of the 633rd Air Base Wing here at Joint Base Langley Eustis. So as you can see for SLECP-O, that wing suspense is roughly around July every year. So you need to back that up, to the group and then to your unit. If you want to be prepared and you want to be competitive, make sure your leadership, at all levels, your NCO, your supervisor, your flight chief, sit down and have a conversation with your commander and let them know and express your desire to become a commissioned officer. And if that's through OTS or if it's through some other ROTC-like program or active duty to ROTC commissioning program, express your opinions and desire to become a commissioned officer so you're on their radar. When these programs drop, again, it's a nominative process. Your leadership should know who candidates, viable candidates or competitive candidates within the unit are, so they can help work your package and push it up to the group, to the wing, to the NAF, and then eventually to the MAJCOM. So as your package flows through, as your package makes its way through, you'll get to a MAJCOM and you'll have MAJCOM selects, and then they'll hand select a couple at the MAJCOM level that will go to compete at the senior leader level. So think Secretary of the Air Force, Undersecretary, Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force, Chief of Staff. So that is a quick overview. Let's go to the next slide and talk about SLECP-O, or direct to OTS option. So this is This is fairly straightforward. This is a program that I was actually selected for, as I mentioned, in 2016, based on a similar timeline of what I previously just showed. So my package, I was actually getting ready to apply to OTS. SLECP, it was the second year SLECP-O came out, and my leadership knew I was looking to go to OTS. They thought I would be competitive under this program. I currently, at that time, had a master's degree, so I'd completed and also completed my AFOQT and was getting ready, prepping for a OTS program. And essentially, SLECP-O is intended for folks with a bachelor's degree from an accredited institution. What this means is if you do get selected, when you do get selected, as I had mentioned, my initial submission through my unit, through my squadron, was roughly around August timeframe. I was notified the end of November that I was the undersecretary's select, and then I went to OTS the second week of January. So the intent here is you get selected and you get fast-tracked to OTS. We'll get into the requirements in a later slide, but the minimum requirements for SLECP-O: possess a bachelor's degree from an accredited institution and be nominated by your chain of command, and then you compete all the way up to that senior leader. Okay, so we've talked a little bit about SLECP-O. Let's talk a little bit about SLECP-A, the active duty scholarship option. So again, I was an SLECP-O select, so I can talk on this a little bit, but essentially this requirement is an active duty scholarship. You must have at least 24 semester hours. So if you're right around CCAF, if you have your CCAF, this is a program that you can be competitive for. Same criteria. So, communicate to your leadership that you're interested, that you have a desire to be a commissioned officer. What this is if you do not possess a bachelor's degree but have, we'll say, CCF isn't a minimum requirement, but if you have a CCF, this is something that will make you competitive. You'll meet the 24 semester hour requirement. After you have been nominated, essentially what they're looking for is you must complete a bachelor's degree. You're going to go to a ROTC detachment locally that has an accredited ROTC detachment with a yearly tuition rate of $18,000 or less, and your requirement is essentially to complete your bachelor's degree within a 3-year time frame. So I think this is a fantastic opportunity for airmen that they're juggling both work and school, and you're not quite at your bachelor's degree. And again, if you want to be competitive, I'll continue to recommend and foot stomp that communicating your desire with your chain of command, with your supervisor, and all the way up through your chain is, even if you do not have a bachelor's degree, stating that SLECP-A is an option and you're interested in potentially doing that. Again, this is a nominative process, so your leadership is ultimately going to make that decision whether or not they're going to push you up to the next level, but they won't know unless you have that discussion with them. Okay, so we've talked a little bit about SLECP-O, and again, that's Senior Leader Enlisted Commissioning Program, direct to OTS, and then how it differs from Senior Leader Enlisted Commissioning Program Active Duty Scholarship. Next slide, please. We'll talk about the requirements. So I touched on this in the overview. If you're not familiar, take a look at AFMAN 36-2032. More specifically, Chapter 5. It goes over officer accession. So this has changed. It was AFI 36-2005. They've included the officer accessions into Chapter 5 now. So if you're an enlisted airman, these programs are for you, right? So 18 years of age, and then commissioning, the age has actually increased. When I went through SLECP-O and OTS, the age was 33. A year later, it turned to 35, and now 39 at the time of your OTS commissioning. So you must be a U.S. citizen. And but I'll talk on a little bit about the senior leader requirement. So at a minimum, here are a few things that you will need. What I would say is you must absolutely have an AFOQT score sheet. So I get asked this question a lot. My original 2016 package did not include an AFOQT as an initial requirement, but as it went up through each level, an AFOQT was a requirement because that AFOQT score, minimum 10 in quantitative and a minimum of 15 verbal score. So I'll talk on that a little bit. And if you're intimidated that you've taken the AFOQT and you think you're not going to be competitive in this program because your scores are abysmal, I will tell you from personal experience that you should go for it. So 99s across the board, definitely not me. There were other things that I've done throughout my career that made me competitive, that my leadership helped build a strong package to make its way up. I'll tell you that my quantitative score was somewhere in the 20s. So if you're in that same boat, don't be discouraged. If you can meet the rest of these requirements and you can communicate well, and you're doing the other things right, don't self-eliminate. But minimum eligibility, that AFOQT score that I mentioned, it's in Chapter 5 Officer Sessions. You can find all of this information, but more specifically, with each MAGCOM, each senior leader, requirements may differ. For instance, I was in AFSpace and then went up through the undersecretary. My initial package required an EPR, a SURF. It didn't require an AFOQT, but I needed both full length and 3/4 photos, all of my academic transcripts, and a letter of recommendation for my unit commander or equivalent, as well as 3 desired AFSCs, what my priorities were. But I also needed an Air Force bio. Each MAGCOM commander can request minor differences in each of the requirements for what they want to see from a senior leader. So at a minimum, take a look at that AFMEN and make sure you at least meet the AFOQT scores and that you're competitive. Now, what I would say, it's not highlighted, but you can see the asterisks here in the bottom 2 bullets for SLECPA. So again, this is a program that does not require a bachelor's degree. You have 24 semester hours minimum. You will need a college acceptance letter as you go up. And this is something that you can submit an acceptance letter. And I've been in contact with folks that have been picked up on SLECPA, and they had an initial acceptance letter from a university that has an ROTC detachment, and they had changed after their selection, what university they went to. As long as they had an acceptance letter, it was enough for the package to go up. And again, degree-wise, if you have 3 AFSCs that you list, you need to ensure that the degree that you're going to go and obtain at that university meets the AFSC classification. So if you do your degree changes throughout your 3 years at that university, and you get selected for your top AFSC pick, and you don't meet the minimum requirements, they'll reclassify you into another AFSC. So that's what I have for requirements. Next slide, we'll go into frequently asked questions, what I'm consistently asked. So with any commissioning program, there's always questions about waivers. AFOQT waivers, personal waivers, morale waivers, age waivers. And again, I will point you to AFMAN 362032. I told you, as long as you have the minimum quantitative and verbal scores, 10 quantitative and 15 verbal, submit. Again, do not self-eliminate. If you really want to commission and you want to be an officer, and this is the program that you're looking at potentially being competitive for, what I would recommend is submit a waiver. There's templates, there's instruction on which waivers don't think that, oh no, I have this, I won't be competitive. I would say press forward and let folks tell you no. So that's a frequently asked question that I receive. And then with SLECPA, because it's a little bit, it's unique, right? So SLECPO, you get selected, you go to your first OTS class, the first available OTS class. So it's rapid. You can commission within roughly from selection to commission within 6 months. SLECPA, you're going to go to a university, into a ROTC detachment. You have 3 years to complete your degree. You will retain your active duty benefits. So if you're married, you will retain your current ID, and your dependents will remain all of their medical and housing allowance as well, and as well as your current pay grade. So again, phenomenal opportunity, phenomenal program. Do I remain? Okay, the last question was promotion eligibility. So no, part of the package, once you are selected, you will sign a memorandum stating that, you know, you're going to accept this program, and that if you were eligible, promotion eligible, that you'll lose that. You'll lose the ability to compete essentially for promotion of future grades. So next slide. All right, so here's my information. If you want to reach out to me, and you know, don't hesitate. Again, I'm available. This is my email address. I've had multiple emails, and again, I have a lot of experience with the SLECPO straight to direct to OTS program. But what I would recommend is, don't let that prevent you from reaching out. If you're an airman and you have your CCF degree, if you're around that 24 semester hours, and you think SLECPA will be a good option for you, or something that you think you can compete in, I've reached out over the past couple of years to previous SLECPA selects at different MAGCOMs that are currently in the program right now. They're currently at a ROTC detachment going through the program. I have some other material that I can provide as, you know, their perspective. They've kind of given me their cheat sheets on SLECPA, things that have worked for them that, you know, I'm more than welcome to share with anyone that's interested. So that is all I have for SLECPA, PO, and A. What I'll say is, again, if you're here, if you're listening, don't self-eliminate. Go into, you know, that AFMAN 362032. Figure out what you need, what your minimum requirements are, and get after it, right? Sit down with your supervisor and your supervisor's supervisor. Get organized. Have a meeting with your commander or your DO, your leadership team, and let them know that, you know, this is your timeline, that you're interested in commissioning, and you would like mentorship, and you would like feedback, and, you know, opportunities to do things at the next level and lead teams and demonstrate your ability, you know, to be a commissioned officer in the future. So with all that said, that is all I have. I'll open it up for questions.
All right, thanks, Jason. So we have a couple questions here. Do you know how many people are selected each year to go to SCLEP O and SCLEP A?
Yeah, so I think the number is roughly, let's see, I think it works out to about 16. Let me go back to, yeah, you have each MAGCOM, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's about 16 people for each program. SLECPA will have 2 more than SLECPO, because the commander of Air Force Reserve Command gets an SLECPA select, but not an SLECPO select. And then the same thing for the director of the Air National Guard. They receive an SLECPA nominee, but not an SLECPO nominee.
Awesome. Okay, one more question. For SCLEP O, if you're a USAF Reserve member, you get selected by Air Force Reserve Command, can you commission to active duty that way, or do you have to stay reserves?
I do not know, actually. I think that's a great question, but that's that's something that I can definitely look up. If whomever asked that question, if you want to shoot me an email, I'll track it down for you. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I've never had that question. Shoot me an email or provide your email in the comments, and I'll make sure to track it down and get back with you.
Jason, do you happen to know what the AFOQT score is to get into a 17 Delta career field?
I mentioned, I talked on this at the beginning, right? So I'm a 17 X-ray, so I'm a 17 Sierra X Bravo, so Defensive Cyber Operations Officer. I mentioned that my AFOQT quantitative scores were abysmal. So the minimum for that, there wasn't one for 17 X-ray. There's usually degree requirements for the cyber operations career field. But if you score the minimum of 10 quantitative and 15 verbal, you should be good to go.
Awesome. Still waiting to answer more questions. Yep. If you have any questions, please just put them in the Q&A section on the top right hand of your screen, and we'll get to them. Thanks. All right, so Jason, just to reiterate, you went through SCLEP A, is that correct?
I was an SLECPO
SLECP,
select.
Okay, you already had your master's degree. Okay. All right, well, if there's any more questions, oh, I actually got one more. Let's see here. What could I do in the Air Force as a commissioned officer with a bachelor's in mechanical engineering? So I guess what jobs as an officer require certain degrees? So say members are trying to go through SLECPA, you know, you have to have the right degree from that school to get into certain AFSCs. If you have a degree in mechanical engineering or any sort of other techie field, are you aware of any other AFSCs that have those requirements?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, there are multitudes of career fields that require engineering or STEM or medical, and a lot of those you will hear throughout the day. So I believe it's a 62 Echo is the AFSC for developmental engineer. So depending on what your AFSC requirements or your, what your selection, if you're an SLECPA nominee, you're going to list those top 3 AFSCs, your preferences, and each one of those preferences may have an associated degree requirement. Those are things that you should consider, and you can look that up through, there's a TFIT or TFOT guide. If you go to the Air Force portal and in the top right, search TFOT, TFOT, it should take you to the OTS and Total Force Officer Training requirements and point you in the right direction of AFSC degree requirements.
We got one more question for you. Do you have to wait 6 months for a second try if you don't make the AFOQT score requirement the first time? So I guess how frequently can you take the AFOQT?
Okay, so I'm not % on AFOQT. If there's been modifications, and other speakers may be able to, especially recent OTS folks, but you have a minimum, you can take the AFOQT twice. When I took it, I believe there was a 180-day window that you had to wait from your initial to your second, but again, that's something that I can track down. That's a good question for the education office. The education center can answer that one. But if you take it once and let's say you score a 75 and you think you can do better, whatever you score, and you know, on the first exam, you meet all of the minimums. You get 2 tries total, and that's it. So if you think you can do better and you take it a second time, whatever you get on the second AFOQT exam for your scores, that will be it. So if the second exam for some reason you didn't meet the minimum quantitative or verbal, then you know you may try and submit a waiver for AFOQT, but I wouldn't self-eliminate anything. So try and, you know, if you want to go for it, but if you've got to, I would say, spend a lot of time in prep for your AFOQT. It's very important. It's not the only thing in a package or in an application that makes you competitive. There are a lot of things that are going to be looked at, but to answer your question, you get 2 attempts. Whatever you get on the, if you decide to take it a second time, that is your final score. If it's higher or lower, good, bad, ugly, you get what you get on the second exam. So I took it one time, and as I mentioned, my quantitative score wasn't great, and I had some self-doubt, but I thought I would at least go for an OTS board at least once and get some feedback. And then if the feedback was, hey, your AFOQT scores are too low, then, you know, I would do a little bit extra study and then get after it the second time. Hopefully that answered the question. And if not, again, you have my email, or just drop me a line or your email information, and I can get back on these questions and comments.
Okay, I got one more. Are other officer AFSC requirements limited with SCLEP-O as they are with current OTS board schedules? So for example, only accepting applications with specific degree backgrounds. So are there some AFSCs that they're only accepting through SCLEP-O or SCLEP-A, or are they accepting all AFSC for officer career fields?
I personally listed 3, cyber, space, and intel. For SLECP-O, they are non-rated, and again, that's something I can track down. I don't remember there being a rated option. So your AFOQT scores, as far as rated AFSCs, the requirements are a little bit different. So for a non-rated position, officer AFSC, you would have the minimum of 10 quantitative and 15 verbal. But if there's rated AFSCs, you would have those AFOQT scores in different areas have additional minimums. So you should be able to find that information again in the AFMAN 362032 and the TFOT page on the Air Force portal.
Got a question. Another one about the AFOQT. How long would you say it's appropriate to study for the AFOQT, and what did you use to study? I know there's some books out there people can check out to try to improve their score, and some training. Do you recommend any of those?
Yeah, absolutely. So I studied, obviously not enough because I got in the 20s on quantitative, so I apparently studied the wrong thing. But Khan Academy, KHAN, academy.org is free online courses. I use that a lot for, it has everything that you could use, but Peterson's offers free, I believe it's 2, at least in 2016 when I was studying, they offered 2 free AFOQT examinations. What I would highly recommend, look on Facebook. I have a lot of resources. So again, shoot me an email. I can send you blogs of folks that have gone through and commissioned. They share what they used for the AFOQT prep. I can share, what books on Amazon that I used, but each person is going to be different. So I know some folks that don't study and they get 99s across the board. And I spent several months and, I got like a 22 quantitative. So yeah, to each their own, but I'm more than welcome to share what I've used and what others that I had followed previously have used or, recommend. So again, reach out to me and I can share that offline.
Could I chime in on that one as well real quick?
Sure.
So for the AFOQT, one thing I would recommend doing is whatever resource you use to study for it. Number one, I also recommend if you go to Barnes & Noble or any other major bookseller, they do have AFOQT preparation books. I used Khan Academy as well for the subjects that I was weak on for the math section and stuff. But those books will also have a bunch of practice tests in there that you can take, as well as guidance on how to prepare for the exam. But one of the biggest things I recommend doing with it when you take those practice tests, whether it's through those books or online or wherever you find the practice test to take, is to make sure you accurately time yourself with exactly how much time it gives you on the front. Because on the exam, it's one of those exams that like it goes by so quickly. That's one of the biggest things, and that's actually a factor on how they test you on the actual test, is to see how quickly you can move when under pressure in a way. So they'll give you about 15 minutes and each section will have maybe 40, 50 questions. And they do that on purpose to see just how well you are able to kind of factor in which questions to answer and which ones not to. That's number one. So when you do take the practice test, make sure you're timing yourself with the allotted, the same allotment that you would get on the real test. A lot of people, they do the practice test and they do preparation, but they don't allow themselves to be given realistically the same time frame you would have the day of the actual test. And then number two, you have to remember that with the AFOQT, when you take the exam, the score that you're given is relative to how many people took the exam on the day that you took it. So if you receive a 60, that means you're in the 60th percentile on that testing session, not just everybody in the room, but everybody across the country who took it on that test session. So you could hypothetically, let's just say, for my example, I took it twice. The first time I got on the math section, it was horrible. I got like a 15. And then the second time, I don't feel like I did much better. I feel like I answered just as many questions, just as competently. But the second time, I got a 56. I don't know if that maybe I just did Christmas tree it better or I studied and I did better. But the second time, it was a significant difference. And that could also be contributed to the fact that maybe I took it against a pool of people who were worse at math than I was. So you have to remember that that factors in too, that it depends on who's taking it that day, and your scores are going to be measured against those people. So don't get discouraged if you feel like you didn't do well on your first go.
Got one more question, I think, before we move on to OTS. How do you, I guess, Lieutenant Mia, this also goes back to you. How do you support yourself going through college for SLECPA and ROTC? Did you guys have, well, I guess more to you, Lieutenant Mia, did you have an outside job that you used to provide income to supplement the stipend?
Yes, so I saw that question come up on the scroll as well. Number one, to the initial question of are you allowed to have a job? Yes, you're allowed to have a job. Part-time is obviously more recommended than full-time because trying to balance that with a full-time job would be extremely difficult. But there were people that I knew that did do it. So the question to that is yes, but you have to find the life balance of are you able to commit yourself to a job and also commit yourself to college and commit yourself to ROTC. It can be kind of difficult, especially in the beginning when you're trying to get your foothold in. As to how did I do it, I did have a job initially. I worked part-time, but I found that it was a little bit too difficult for me personally to balance school and ROTC and a job. So I ended up just biting the bullet and I just took out student loans. I didn't want to jeopardize my potential chance at not being able to commission because I couldn't balance everything. So I just told myself, just focus on school, focus on ROTC, and take out the loans. Yeah, it sucks. I'm still paying them off right now. But I feel that if you realistically make a timeline and a budget of like how much you're going to be spending in college, comparing it to how much you will make once you commission, and then compare the two and see if it's feasible, then, you know, it's a decision you're going to have to make. But that for myself, I found that the money that I would be making as an officer over time would offset the amount of student loans. So I graduated with about $36,000 in student loans. I'm down to $12,000 as of 3 days ago, actually. So is that trade-off worth it for you? That's a personal question. To answer your questions, yes, you're allowed to have a job, and you're just going to have to find that balance. Some people went the route I took. They took student loans. Some people relied on family to help kind of pay for college while they were through, and other avenues that way. But that's kind of the two ways it goes. You either take the loans, you either get a scholarship, or you find you know, support otherwise to make it through those couple of years.
Hey, and I'll touch really quick. I know you got to get into OTS, but to answer it from the SCLEP, the active duty scholarship, where you're going to be attending an accredited university that has a ROTC detachment. So big thing here, right? So FIFA talked about, you know, having a job. I saw that question earlier as it pertained to ROTC. The great thing about the SCLEP program is if you get selected, you go to a university, you finish your degree, and throughout your time, enlisted members will complete their degree while in active duty status. So if you're an E3, if you're an E4, whatever rank you currently are, you're going to continue to get all the pay and benefits. So if you're married, you're still, you know, your dependents will continue to have the same benefits as if you were on active duty status. So the question as it pertains to supporting yourself, you will still get BAH, BAS, all of those requirements while being a university student going through a ROTC program.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I think that just about wraps up that segment. If you're just joining us, this is the Langley Air Force Base Virtual Commissioning Fair. We're about to get started with OTS and Total Force Officer Training. Our briefers for this segment are Senior Airman D. Barrow, Lieutenant Nicole Flaxenberg, and Captain Denisha Maldonado. And then a couple of notes just for those of you who might be joining us right now. There is a bit of a delay from what we experience and what you experience as attendees. So just be patient. If it seems like we're not answering a question, we will get it as soon as you ask it. Some people are reporting like a 10-minute delay or so. So we are running on time. Just rest assured. If you're just joining us as well, in the top right-hand corner of your screen, there's an option to do some Q&A. So if you post any live questions in there, we will see them and I will relay them to the presenters. Also at the end, there's going to be a recording of this, so stay tuned for that link, and we'll send it out so people can stream it after the fact, and they can jump to the section of the brief that appeals to them most. And then finally, if we have anybody from bases outside of Langley, if you wouldn't mind just dropping a quick little a base name in the Q&A function, that way we can kind of track of how far the reach and the word has gotten about this commissioning fair. Much appreciated. Okay, well, yeah, team, if you guys want to get started with OTS, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning. I'm Captain Denisha Maldonado, and I commissioned through OTS 7 years ago. I was enlisted, and so basically I'll go over what you see on the slide, what OTS is, the eligibility, the application process, and then our contact information. Slide, please. Okay, so as you can see on the slide, the eligibility for commissioning through OTS is you must be between the age of 18 and 39, 40 and over if you're enlisted, and you must be able to serve the 10 years after if you're 40 and over. When I commissioned back in 2013, there was only a 4-year requirement that you had to serve after commissioning. The biggest thing I will say with OTS is there's constantly updates and changes as to the application process and the different timeframes that may be associated with OTS. When I first enlisted, I did not have a bachelor's degree, so I was able to complete my bachelor's degree while on active duty. Once I completed my bachelor's degree, I submitted my application through the Education Center for OTS, and then I was selected to commission. The biggest thing is, as Lieutenant Kimball spoke of earlier, is communicating this with your chain of command. So at the time that I decided that I wanted to commission, we had just got a new commander, and I immediately set up a meeting and informed him of my decision to want to commission. And so right off the bat, I had his full support to be able to commission. I can't speak on the navigator and pilot applicants, but there is a requirement that you enter flying training before age 33. And then for RPA, you must commission before reaching age 40. You also must be a US citizen to apply for OTS. The scores for the AFOQT are still the same as when I commissioned 7 years ago. A minimum of 10 on the quantitative and 15 on the verbal. I will say that there is the 6-month wait period between the two tests. I did not pass the test the first time. My verbal score was not high enough, and so I had to study some more and retest 6 months later. And then the second time around, I did meet the requirements as far as the AFOQT score goes. The GPA minimum is 2.5. I will say that for me at the time when I applied, my GPA was a 3.6. Your GPA is important, but I will say the most important part when it comes to applying for OTS is paying attention to all of the requirements to apply. At the time when I applied, I was actually in NCO Academy when the results came out, and I met a few students at NCO Academy who also applied the same board that I did. And one student in particular had a 4.0 GPA. He had his bachelor's and his master's degree, but he was not selected. At the time, I just had a bachelor's degree and a 3.6, and I was selected. And so talking to this individual, I quickly realized that it was the attention to detail when submitting your OTS package was very, very important. And so when I applied, there was a BOT guide, which is the Basic Officer Training Course guide. And basically that guide would walk you through all of the processes to be able to commission. It is extremely, extremely, extremely important to pay attention. During my year of preparing my package, the guide changed, and it was very significant changes. When I applied, the application process was a mail-in process. Now I think everything is electronic, and so you're submitting everything electronically, but there's still a certain order that you have to submit things. You can't just put the package together and just, submit it off. So definitely paying attention to the details of how you have to submit your package, making sure that you use a fine-tooth comb to make sure all your I's are dotted and T's are crossed and that type of thing. Slide, please. Okay, so to get the most current guide, you can always go to the Air Force portal and type in OTS. You can also go to the Air University website and search for OTS, and there you will have links to the different requirements as far as the application timeline. There will be information as far as the requirements, the different waivers that are available. There's also very important information on the actual boards. I know after I was after I commissioned in 2013, there was a great change in how the Air Force was selecting officers. When I commissioned, I had a bachelor's degree. in criminal justice, and so my degree was matched with my career field. And so the Air Force began to focus on matching degrees with career fields. So I did commission into security forces, but I unfortunately got hurt, and so I was reclassed into finance. So there is more emphasis on making sure that people are matched with their degree. The Air Force is very, very, very big on technical degrees. If you have a technical degree, it's almost like a one-up of, from everyone else trying to apply for a commission. Also, there has been a great reduction in selection rates for OTS. The numbers are not as large as they used to be years prior. I had an airman who applied for OTS 2 years ago, and I think at the time there was only like 3 or 4 active duty from the whole Air Force that was selected. So there has been a lot of changes with selections for OTS. It doesn't mean you can't do it. I definitely would not discourage you from applying. I would just pay attention to the announcements that Air University put out in regards to OTS, whether it be that this particular year they're focusing only on technical degrees and no other degrees. They may be focusing on a specific set number of non-rated degrees. They may even cancel a board, or they may even push a board back. So it's very, very important to pay attention to the announcements that the Air University and the Air Force the Air Force Recruiting Squadron puts out in regards to commissioning through OTS. Slide, please. Okay, so here's our contact information. Again, I'll stop talking so that Senior Airman Barrow and Lieutenant Kimball can also add input in regards to OTS, but if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
All right. Would you guys mind kind of talking through your experience at OTS? Like, what was Maxwell like?
Okay, so again, my OTS experience is a little dated. A lot has changed from what I've told when I commissioned back in 2013. So when I commissioned back in 2013, OTS had been changed, I think, from 12 weeks down to 9.5 weeks. So I was at Maxwell for 9.5 weeks. At the time, we had a upper class and a lower class. So when you first commission, obviously the first half of the program, you're in the lower class, and the second half of the program, you were in the upper class. My experience at Maxwell was, it's very different from basic training. So basic training, you have someone telling you everything to do from start to finish. And they're grooming you to come into the Air Force and to be able to take direction. OTS is focused more on you being a leader. And so for the first 3 to 4 weeks of OTS for me, we had instruction, but after about the 4th week, it was more self-guided through OTS, meaning the first 3 weeks, we were woken up every morning at 4 o'clock for PT. But by the time you got to the 4th and 5th week, you knew that you had to go to PT at 4 in the morning. So you and your flight would get up every morning at 4 and go to PT. There wasn't someone there telling you what to do. You knew what time you had to go to breakfast, lunch, dinner. And so you did everything as a flight, and you led each other throughout the rest of OTS. And then also with your lower class, once they came in, you would help lead and guide your lower class. Not sure, from what I've heard, they don't have the upper and lower class anymore. And I'm not sure if it's still 9.5 weeks, if somebody else wants to chime in on that piece.
Hey, good morning, ma'am. This is Lieutenant Flaxenberg. It is 9.5 weeks. They no longer have the upperclassmen and lowerclassmen. They separate all classes by buildings. So I guess what the upperclassmen were at one point are just a building separated from yourself that graduates sooner than you do.
Okay, awesome. So that's definitely different. Do they still do the 1 week of field training?
Yes, ma'am. We were bused to a separate location. We stayed there for a week. We had some phone service, some not, but it was like an episode of Survivor, but not as intense. We were all put out there, and like you said, we were guided at the beginning, and then we were kind of left to figure some games out and figure stuff out as a team. It was pretty fun.
Yes, so you bring up a good point. That was one thing that was I guess my biggest takeaway from OTS is focusing on your leadership, because you have to remember that once you put on those gold bars, you're set to go and lead a flight. And if you're in maintenance, that flight could be 100 airmen. Or it could be 2 or 3 airmen, but your job is to go and lead. And so a lot of OTS was focused on leadership. And with that leadership, you have to be open to learning and taking mentorship from your peers and also those that are there at OTS to help lead and guide you. Because at the end, you basically have proven that you have the skill set to be able to lead and be a valuable asset to the Air Force as a leader. So it's very important to focus on your leadership while in OTS.
All right, I got some questions here from the audience. From the top here, how does Langley run the process for wing commander endorsements? Is there like a certain date or time before the board that the packages are due to the wing commanders?
Yeah, I can answer that. This is a senior Membero. So I just went through this process last year. I haven't actually gone to OTS. I'm going next month. But all the dates and so forth are listed there in your guide, and it's really important to pay attention to that guide, because I was going off of an old guide when I was applying, and it didn't require the wing commander's endorsement, and we actually had to like go through a lot of process in order to like get that done, because they weren't used to that, but they should be used to that now. But make sure you read the guide very carefully and looking for those small changes, because I almost didn't get the wing endorsements or wing commander's endorsement because of that change that I didn't notice before. But all the dates are laid out there in the guide when you have to get things done, and if you follow that guide closely, it will explain to you exactly what you have to do.
All right, one more question here. Does OTS or Total Force Officer Training work for reserves, or are the only programs available, or the quicker series are programs like the Airman Commissioning Program through the group? So I guess this is getting at how do you move from reserves to active duty? Do reservists have the same pathway for OTS as active duty folks? Yeah, if you guys can speak to that a little bit.
So when I commissioned, there were people who were guard and reserves, and I think they went through their unit to apply for those positions. Now, how that process works, I'm not sure, but you do go through your reserve or your guard unit to apply. And as far as I know, you would stay guard or reserve. If you are guard or reserve and you were looking to become active in commission, I think you would go through a regular Air Force recruiter to get the details as far as being reserve or guard and wanting to go active and apply for commission.
Okay. If my career field is critically manned, do I need to get a career field manager's approval to get released to apply for OTS?
No, applying for OTS has nothing to do with, as far as I know, your career field being critically manned, because this is basically a desire to pursue a commission. And I don't, as far as I know, I would check with the career advisor on base, but as far as I know, it has nothing to do with whether your career field is critically manned. As a matter of fact, the career field that I was in, which was aircrew flight equipment, when I applied, I could not apply for cross training because we were critically manned, but I was able to apply for OTS.
That's similar also if you're in a controlled tour. You can still apply to OTS regardless of how long you've been there.
All right. I have a question about waivers. What does an assignment waiver look like? And if a member needs to submit a GPA waiver like a GPA requirement waiver, how much does that disadvantage that member's application to the OTS board, if at all?
So the waivers, for every waiver that the OTS board will accept will be in the bot guide. And Lieutenant Flaxenberg, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the bot guide is basically your Bible to applying for OTS. It tells you the ins and outs. You have to pay very close attention to the dates, the changes, and anything that it requires of you. So, and if there is a waiver, it will tell you in the guide how to do the waiver. There should be an example of the waiver within the guide. So you're not trying to just make up a waiver. Everything is listed in the bot guide. Again, when it comes to putting your package together, paying attention to the guide and the steps that it tells you is very important. When I put my package together, again, it was paper, but I actually had to put everything in a folder, and it had to be on certain sides of the folder. Certain papers went on the left side, certain papers went on the right. And so they use that type of strategy to determine if you are paying attention to detail. Attention to detail is very important when applying for OTS, because once you get to OTS, it's the same thing all over again. The first week is attention to detail for the most minute things. So using the bot guide is going to be your key to putting your OTS package together. If it tells you that you only need one letter of recommendation, you only do one letter of recommendation. If you do two and it says that it requires one, that's going to automatically disqualify you from applying. So definitely make sure that you pay attention to the bot guide.
Yes, ma'am. This is Lieutenant Flaxenberg. I agree with you 100%, and you're absolutely right. As soon as, well, the bot guide is your guiding, or your Bible for it. You want to make sure you have the absolute most up-to-date one, because I want to say when I commissioned in 2018, and I'm not 100% on this, but I want to say there was a blip in the bot that said they were not accepting waivers specifically for GPAs at that time. But for the people that needed the waiver at the time to apply, they said try again and keep looking. So at that time, it was so saturated with packages that that's the one thing they said we won't be doing right now. But absolutely, if it says one letter of recommendation or one thing for this, only put one in there, because it's that quick that they'll push it right back out to you, and you may not even find out why it was pushed back until after the board meets.
Yeah, going along with that, this is Senior Membero again. Yeah, it is really important to follow that guide because it does change. Even like also look at the OTS website in the portal, because they also announce changes there because the process is always changing. But as far as GPA or APO QT score or something like that goes, there's really no one thing that will make you or break you that we can tell you like this will definitely like stop your process. It really depends on what the Air Force is looking for and whether or not you match that when that board convenes. So you should just apply, and if at first you don't succeed, like try again, because you never know what the situation will be at the next board.
And just to be clear, the BOT guide, so that's Bravo Oscar Tango, right? BOT.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so I have a question about time on station requirements and waivers. So if an individual requires a time on station waiver, the way the guide reads, does that individual still have to serve the minimum time on station before going to OTS and commissioning? Or does it get waived and they are allowed to attend the next OTS class?
So I'd have to go with what Captain Maldonado said, that you definitely have to follow the guides. You definitely have to keep your leadership informed, but the process and the steps that you take are not all in at one time. They're not done like any specific, it's all random until you get your complete package submitted. So one of the checklists that you have to do is get coded to, and the code shows that you have submitted to become an officer, like that your package was submitted. So that code that they put on you can be put on you when you're in a controlled tour for sure. I'm not 100% if you have to do time on station first, but I want to say you don't have to because of that code. It won't stop you from things like deployments or anything, but that specific code shows and lets everybody know that you are waiting to get an answer on a board.
Yes, that code is definitely very important. It just, like Lieutenant Flaxenberg said, it highlights that you are applying for commission. And so the whole point of doing the waivers is because you don't meet the minimum requirement. So following the guide and making sure that you follow the waivers in accordance with the guide, I think you'll be fine. Again, it's just making sure that you have the latest guide and that you follow the information. Now, when I commissioned, once I was selected, I was actually contacted by someone down at the reserve unit asking me when I wanted to go to OTS because I had not been selected for an actual slot. I don't know how that process works now, but I'm pretty sure it's not like it was when I commissioned. And so once I was able to choose when I wanted to go to OTS, then the rest of my process continued. I'm sure now everything is a little more automated, but again, the biggest thing that I can stress for OTS is following the guide. Once you get selected, everything is kind of smooth sailing from there. But your biggest concern is making sure that you do everything to the T to get selected, and then you can go from there.
For me, I had to wait until I had time on station before I could go forward with the process. Like I said, just following the guide as closely as possible. I mean, if you need a waiver here and there, you can do it, but it's definitely smoother if you don't need the waivers.
Okay, so I got a response from a member saying that the BOT guide may now be known as the Total Force Officer Training School Guide. So the TFOTSG. So it's a longer acronym, but if you're having trouble locating the BOT guide, it might be under that name as well.
Hey, Adam, this is Lieutenant Kimball. I'm just going to chime in real quick. So in the comments, there's been a lot of questions about waivers. I've taken the guide that everyone has been discussing. Chapter 5 specifically provides information. So multiple questions have been asked. I've been posting the direct link. You can go click on the link. It's a PDF file and download it. Chapter 5 will go over all the different waiver types and information related to those waivers. So I know everyone that submits a package probably looks at that section, and I myself had like an retention bonus or a reenlistment bonus that I was concerned with. There was a moral waiver. There's all kinds of things that I had that I was, does this apply or does this not apply? What I would say is click on the links in the PDF that are provided in the comments. I've posted it about 3 or 4 times now, just in separate questions. But make sure you go line by line and you read and you understand, as the other folks have mentioned. It changes, so staying up to date. The best way to find the most recent information is by going to the Air Force portal, and in the top right-hand corner, searching for TFOT. So that's TFOT, and it'll take you to the Air Force Recruiting Services page, and it'll give you the latest and greatest on board dates, on the guide updates, on SharePoint pages that you can go and POC information if you have questions. So please take a look at that.
Great. I have a question about career fields after OTS. How do you put like a ranked preference order of career fields you're interested in commissioning into? And if so, how do you know what career fields have openings for officers in the near future, especially those smaller career fields that might not accept the large amounts of Air Force officers, such as like maintenance or security forces or intel?
Okay, so again, that process has changed from when I commissioned. So when I commissioned, we were only allowed to pick 3 jobs. And I did not get any of the 3 jobs that I requested. And so for me, again, my job was matched to my degree, which made sense at the time. I have been told that there is now the ability, I think, to choose up to 5 jobs, and Lieutenant Flaxenberg can correct me if I'm wrong, but I know the Air Force is definitely trying to match degrees with career fields.
Yes, ma'am, you're correct. It's up to 5, but something to consider also is if you already have a top secret clearance and one of the jobs that you put down requires a top secret clearance, most likely, if that's one of the career fields that's really needed, they're going to grab you up because it's already saving time and money that you already have the clearance for that specific job.
Yeah, when I applied, they let you choose 5 jobs, and I definitely got the job I had because of the degree that I had earned already. So they do match those up. I don't know if they have published a list of which jobs are stressed or need manning or not.
Okay. One question. This is about probably more so joint spouse. And I don't know if any of you have been in this situation, but if a member has a spouse that's enlisted active duty and the other one becomes an officer, is there a likelihood that they can be stationed at the same base, or are there waivers available, or how does that process work if one is enlisted and one commissions?
I'm actually married to a service member. He and I both were senior NCOs when I got picked up to commission, and I fell for what everybody always says, that the enlisted will follow the officer. But my husband was vectored for a job while I was at tech school. And then, like the captain said, if you just make sure your leadership is tracking everything that's going on, you don't want to blindside him with something. They actually guided me in a way to where he had his base. So they said for officers, when you pick your bases, it's not completely different than enlisted, but it's definitely taken more into consideration where you want to go and for what reason. So as soon as he got his base and it was confirmed, I just let my leadership know and I put it down on the dream sheet, and I actually followed my husband here, which is a joke between us now, but you never know, and don't get discouraged.
Okay, so I'm married mil to mil as well, and my husband is active duty. And so for me, my husband has typically always followed me. Officer assignments are different. We basically kind of PCS in regards to job progression or career progression. And so basically I have chosen most of my bases in the sense of the job that I wanted to do related to finance. And so once I pick my base, my functional would then contact my husband's functional, and then they would coordinate to make sure that there was openings for my husband. Like I said, for me, my husband has always followed me, but there's never been any issues with me being commissioned or him being an officer or us not being stationed together. As long as your intent code is the same, you typically will always be together. I do know another couple where the officer got an assignment and they could not find a place for the enlisted spouse. And so that assignment was completely canceled to try to keep the family together. So the Air Force is doing a better job at making sure families stay together, especially when you're meal to meal. Even if you are Air Force and like your spouse is Army, they definitely try to make sure that they keep you guys together at the same base. I think the radius to be apart is no more than 50 miles. So let's say you might get an assignment to Herbert Field and your spouse might get an assignment to Eglin. Both bases are literally like 15 miles apart, 10 to 15 miles apart. So you're still technically stationed together, even though you're at separate bases. But again, talking to your functional and talking to your leadership and letting them know that you want to stay together, the Air Force does do a great job of making sure you guys stay together.
Yeah, I'm not married, so I can't speak to that, but I can reiterate that our career fair functionals, they did have a conversation with me and talk about options and like where I wanted to go. So it seems like the Air Force is really willing to work with you on things like that.
All right, I think that was our last question. If anybody has any more, we have a couple more minutes before we'll begin the USAFA segment of the commissioning fair. So we're looking for one or two other questions if they're really quick ones. All right. Well, I appreciate your time. And again, the contact info for our POCs is on the screen now. Yeah, and please let them know if you have any questions or anything like that. And we'll move on to our next segment of the commissioning fair, which is going to be USAFA, the United States Air Force Academy Leaders Encouraging Airmen Development, or USAFA LEAD program. I have Lieutenant Logan Kaler and Major Katie Evans here presenting for us today. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, don't mind me. There's some T-38s taking off in the background, so it may get a little noisy here and there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, morning. Good morning. Sorry, I just wanted to mic check as well.
All right, you guys coming through great.
Awesome. All right, thanks. Logan, did you want to start or you want me to kick it off?
You can go ahead, man.
Okay, great. So as you can see on the board there, that's the overview, but I do just want to give you a quick background about myself so you know where I'm coming from. So I'm from Torrington, Connecticut. In 2001, I enlisted. I was a 1N1 imagery analyst, and I went off to Offutt Air Force Base and worked at Stratcom. In 2003, 2004, I applied for the LEAD program and got accepted and went to basic training at the Air Force Academy in 2004. Graduated in 2008 and became a force support officer, which is what I still do today. In 2015, I separated for 2 years under the Career Intermission Program. So that's just a side note. If anyone has questions about that program, which a lot of you who are looking to commission from the enlisted side, consider that program so that you can. So if you have questions about that, you can reach out to me on the global. I think I'm the only Katie Evans out there. So that's just a side note about that. Logan, do you want to introduce yourself before we go through the slides?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yeah, so Second Lieutenant Logan Kaler. I enlisted in 2013, and I was a 3DO X1, so it was Knowledge Ops Comm. And I also applied to the academy the first year I was enlisted, because when I was in my DEP program, they actually had somebody come and talk to us about the LEAD program. So I applied the first year, didn't get in. I actually didn't really have a competitive package, but and I guess it would be something that I'd also like to share. But my high school GPA wasn't great. My SAT scores weren't very good, but over the next year, I started taking some night classes at the local community college, and I retook the SAT a few times and ended up getting a competitive score to get into the academy. And I actually went to the prep school for a year, and then just graduated actually April of 2020. So
awesome. Well, it's nice to meet you, Logan. Thanks for sharing. Our stories are a little different, which is great. Since I didn't go to the prep school, you'll be able to talk to that slide for sure. So with that, we'll go ahead and hop into the slides. So there's an overview of what we're going to talk about today. And then there we go, thanks. Do I have the ability to turn slides? Awesome, thank you. All right, so as it says here, there are a few basic eligibility requirements that are non-waiverable. So this is where USAFA has a hard time getting enlisted members in the door because we have to reach you all very, very early in your career. So that first line, I just want to clarify, you have to be at least 17 years of age, which jives with the fact that you all are enlisted. You can't enlist before that anyway. And it says you must not have passed your 23rd birthday. What that means is you have to be 22 or younger on July 1st of the year of entry. And you have to be 21 or younger for the prep school. So I know it's written, the language is kind of funky, but it means you have to be, you cannot have passed that birthday. So 22 or younger, 21 or younger. You cannot be married, you can't be pregnant, and you cannot have any dependents under you at all non-waiverable. And then you have to be a US citizen by the time end processing starts. So those are non-waiverable. Everything else, there's typically a waiver that you can pursue. Next slide, please. The lead timeline. So I know this gets a little bit confusing because there are a couple different steps to applying, but the basic thing you need to remember is that your pre-candidate questionnaire is the very first thing you're going to do, and it opens up on 1 March, and that has to be submitted by 31 December. I spoke to the admissions office yesterday because this process is a little different from when I did it, but they said it's very basic, very easy questions. It's about test scores and just some basic things that you should already know. And then the 1786 is really kind of your actual application. It's a single-page Air Force form. It can be filled out electronically, which is great. They updated the form in 2017, and it looks really, really good compared to when I had to fill it out. And you could submit that form starting for the 1st of July, and then it has to be in by 31 January. And then there's some other information on there about packages and websites. I will tell you that academyadmissions.com is really great website. They keep it up to date. There's a lot of great information out there. So if you're interested, that's a great spot to start. And then next slide, please, Logan, if you want to talk to the prep school side of it.
Yes, ma'am. So yeah, the prep school, roughly 75 to 80% of the active duty airmen, or not active duty, I'm sorry, enlisted airmen that get accepted into the lead program actually end up going to the prep school first. And it's a year, actually it's roughly 9 or 10 months of, basically, as it says, it's a preparatory program for academics, military training, and athletics. So typically for the enlisted members, the academics is what puts them into the prep school. It's been a few years since we've been in high school. We don't have, that same, fresh understanding and, higher test scores that kids that are coming straight out of high school have. So you get an opportunity to go to the prep school, and they really tailor the program specifically for the academy. So you take courses that are going to directly help you when you're a freshman at the academy. So you focus mostly on calculus, chemistry, different math, sciences, English. There aren't really like any elective courses or anything like that. And it's all to prep you for your freshman year at the academy. I personally thought it was an incredible experience. It gave me an opportunity to get exposed to some things academically specifically that that I didn't really have in high school. And when I got to the academy, I just felt that much more prepared. Also, while you're at the prep school, you are actually technically still active duty. So you'll still be getting your base pay for whatever grade you are, and you actually can promote while you're there as well. So if you decide, hey, it's not for me, you make it halfway through the year or all the way through the year, you can always leave, go back to, I should believe you'll probably get reassigned to a new base, but you'll go back to your career field, but that all will count for time and grade and time and service while you're there as well. And then, so the last bullet, 90% of qualified airmen make it into the academy from the prep school compared to roughly 75% of all prep school students. I took that from the academy's website, but in all honesty, that 90% of enlisted airmen that go through the prep school program, I would say just about all of the people that didn't make it through just chose to leave. The program is really tailored for you to be successful. They want you to get into the academy, and they're going to help you do anything and everything you possibly can to get there. So I'm not going to say it's 100% chance you'll make it through, but if you can stick it out that whole year, because it is going to be a little bit of a step back, because you will be going back into I believe it's a 3-week basic training, and then it's kind of like a tech school environment at the beginning of the year, and then it progresses to more more freedoms and stuff. But you will be living in dorms again, so a lot of people, especially enlisted people that have lived on their own and things like that, have trouble, and that's kind of what drives them out. But if you can stick it through the prep school program, in my class at least, I don't know anyone that didn't, any enlisted airmen that didn't make it into the academy who actually stuck it through the whole program. So.
Awesome, thanks Logan, and I would echo the same thing. So I did not get the opportunity to go to the prep school, and I say it that way because I struggled, and I mean struggled academically through my 4 years at the academy. I was out of high school for 3 years before I started in with the freshman class, and you have to think those are like valedictorians of whatever high school they're coming from, and real brilliant folks. And so being out of a school environment for about 3 years really set me back a lot. And so in hindsight, I wish that I had applied for the prep school first. And it's not for everybody. Everybody chooses their own path, but I wish that I had really pushed hard to go to prep school. And like Logan said, every prior enlisted preppy I've ever talked to said it's the best year that they have over there at USAFA. So just a little plug for the prep school. It really does help the enlisted corps. In fact, the prep school was created specifically for enlisted members originally, and there are some other folks that go there as well, athletes and stuff, but it was actually created for that transition between enlisted and the Air Force Academy. So with that, next slide please. So some tips in here, you can go ahead and read those. Your primary duty is still your #1 priority. You can't foot stomp that enough. At the same time, I would say don't let anyone tell you that you can't apply for the Air Force Academy if you're in upgrade training. If you have, a lot of supervisors we find tell their troops you cannot do anything until you finish your CDCs. For this program in particular, the sooner you start, the sooner you apply, the better, because of that age limit. So I would encourage you to not let anyone tell you to wait until X, Y, or Z. As soon as you graduate basic training, once you're in tech school, you're eligible to start applying. So the sooner the better. The other thing I would foot stomp on here are those service commitments. So you can see right there, if you want to be a pilot, after you graduate from the Air Force Academy, you are signing the papers for a 10-year commitment because of that career field, and that's after your training is completed. And you can see the other commitments there. All your non-rated, you have a 5-year commitment from the time you commission. So just be aware of what you're committing to. Typically that's not a problem. And you can see the attrition rates there. There is a very high attrition rate at the academy. However, I don't want that to deter anybody, because like Logan mentioned before, a lot of people decide to self-eliminate. They raise their hand and say this isn't for me, and they elect to go to college somewhere else, etc. So don't let that deter you from the program. So at this point, I just want to give a couple additional tips that I would say, and then I'll turn it back over to Logan, because I'm sure he has a couple more things to add. So I will say the number one reason that we find that enlisted folks don't apply is because they didn't know about the opportunity, and they tend to age out very quickly of that basic eligibility. So we try to reach people as early as possible. So even if this may not be for you, look to the people at your right and left, look at your subordinates, and keep this in mind as a program that may be for them, because the best thing we could do is educate people as early as possible. My advice, if you are enlisted and you want to be a pilot and you meet the basic eligibility criteria of age and no dependents, the Air Force Academy is going to be the best way for you to get a pilot slot. The easiest way is what I should say. Most, if not all, people who are pilot qualified that go to the Air Force Academy obtain a pilot slot, which is very different for ROTC and OTS. However, on the flip side, if you're interested in something like public affairs or force support, there are a couple of career fields that right now the Air Force Academy is not allowing people to commission into those career fields. They're really looking for pilots, rated individuals, and all the techie career fields, scientists, chemists, biologists, engineers. And so some of the public affairs and force support are not on the table. So keep that in mind. If those are your end goal, this may or may not be the program for you. Logan kind of alluded to this before. Some of the pros, school is your job. So you don't have to balance whatever you're doing at work with deployments and everything else and go to school on the side. At the Air Force Academy, your job is to go to school 5 days a week. Also, when you graduate, you have a guaranteed job and you're guaranteed second lieutenant as long as you're medically qualified. Some of the cons, followership can be hard sometimes. If you reach senior airman and then you get picked up to go to the Air Force Academy, you have to remember you're going to the bottom of the barrel again. So you're going to go in as a freshman, and the upperclassmen who've been there for years are going to be the ones learning how to lead, and it's your job as a freshman to follow, and that can be hard. I'll just leave it at that. It can be hard. It's a challenge. You have to live in the dorms the entire time you're there. There's no option for you to move off base, and you have to remember that you're going to school with folks who are 2 to 3 years, 2 to 4 years younger than you. And they may not have lived on their own. They're coming from mom and dad's house. They don't have the experience that you may have. So it is a little bit of an adjustment on that front. So those are all my notes. So Logan, if you had anything you wanted to add before we go to Q&A.
Yes, ma'am. I really want to stress I don't know if a lot of people really even know what the Air Force Academy is. I know up until the time I enlisted, I had no idea. But I mean, the opportunity, I would say, the academics alone, the program that they put you through, it's on par with like Ivy League level. And for someone like myself, at least, out of high school, I didn't even have an opportunity to go. I didn't really have good enough, credentials to even go to college. So no matter where you're at right now, if you don't think you have a chance to get in, I would really, really recommend you just put your all into it and try to create the best package you can, because like Major Evans was saying, they do have a problem with getting enlisted airmen to apply to the academy. So they actually have this plethora of slots that they tend to not fill. I'm not saying you're going to guaranteed get a slot, but if you put the best package out there and your leadership, you make a good impression with your leadership and they really fight for you, like, you will have an opportunity. But with that also, it is a huge commitment, because the next 4 or 5 years of your life are going to be consumed by going to school at the academy. So it's a big commitment, but it's very doable, and I would recommend anyone who is interested in it definitely look into the program. And then the last thing I have, along with the academic opportunity they have so many other internship opportunities and traveling opportunities. I know I had friends that they have these language programs actually that they'll send you to different countries around the world, and you can go for a month or 2 in the summer, and you immerse yourself in like Morocco or Germany or Brazil, like all of these different places. You can go, there are different programs like the soaring program where you fly gliders, the powered flight program where you actually fly like Cessnas and smaller aircraft like that. They have drone programs that you can be in. And these are things that they kind of treat them like after school sport. So you'd go down there every day and, you're flying drones, or you're, flying your gliders, or you can join the Wings of Blue team, where you basically become a master skydiver and parachuter. So the opportunities, just beyond the academics, are something that I would never have even have fathomed when I was applying. I honestly thought it was just going to be going to college and getting a degree, but it's a life-changing experience. I just like to, let everyone know that. And it is a long time, but it's definitely worth it in the end. So.
Okay, so what you see in front of you now are some helpful links. I would say that lead handbook is the first thing you want to go check out. So in there, the updated lead handbook will tell you everything you need to know about applying and the program itself. And they update that lead handbook, I think, every year, every other year. And also the Chief of Staff of the Air Force and the Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force just put out their call to commanders, I think Monday this week. It went out via the MyPERS daily message, asking commanders to pay attention to this program and to push their highly qualified airmen to the LEAD program. And they usually put that out every year as well, just as a reminder for commanders to be on the lookout for those folks. You can see a couple other links there, but really we want to get to your questions. So what do you guys have?
All right, yeah, so let's open up for questions. If in the top right-hand corner of the screen you see a Q&A section, you can drop in a new question and I will relay it to the presenters. Our first one is talking about the age eligibility question. I just turned 22 this past August, and would I be barely eligible for USAFA? Yeah, so I think you said the deadline was 1 July, is that correct, ma'am?
That is correct. So this would be your last year. If you're going to turn 23 this coming August, this would be your last year to apply, and you would not be eligible to go to the prep school. You would only be able to apply to go into the freshman class. But like Logan said, if you're eligible, which by age you are, and I haven't seen the rest of your record, but by age you are, absolutely do it. I mean, the worst thing they could say is no, and you're no worse off than where you started. So I always tell people it does not hurt to apply.
All right, any other questions from the audience? I can say myself, I'm a USAFA grad, I'm not prior enlisted, but you look at 4 years as a long time, but really, I mean, the incredible things you get to do, the opportunities that they offer you are just unparalleled in both civilian college and as well in the Air Force after you commission. Yeah, I think the academy is tough, but it matches its toughness and its challenges with its opportunities. And I would say it's a net positive opportunity versus challenge ratio from my experience. But yeah, if anybody has any questions about any of the programs at the academy or what's it like going through it, please drop them in and we'll get them answered.
I think what's great too, Adam, is having prior enlisted folks there. We tend to do pretty well on the military side because we're so used to it, and the folks that come straight out of high school are going to be better at the academic side. So we really complement each other and help each other. The academy is definitely a collaborative program. Nobody gets through the Air Force Academy alone. You really have to bring in your classmates to help you through. And so the prior enlisted folks bring that military side of it, and I know especially in basic training that was super valued to all my counterparts who came straight out of high school, who didn't know how to make a bed, didn't know rank structure, those kinds of things. And then when we hit the academic year, they were returning the favor, helping me with better study skills and things like that. So there's great value in that collaboration and teaming.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not have made it through my first summer without my prior enlisted squad mates, as well as even folks right out of high school that went to the prep school, because even that experience of that 3-week basic training they have puts them in such an advantage ahead of us. And we really relied on their experience for our development as officer cadets, absolutely.
So it looks like there aren't any questions rolling in, but I will just offer out there, like I said earlier, I'm the only Katie Evans in the global, and I'm sure Logan, you would offer up the same, but you know, just look me up anytime. I'm happy to go over your SAT scores, ACT scores, GPA, all those kinds of things, and give you a fair assessment of what I've seen over the years helping people get in since I commissioned from the enlisted side, and you know, give you advice and help you along with your package. But also, like Logan said, my grades in high school weren't stellar. I mean, there's no way I would have gone to an Ivy League school or, you know, even anything anywhere close. You know, I was looking at community college. And so just be careful, don't take yourself out of the game before the game even starts. So don't be discouraged by your scores or by your GPA because you just never know.
Ma'am, do you have any idea of the metrics of what the acceptance rate is for enlisted airmen to get into the LEAD program?
That's a great question. It changes from year to year because the number of applicants change. So for example, the year after I applied, so the year that I was a freshman is when we started the Prior Enlisted Cadet Assembly, or PECA. So we started that when I was a freshman. And so we did a huge Air Force-wide push for enlisted members. Well, the following year, 365 applications came rolling in from the enlisted side, which is astronomical. However, they still didn't fill the 85 slots that they have because not all of those folks were qualified. So I think Logan kind of alluded to this earlier. Just because you apply doesn't mean you're going to get in because they have those 85 slots set aside. You still have to meet basic criteria. The Air Force Academy is not going to accept you into the program unless they know that you can make it through the program. Once you're in, it's your job to do the work. But if you get accepted, you can make it. So to answer your question about percentages, it really changes every year based on how many people apply. But really it's just if you're qualified, if you have those basic qualifications of the fitness test, the medical exam, you know, your testing scores and your recommendation letters. So we can ask the admissions office. I don't know if they necessarily keep that statistic because it does fluctuate so much.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to caveat off that just a little bit as well. I kind of went through the same thing. Like I was worried, okay, how many people are applying? What are my odds of getting in? I think if you just focus on your own package and just putting out the best possible thing that you can when you're applying, you know, that's really just, I think, the best way to focus your energy. I know one thing that also is like really important in the package is you have to get concurrence from, I believe, your squadron commander or your lowest level commander, I believe, one officer, and then I believe it's your first sergeant or chief. I think building relationships with those people and having them fighting for you is, you know, so incredibly important, because if you maybe are on that line, you know, they can probably help push you over the edge, or if they're like, you know what, this airman is just incredible and you guys are not going to want to miss them. So I think just focusing on your own package, making sure you have, you know, a good working relationship with your leadership and that, you know, you are doing the best you possibly can in your job. You know, although it's nice to know the odds, it doesn't matter in my opinion.
I've got a question asking about how does one begin the process of starting the application? So like the major pointed to, academymissions.com has a lot of really good resources here for how even to start, where to even begin. And I'll kind of talk you through step by step of how to actually start that application. And if you need any help, there's also these folks called Academy Liaison Officers or Admissions Liaison Officers, ALOs. And they're a great resource as well. I don't know if I missed anything.
You didn't. So I actually went on the admissions website yesterday just to see what it looks like. today because they're constantly upgrading it. And to start applying, you literally go onto the Academy admissions, the link that you see there with the enlisted airmen, because there is a separate spot for airmen specifically who are applying. And there's a button that you can push that says start my application. There it's going to ask you to create an account and get a password and do a couple steps. Once you accomplish that, then it's going to send you right into your pre-candidate questionnaire. So it is really just the click of a couple buttons.
All right, still stand by for any more questions. One question, what's the percentage of cadets that graduate to go into rated career fields on an average class?
So I know for my class, so we just graduated a few months ago. I believe we had like a little bit under 1,000 people graduate, 970 or 80 so, and I want to say about 500 got rated career fields, maybe 540 or something like that. So I would more than half, but it does fluctuate year to year based on the pilot demand or whatever career field. So I know right now with COVID and whatnot, a lot of the UPT training slots have been pushed back. I have, a lot of my friends have still not started class, so it may affect that in the future, but it does fluctuate. So it kind of just depends on the year and then the demand for the career field, I would say.
And I'll piggyback my class year, 545 got pilot slots out of 1,012 that graduated. So we sat right at about 54%. And at that point, if you were pilot qualified physically, mentally, passed all the tests, if you were PQ, you got a pilot slot. I know it's not necessarily the same now, but my guess is upwards of 90% of the people who want a pilot slot or a rated slot will get that. I mean, that's the Air Force Academy is created to push out pilots and engineers and scientists, like all the technical kind of jobs. So.
Yes, I just, again, caveat off that again, in my class, I believe, so there's a rank structure. They rank every cadet in the whole class based on military academics and your physical, your PT. And we had, there were people that were in the bottom 15 or 20 in the class, and they all got pilot slots if they wanted them for our class. So, and they do definitely focus on the STEM majors and the STEM career fields, but there are opportunities for other ones. I know Major Evans was speaking about it earlier. They don't offer, or at least right now, they don't allow us to commission into like PA, finance, a couple other FSS, I believe. I don't know. I don't think we can commission to those currently, but again, that always changes. But I personally, I'm an acquisition officer who's in a comm squadron right now, and I have a business management degree. So if you don't necessarily want to pursue engineering or a type of STEM degree, they do have other options. It's just not as prevalent as the opportunities for those STEM degrees, but they do offer what we call fuzzy degrees like history and English, business management, things like that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. As one of those fuzzy majors myself, I was a history guy. The Academy also funds a good number of, I'm not sure if it was mentioned, a good number of graduate school scholarships as well to folks. I think it's about the top 5 to 10% of the class ends up going on to grad school, fully funded through the Academy as their first year as an officer. So I got a chance to do that myself, and it was just an awesome opportunity as a second lieutenant, graduating and then going on to finish up my master's degree as a full-on assignment. And so that's just one of the many programs the Academy offers that's unparalleled by any other commissioning source. If you can work hard and succeed, there's really, I mean, there's no limit to the good the Academy will do you. All right, well, not seeing any more questions in the queue. So if there are any, we'll be hanging around until the next briefing, which will begin in about 9 minutes. The next briefing is going to be commissioning to other services, more specifically the prior to enlisted terms of service separation. And we'll have a couple of representatives from the Marine Corps and the Army talking about that opportunity as well. But in the meantime, if you all have any questions until we reach 10:40 a.m., please drop them in the chat, and then I will relay them to our presenters.
Thanks, Captain Johnson. I just want to throw one last thing out there. Like Major Evans was saying, you can find me in the Global. I don't know if there's any other Logan Kahlers, but that's my email. Since I just graduated, I have classmates and friends that are working in the admissions office, so they can give me answers that are incredibly accurate and find things out. I've already reached out to a couple of people because I have some airmen in my squadron that were interested, and they were really eager. I gave the airmen in my squadron, I gave them their numbers, and they were just texting them, asking them questions, things that they needed to do and focus on for their application. So if you had any like real specific questions, you're very serious about this, feel free to reach out.
All right, well, it looks like that was the last of our questions. Yeah, we'll be on break until 10:40, and then in which case we'll start off with Lieutenant Jarrett Ware from the Marine Corps, or sorry, Captain Ware, I'm sorry, he's recently promoted. And yeah, until then, we'll just take this opportunity to take a little break, stretch around a little bit, and then we'll reconvene in about 7 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep, comms are good.
Okay.
All right, so I'll just run through a little bit of an introduction real quick. So if you're just joining us, this is the Langley Air Force Base Virtual Commissioning Fair. Our next segment is the commissioning to other services, or the prior to expiration terms of service PET separation. We have Captain Jarrett Ware from the Marine Corps and Lieutenant Alex McCandless from the Army. And they'll be talking about their transition from being enlisted in the U.S. Air Force to commissioning to other services. As a quick reminder for attendees, there is a bit of a delay in the recording, so you might be listening to this this broadcast a few minutes after we say it live on mic. So if your questions come in and we're not talking about them right away, just be a bit patient. On the top right-hand corner of your screen, you'll see a Q&A function where you can ask live questions. And at the end of the segment, I'll relay them to the presenters so they can get their question answered. There's also going to be a recording of this live broadcast present at the end of the broadcast. Keep an eye out for that link. I will be sending that out as well. And then finally, if you're listening to this from a location other than Langley Air Force Base, if you wouldn't mind just dropping a quick little statement of where your base is, where you're stationed in the question and answer section. That way we can really just figure out like the width and breadth of how many folks are reaching in today's broadcast. So really appreciate it. I see one person has some audio issues. Is that something that other people are experiencing? Okay, just waited a few seconds for that time delay. I think we're all set to go. So Captain, if you want to get started, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. So as was mentioned, my name is Captain Jarrett Ware. I am a cyberspace operations officer in the United States Marine Corps. With me, I have Second Lieutenant Alexander McCandless, who is also a cyber officer in the United States Army. We're both stationed down in Fort Gordon at Augusta, Georgia. So today we're going to cover the PET separation process and how we went from Airman Ware and Airman McCandless to commissioned officers and different branches of service. For the first portion, I'm going to end up speeding through just a little bit. Lieutenant McCandless has a prior engagement that he needs to get to. And I want to give him time to get his experience out there. So as you see on the slide, we have a brief overview of what we're going to talk about today. I'll give you a few minutes to take this in. Next slide. So AFI 36 TAC 3208, the administrative separation of airmen. This is your Bible if you wish to commission into a different branch of service. If you take nothing else from this brief, please take notes on this slide. Chapter 3, Section 3A, paragraphs 3.1 through 3.6 covers everything that you need to know on the entire process of separating into a different branch. Slide. So the PET separation process is a process that was developed to allow individuals to commission into a different branch of service and end their enlistment early. This is open to all commissioning sources. So that is the different service academies, West Point Naval Academy, ROTC for either the Army or Navy, as well as special programs such as JAG, Medical Corps, or Warrant Officer. So if you want to become an officer in the Navy, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, or Army in any particular MOS, you have that option. And the PETS process is the way to accomplish that. Slide. So for basic eligibility, you will look at your specific program to get the specifics of that particular program that you're looking to apply to. But overall, you're looking at a unit commander's recommendation. That's typically your squadron commander. Usually you'll have a minimum of a 3.0 GPA, anywhere from 1 to 3 letters of recommendation, and specifically your leadership experience as enlisted members are going to help you out when you go onto the board. One thing I do want to caveat is the high levels of physical fitness. You must show up to these accession training programs in shape. You cannot hope to get in shape once you get there. They are very physically demanding, and they will require a lot of you. If you are not in shape before you go, you will risk getting injured. Specifically, when I went through the Marine Corps Officer Commissioning School, I started out with 68 candidates. By the second week, we had lost 22 people just due to injuries from a range of stress fractures, sprains, rolled ankles, and things of that nature. Personally, I ended up cracking 3 ribs while I was going through. I was going through an obstacle course, going on an obstacle called the Stairway to Heaven, experienced muscle fatigue and ended up falling from about 50 feet in the air. So again, get in shape before you go. Don't expect to arrive and hope to get in shape while you're there. All right, slide. So for the application process is very simple. The one caveat being that this is under the understanding that you have already been accepted into your particular program. So say you want to go be a nurse in the Navy, you will reach out to a Navy recruiter. You will go through their entire application process. You receive your acceptance letter back with your report date, and that is when you start the application in virtual NPF. Once you have those documents, the process is really simple. You upload it all online. It goes to your NPF on base. Your unit commander will recommend approval or disapproval. Then it heads up to AFPC. As long as your unit commander approves, the AFPC will approve. The only other time I've seen one get disapproved was in a critically manned MOS, and the individual was looking to separate within a month or two. But even if you are in a critically manned MOS, as long as you are requesting a separation date that is far enough out to allow the Air Force to replace you or backfill your billet, your application will get approved. According to the AFI, the application process typically takes anywhere from 1 to 2 weeks. For me, it took about 3 days. From some of the other individuals that I've spoken with, they saw a similar time frame. Like I said, for me, I submitted my application on Monday, and I had an approved separation date by Wednesday morning when I came back into work. All right, slide. All right, so at this time, I'm going to turn the floor over to Lieutenant McCandless so he can speak about his particular experience. Alex, the floor is yours.
All right, good morning, everybody. As Captain Ware had said, actually, as he had specified perfectly, the administrative process can be extremely lengthy. So if there's any takeaway from what I'm about to say today, it's that you need to communicate with your chain. The entire process, as far as identifying this is what I want to do, to finally putting on OCPs that said U.S. Army on the chest, took me about a year in total. It's immensely easier if you have your chain supporting you along the way. As he also spoke to, fitness is pertinent because once you get here, all eyes are on you because you already have prior service. I finished 17th out of 256 applicants for Army OCS, and that was because I came prepared, not because I'm better than anyone else. And I also suffered a stress fracture, so you have to be ready. GPA, of course, 3.0 minimum because you need to be competitive, and volunteer hours are also a large plus. If you want the support of your chain, you have to show them that you are a serious candidate and that you're not just trying to go on to another position in another branch. You need to be worthy of wearing that Air Force name and going to another branch of service.
All right, Alex, did you have anything else?
As far as my generic remarks, that about sums it up. I will, of course, be watching the Q&A side panel for anyone who does not have the ability to speak out.
All right, thank you. So for the a few lessons learned that I gained, one thing that I want to highlight and caveat for you all is that You must understand what you're getting into once you apply to commission into a different branch of service. With most of the programs that were talked about this morning, and for those that will be spoken of later on this afternoon, if for whatever reason you don't make it through the program, you get hurt, you fail, or anything happens that would cause you to not finish, once you get sent back, you're still an airman. You'll still go back to your old base. You'll still go back to your old job. With this particular process, if you fail for whatever reason, you are a civilian, and you've just got to figure things out from there on how you will reapply. So before you take this process and you take these steps, make sure that you are fully prepared physically, mentally, financially to pass, to make it through. I highlight the finances because once I separated, I did not receive my final paycheck from the Air Force till about 2 months after I got out, and I didn't receive my first paycheck from the Marine Corps for about 4 months after I got in, as I went through a huge administrative burden trying to get all of my paperwork lined up, and that was a huge stressor on myself and my family. Now, once everything got taken care of, I received back pay, but as I mentioned, it was about a 3 to 4 month time period where I wasn't getting paid at all, and I still had bills coming in. Again, physical fitness, super important. You must show up in shape to be competitive. And then, so I think that is all I have as far as the generalities of the program. At this time, what are your specific questions of myself or Lieutenant McCandless?
We just have one question that I believe Alex has already answered, asking what the OCS board dates for the Army and for the Marine Corps as well. I think the best advice is to contact a recruiter of that service. Is that right?
Yes. So for the Marine Corps specifically, they hold boards once a quarter. But for the exact dates, contact a recruiter. If you're out in the Langley area, I actually commissioned from Langley, and there is a Marine Corps recruiter in Norfolk. Their office is on the ODU campus if you would like to reach out to them. As you see on the slides, these are our contact information. Please feel free to reach out at any time if you have any questions. One thing I would ask though is if you have specific questions about the process, please go to the AFI first. That AFI is going to be your justification when you're speaking to your command about what you want to do. That holds more weight than saying Captain Ware told me this. It's a completely different conversation when you say the AFI says this versus some Marine Corps captain.
Absolutely, yes. Just to echo what Captain Ware said, the Army also holds boards at a proposed time frame of once a quarter. But of course, life happens, especially with the pandemic going on. So those dates are subject to change. I had been waiting for about 2 months and then got notice saying, hey, there was a board next week. Are you prepared? They can be very surprising when they come up, and a recruiter will have the best dates.
We got a question regarding your commissioning training. So could each of you kind of speak to the length and location of each of your respective commissioning programs?
Sure, I'll go first. So for the Marine Corps, we have one of the longest officer commissioning programs. So it is roughly 3 parts. First part is OCS, Officer Commissioning School. It is 10 weeks long, located in Quantico, Virginia. OCS is treated as a 10-week-long job interview to see, do you have what it takes to lead Marines? After you finish OCS, you go to TBS, or the basic school. It is also located on Quantico, just on the other side of the base. If any of you have ever seen the TV show Quantico about the FBI training center, it's the same base. It's roughly 5 minutes down the road. So TBS is 7 months long, and that is where you learn how to be a Marine officer. TBS, we focus on infantry-centric leadership tactics. You know, in the Marine Corps, every Marine is a rifleman, every officer is a provisional rifle platoon commander, and so we use infantry tactics to teach leadership. With that, you will do a lot of long and miserable hikes. You will do a lot of long and miserable field exercises, which will culminate in live fire exercises at the end, where you're running towards a moving target, shooting live bullets with Marines to your left and your right, calling in fire. It is fun, it is terrifying, but you learn a lot, and placing yourself under that kind of stress really enables you to handle some of the different stressors that you'll reach throughout your career. And then after you make it through TBS, then you will go on to your MOS school, and at the culmination of that point, then you will push off to the fleet and be a real officer. And Alex, I'll turn it over to you for the Army.
Yep, so chiming in on behalf of the Army. Army OCS is 12 weeks long, and it is in Fort Benning, Georgia. So if you go during the summer months, it will be hot. There will be at least 3 weeks consecutive of 100+ degrees. It's very physical centric, so you will have daily runs along with bi-weekly rucks, and these are all graded events. The Army has tried to condense almost an academy-like criteria into this 12-week course. So there are graded physical events, and there are also graded academic events, like an entire 2-week period dedicated solely to military history. There's also a land nav course that you will do multiple times, graded for daily and night land nav. And there are also sticks lanes, which, as Captain Ware spoke to, is a great time to enjoy some time outdoors. And of course, firing the 249 and the 240 machine guns. Unlike the Marines, the Army does not have TBS. So once you complete OCS and commission, you will go to BOLIC, which is your basic officer leader course, and where you become proficient in the Army version of your AFSC, which is known as your MOS.
So I see one of the questions in the chat. So for me personally, what made me decide to lead the Air Force was the individuals that I met within the Marine Corps. I say I worked for a lot of great people during my time in the Air Force. I did about 9 years in the Air Force. I met a lot of people that I would love to work for. I would say in my time in the Marine Corps, I've met individuals that I'd be willing to die for. And in comparison to the Marine Corps officers that I met and the Air Force officers that I met and worked for, I knew that I wanted to be more like the Marine Corps officers, and that the Air Force couldn't teach me how to do that. And that was why I personally, changed.
I have similar criteria for why I changed. I did 5 years with the Air Force on a flight line as a jet engine mechanic, and I wanted to transfer over to something more akin to where my bachelor's degree is, which is with the cyber realm. Having worked in those joint environments, I could see how Army cyber was conducted versus Marfor cyber, Fleet cyber, or Air Force cyber. And I decided to go in the Army direction. It was also more obtainable for me to leave the Air Force and go through OCS than it was to compete through OTS and try to wait on a board date.
Just a personal question of mine. What biggest differences have you noticed in the culture of the services? Having that background in the Air Force, I'm sure you're able to speak to the differences between the Air Force and the Marine Corps and the Air Force and the Army. Yeah, do you guys just want to talk about that for a little bit? I'm pretty interested to find out your perspective.
So one of the biggest cultural changes that I found was in regards to PT and in regards to how we deal with correcting discrepancies, more on the spot corrections or issues with Marines and things of that nature. For the PT specifically, we're all military members. Physical fitness is a part of our job. It is a job requirement. However, I'll say in the Marine Corps, specifically on the officer side, that is 100% true. You are looked at heavily based off of your physical fitness, and if you fail or fall behind in a particular PT event, it will reflect negatively upon you and upon your career. As I mentioned, I am a cyber officer. I sit and I work at a desk all day. And last month I had to get up and go run a 5-mile obstacle course with me and my Marines. I had another individual friend of mine, a communications officer, stationed with the infantry battalion, happened to fall out of a 6-mile hike that they did. And they made him hike 6 miles every Friday for about 6 months until the next battalion hike, to ensure that his physical fitness was up to par and that he would not fall out in front of his Marines again. And then when it comes to dealing with more of the disciplinary side or the on-spot corrections type side, it was a challenge getting used to what I saw or how I see my NCOs and staff NCOs correct Marines, whereas some similar behaviors or conversations were had in the Air Force, it would be considered hazing. In the Marine Corps, that is more of a good order and discipline. So it took a while for me to wrap my head around that. Still nothing towards the realm of humiliating, demeaning, or physical punishment or anything of that nature. But hearing a gunny dress down a private for the first time was eye-opening. And Alex, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you. And unfortunately, these will be my final remarks as I have a last-minute meeting to get to. But as far as the environment shift coming from blue to green, in the Army, everyone is a soldier. So regardless of what your job is or your rank, everyone is expected to know battle techniques and tactics. Everyone is also expected to be in shape in the event that you do get called to go downrange. So it is not uncommon to be doing PT with your platoon, and then the battalion commander, who is the equivalent of, let's say, like a squadron or group commander, comes by and just decides, I'm going to PT with you guys today. It is best for your reputation and ease of life to be in shape. Otherwise, you would end up with a lot of egg on your face.
All right, Alex, thanks for coming. I know you got to run to a meeting, but I really appreciate your time.
Thank you again for having me. And of course, if anyone has any more questions related to swapping over to the Army, you see my email on screen. Please feel free to reach out.
Thank you.
Bye.
Captain Ware, question. What can a member do to best be prepared for the physical challenges of a combat arms branch like the Army or the Marines?
So the biggest thing is building up mental toughness. There's no one set of exercises or things that you can do that will prepare you for everything. And in just about every accession level training or entry level pipeline that you go to for a combat arms specific MOS or combat arms branch, they're going to PT the crap out of you anyway. So the biggest thing is building up that mental toughness and that mental fortitude to be able to push through once times get hard. No matter how in shape you are, like give my own personal example, the first time I had to do a 9-mile hike with 180 pounds on my back, I thought I was in shape. By mile 6, my feet hurt, my body ached, and it sucked. But I just had to have that mental fortitude to continue to push through. There's nothing that you will be asked to do that is impossible. It will be difficult, it will be hard, but it is not impossible and it can be done. So that's the biggest thing, is just building up that mental training. Now again, having a solid base of physical fitness will help. It will make things easier, but at the end of the day, you still have to be able to just push yourself through when things become challenging.
All right, if there's any more questions, please drop them in the live Q&A function on the top right-hand corner of your screen, and then the presenters will be able to see those. Captain Ware, have you been exposed to any other former Air Force members while you're in training for the Marine Corps, or how common is it to see prior Air Force enlisted members going through the Marine Corps OCS pipeline?
So it was actually more common than I initially expected. When I went through OCS, I actually had 2 other guys from the Air Force in my platoon. One other guy was from my specific AFSC. We were both ammo. But I'd say throughout my time, I've been in the Marine Corps for coming up on 5 years now. I've met 14, maybe 15 other prior Air Force officers or prior Air Force members.
It's actually a lot more than I would have anticipated, but that's great. Okay, I got one question from Airman Johnson. Dealing with the GPA requirement, if you don't meet the 3.0 requirement, is that a major concern or is that waiverable for the Marine Corps specifically? I'm sure the other services have different perspectives on that. Or, oh, this is for the pets. Okay, yeah. So is the pet separation, is that 3.0 GPA requirement waiverable?
So for the pet separation specifically, there is no GPA requirement. So the GPA requirement is just looking at the specific programs for either the Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Coast Guard. Before I did a little bit of research into all of the different branches. The average GPA requirement was a 3.0 for all of the branches. However, I will tell you that anything and everything is waiverable. So as long as you are strong in all of the other categories and you have a weak GPA, you can still get a waiver. You can still apply. I would say look into that specific program that you're interested in first, and then make sure you're competitive in all other areas if your GPA is not where it needs to be.
All right, any more questions before we break for lunch? Now's the time to type them in. We'll wait a few more seconds because of the time delay. All right, sir. Appreciate your time. Yeah, so if anybody has any more questions they'd like to reach out to you offline, they can reach you at your email and your. Oh, we got one more question at the last minute. Okay, here we go. Captain Ware, did you have to retake the ASVAB when you were looking to cross commission?
No, you do not need to retake the ASVAB. However, the Marine Corps does not have a specific air officer commissioning test. However, the Navy does, but you do not need to retake an ASVAB.
Awesome. And one more question. Where are the requirements to commissioning to another branch? So each branch, I assume, will have different requirements. And the best way to look at that is to look up the services website or contact a recruiter Does that sound right, Captain?
Yes, that is correct. Each branch will have a specific officer recruiter, and they will be able to walk you through the exact requirements for their branch and all of the programs that you're interested in applying for.
Outstanding. Okay. Well, yep. So we're going to break for lunch. We're going to be back at next presentation is going to be at 12:15 for the Judge Advocate General Corps, or the JAG Corps, with Major Whitney Howe Mendoza. If folks can't attend the rest of this and they'd like to see the rest of the presentation, it will be pushed out in an email. The recording will, the link to it. And so stand by for that. We'll be publishing that out to the entirety of Langley, and we'll also be having it through unofficial channels as well. And you can reach out to me, Captain Adam Johnson, so adam.johnson.64@us.af.mil. That's adam.johnson.64@us.af.mil, and I can push you the link to it that way as well. So yeah, so from now on, we'll take a break for lunch. But if you have any questions or anything like that we haven't gotten to, feel free to reach out to the presenters or drop them the questions in here if the presenters want to stick around a bit longer, but there's certainly no requirement to. So thank you. Coming up later in the broadcast, after the JAG Corps at 12:15, we'll have the Medical Service Corps, the MSC, at 12:55. We're going over the PA, or Physician's Assistant Program, at 1:25 p.m. The Nurse Enlisted Commissioning Program, or NECP, at 1400. The Biomedical Science Corps at 1440. And then the Chaplain Corps at 1515 to end the broadcast today. So appreciate your time, everybody. Yeah, use this time to grab some lunch and stretch around, and we'll meet back here in about 1 hour. Sounds good. Hey, it's Walton.
Hello, this is Luke. Hi.
Hey, you're coming through great.
Good.
Awesome. Okay, so you can either stay if you'd like, or you can just have you call back in at 2 or 1:45 or whatever if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll call back at 2.
Okay.
That way, I just wanted to make sure that it's working.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think we might just have to do the dial-in for the remainder. I'm not sure why other folks are having difficulty patching in, but yeah.
Okay. I'll try to well, I'm online, so just text me if you need anything.
Weird.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. No problem.
All right. Bye.
Yeah. Hi, testing, testing.
Hey, this is Major HM. I was dialing in for the commissioning fair.
Hi, good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So we're going pretty smoothly overall. I think there's going to be a bit of a delay with the slides if you're dialing in, but that's okay. You'll just say next slide, please, and you can move on to the next slide, even though it will take a little while to pop up for you on your computer.
Okay.
But yeah, we're going to get started in about half an hour.
Okay. Should I call
so-
back in? Are you guys like
yeah,
done with the previous one?
Sorry?
Are you guys already done with the previous, the other previous, I guess it was pets before me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we did pets, yep, and then we're on a lunch break right now until 12:15.
Oh, okay. So should I call back in like 5 or 10 minutes before?
Sure, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. All right, great. Talk to you then. Thanks.
Bye. All right, testing, testing.
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah, coming through loud and clear.
Okay. Okay, so I should be able to hear, I guess, if there's any questions. I'm just not going to be able to see the slides.
Okay, what I can do is I can forward you the slides to your email where you can have them pulled up.
Okay, yeah, that'll work. That way, if someone else is briefing, I can try to I can try to follow along and make comments on the slides.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. I think I sent you an email pretty recently. I think it was yesterday with the slide deck on your Nipper email. If you have that.
Okay.
If not, then I can resend.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and look through my emails again. Look for
Okay.
it.
Copy.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome. See you.
All right.
All right, ma'am, I think I have you in.
Okay, great.
Awesome. Okay, well, before we get started, just wanted to welcome us all back to the Joint Base Langley Eustis Virtual Commissioning Fair. The upcoming event is going to be the Judge Advocate General Corps, or JAG, presented by Major Whitney Howe Mendoza. She's a JAG here at Langley Air Force Base. I wanted to make a couple quick notes before we launch into our next segment. Those of you attending, there is a slight delay on the slides and the voice for you. So some of you may be hearing it about 10 or 15 seconds later after it's been said, but just don't let that alarm you. Everything's going according to plan. So there's also a Q&A function in your browser. At the top right-hand corner of your screen, you'll see a bubble for questions and answers. If you drop in a couple of questions, I will see them as moderator, and I will then relay them to the presenter so they can get your question answered. At the end of this, there's going to be a recording of this entire presentation, so stay tuned for a link to that. And then as well, if there's any folks here that are tuned in from bases other than Langley Air Force Base, if you do me a favor and just drop it in the Q&A real quick, so that way we know how many people we're reaching and the extent of our geographical, distribution of this broadcast. So I really appreciate it. But without any further ado, Major, ma'am, if you want to get started, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Whitney Howe Mendoza, and I am a JAG station here at Langley Air Force Base. I am currently serving as a medical law consultant to the 633rd Med Group, and I cover 7 MTS all over the southeastern region. And before that, I was the Special Victims Counsel, also assigned to Joint Base Langley Eustis. And then way back in the day, I was prior enlisted for 9 years. And so commissioning is something that is near and dear to my heart. And so every time I get an opportunity to talk about commissioning and potentially help other enlisted members make the jump, I like to do that. And so with that being said, I wanted to talk about the JAG program, kind of what JAG do, how you could get into the JAG Corps program, and then what it's like to be on active duty and some of the incentives that the JAG Corps puts out to entice people to join the JAG Corps. So with that, let's go to the next slide and we'll talk about the JAG Corps mission. So the JAG Corps mission is to deliver full spectrum legal advice to commanders and warfighters all over the Air Force. We have legal offices and JAGs stationed all over the world. And that is one of the coolest opportunities of being a JAG, is that regardless of where you're licensed as an attorney, you can practice all over the world. Specifically, I am a Texas attorney, but I've practiced in Virginia and in Japan and then all over the place. Korea, it's been pretty cool. So as long as you're practicing in a federal capacity, you can practice all over the world, which is pretty neat. Next slide, please. So the JAG Corps is constantly looking to attract high quality, informed, eligible candidates who embody the Air Force Corps values. And I think this is especially relevant to accessions for prior enlisted JAG officers. Because we're looking for people that we know can adapt to the military lifestyle and embody the Air Force Corps values, your prior enlisted record shows that you can adapt to the military lifestyle. And so I think that's a huge bonus to the JAG Corps when we can recruit prior enlisted JAG officers. Next slide, please. So some of the highlights of being an Air Force JAG, the Air Force JAG Corps has thousands of JAGs all over the world. And so we are basically a humongous law firm. And the nice thing about that is, even though we're basically a huge law firm, we have a collegial work environment with excellent leadership and mentorship. And it's really nice to be able to be part of a JAG family where you consistently run into other professionals in your career field, and you can build relationships and mentors with people, and and rely on that throughout your career. One of the unique things about becoming a JAG is that you get litigation experience almost immediately, and I think that's different from when you are a civilian attorney. As a brand new baby JAG, you would be assigned to a legal office, and one of your first assignments would be to start reviewing cases that could potentially go to court-martial. And so right off the bat, you're getting courtroom experience if that's something that you're interested in. Whereas I think in the civilian sector, it could be a while before you really kind of get thrown into the courtroom sectors. We have continuing education and LLM opportunities. An LLM is a Master of Laws program, and it's basically a one-year program that you would complete after you've had a JD, a Juris Doctorate. And there are opportunities through the JAG Corps for the JAG Corps to actually pay for you to do a one-year in-resident program for an LLM at a civilian law school, which is pretty neat. All expenses paid, obviously. And then travel. We go TDY a lot. When I was in SBC, I had court-martial cases all over the world. And so for 2 years, I was traveling to wherever my cases were and trying cases for my clients in Germany and England and I mean, all over the country. It was pretty cool. And then we also have a lot of practice areas. It's not just military justice and court martials, which kind of leads us into the next slide. So what do what do JAGs do? We practice in all of the areas that you see on the screen, believe it or not. It's a huge operation. And especially with the recent stand-up of the U.S. Space Force, the Space Force does not have a JAG Corps. And so the Air Force JAG Corps services the Space Force. And so that's kind of neat too, because we get to practice in an entirely new domain. Like I briefly mentioned earlier, when you first come in as a JAG, you're assigned to a base level legal office, and you're typically wearing 3 hats. One, you're working as a prosecutor, so you're prosecuting cases that come in for violations of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. 2, you're providing free legal assistance to the base population. Most bases have a free legal assistance program, and you can walk in and have a free consultation with an attorney to kind of walk through any kind of personal civil legal issues. And so as a baby JAG, you'd be providing those free legal assistance services. A lot of what we see in those appointments are divorce issues, custody issues, landlord-tenant type issues, any kind of personal civil legal issue. What we don't handle in those appointments is criminal matters. So if someone gets a criminal charge against them in a civilian context, we wouldn't assist them in that capacity. And then you're also given a program to manage. So you're the chief of something. So you could be the chief of international law or the chief of military justice or the chief of civil law. And so you're kind of running your own section. And so right off the bat, you're given courtroom experience and leadership opportunities to practice in all of those areas that you see on the slide. After you've done a tour at the base legal office or 2, you can request to move into a new area of the law. The JAG Corps likes to move us around every 2 or 3 years so that we get a broad wealth of experience in all of the areas that JAGs practice in. And so typically after you've done a tour or 2 at the base legal office, you could move into an area defense counsel where you're defending airmen who are facing court martial or Article 15s. You could move into a special victims counsel position where you're representing victims of sexual assault in military criminal proceedings. Medical law consultant, which I'm currently doing now, where I'm advising med group commanders on all kinds of HIPAA issues and provider privileging issues and those kind of things. And that's just the tip of the sword. We have specialty offices all over the Air Force that you could move into if there's something that you're interested in, especially if you do an LLM like in labor law or environmental law or space law or something like that. There's lots of ways that you can specialize and get more experience. Next slide, please. One of the best ways to kind of get a glimpse into what a JAG does is to do an internship. With us, and we actually do take on students who are currently enrolled in law school, who are 1Ls and 2Ls, first and second year law students, to work in legal offices. And some of them are paid positions, some of them are volunteer positions. But they can spend a summer with us, they can spend an entire semester with us, and actually receive academic credit for their time spent with us. And it's a really good opportunity to kind of see how the JAG Corps operates and get an idea of what it would be like if you were to become a JAG. So what is the JAG Corps looking for on the next slide? The Air Force JAG Corps basically has a selection board process, and they're looking for the whole person concept. They're looking for academic performance. How do you rack and stack in your law school class? Are you involved in any kind of extracurricular activities like law review or the trial advocacy team? Do you do community service? Do you have leadership potential? Do you meet the height and weight standards? Especially prior military service. When you apply as a prior enlisted member, they're going to ask for copies of all of your EPRs and your records from your enlisted time so that they can take a look at that as well. As you'll see there, the stats say that nearly 85% of our current JAGs don't have prior military experience, but I think that what's not there speaks volumes. That means that 15% of our JAG Corps is made up of prior enlisted members, and I think that's exceptional because I think that prior enlisted members bring a whole nother level of experience and knowledge to the JAG Corps that they wouldn't have otherwise. So that's pretty exciting. Next slide, please. So if you're interested in applying to be a JAG, it's all done online, and you can go to airforce.com/JAG, and it walks you through the entire process. You can download all of the forms there, and it gives you all of the information that you need to put in an application. So on the next slide, we'll talk about eligibility requirements. Obviously, to become an officer, you have to be a citizen of the United States. To become a JAG, you have to commission before the age of 40. Before you can actually take a commission as a JAG, you have to graduate from an American Bar Association accredited law school. And then you have to be admitted to the state bar or federal bar. And then you have to go back through MEPS if you separated. So when I did this, I got out of the Air Force in 2007 and joined the reserves. And that was when I finished college, and then I started law school. And so I had a break in service between the time that I got out and came back in as a JAG. And I came in through the direct appointment program, which we'll talk about in a moment. But before I could come back in, I had to go through the interview process basically, and then I received a conditional offer from the JAG Corps that basically said, if you pass the bar exam, we will offer you a commission. So then I spent the summer studying for the bar exam, took the bar, and then when I got my passing results a few weeks later, I got the commissioning paperwork and then got set up to go to MEPS again. So there's kind of a bunch of hoops to jump through, but it's definitely worth it. I'm not going to go too deep into the eligibility requirements of your package. All of this you can find on the website that I mentioned earlier, the airforce.com/JAG. But they're looking for a pretty comprehensive package. They want photographs, they want resumes, transcripts, they want your law school admissions test report. You have to go through a staff judge advocate interview, which means you would actually go to the base legal office closest to wherever you live or are going to law school. And you would spend about a half day with the legal office there, kind of getting to know what the legal office is like, talking with the other JAGs. And then the staff judge advocate, who is the lead attorney for that office, would complete an interview with you and then write a recommendation on whether or not he or she believes that you'd be a good JAG. You have to submit all your prior EPRs, your discharge paperwork if you have any, and then letters of recommendation and a writing sample. So we currently have a couple different programs to come in. Sorry, someone's delivering mail. To come into the JAG Corps. We have a direct appointment program, which is how I came in. And that is where you would basically separate from active duty, go to law school using the GI Bill or some other form of tuition, and then you would come back in. So once you've completed 2/3 of your credit hours towards your JD, your Juris Doctorate degree, you could apply. For most people, that's in your 2L year of law school. And then we have 3 boards a year. So there's 3 application cycles a year. So we have one in April, one in September, and one in November. And typically you would submit all your paperwork, you'd go through your staff judge advocate interview, and all of this before the 10th of those months. So like if you're applying for the April board, you'd have all your stuff completed by the 10th of March, and so forth. And then about 60 days after you've met the board, they would notify you whether or not you've been selected. So then you get an assignment notification. So during the process of applying and selection, you get to put in a dream sheet, basically, indicating which base legal office you'd like to go to. And once you pass the bar and you've been medically qualified and you sign the commissioning documents, and they'll tell you where you're going to be assigned. When I commissioned in 2014, basically they gave me one option. I think there was a time when they would call and say, we have 2 bases, which one would you like to go to? And I think nowadays it's strictly one. It's basically they're saying, okay, we're going to send you to, whatever base. The JAG Corps is really good about joint assignments. So if you're married to another military member, they really, really bend over backwards to try to work assignments that work for both parties. The unique thing about the JAG Corps is that our assignments are done by the Judge Advocate General of the Air Force, the 3-star that runs the JAG Corps, and not by AFPC. So we have our own assignment section, and they really do take into consideration joint assignments and dual military couples and those kind of things. They also are really good about considering couples who have spouses with professional degrees, like, doctors and licenses in other states and that kind of thing. And they will try to, make it work for your spouse as well, which is really nice. My husband is active duty Navy. And so fortunately, since I commissioned in 2014, my husband and I have been stationed together every single duty assignment. So it's been wonderful. And I think that's possible because of the way we do our own assignments. Next slide, we'll talk about military life as a JAG. When you first commission as a JAG, you come in as a first lieutenant. And then you pin on captain within 6 months. And there's a couple of reasons for that. I think one of them is because right off the bat, you're advising, first sergeants and commanders on the UCMJ, AFIs, things like that. And I think it gives you a little bit more clout to be able to be a captain. They're also, I think, looking to make the pay commensurate with what a new JAG would be making in a civilian sector. To make it a little bit more enticing for JAGs to actually come into the military. Of course, you have to meet all the same fitness requirements as the rest of the Air Force, and we have all the same active duty incentives as the rest of the Air Force as well. On the next slide, we have a new program where enlisted members can go directly from being enlisted to JAG Corps officers. And this program is called the Enlisted Funded Legal Education Program. Up until 2020, the funded legal education program was only open to active duty military officers. So if you were an officer, you could apply to JAG, you could apply to law school and the SCLEP program, and the JAG Corps would pay for you to go to law school, and then that JAG would basically be on leave to go to the 3-year law school program, and then would come back in as a JAG officer. But we have recently opened that up to enlisted members, which I think is incredible. This is the first year that we've done it. So our first round of applicants are just going through with this, and I think this is fantastic. To be eligible for the enlisted SCLEP program, you have to have been in between 2 and 6 years. Unfortunately, if you've been in more than 6 years, you're not eligible. I have no idea why that is, but that's what they put out there. You have to already have a bachelor's degree to do that, and then also because you also have to have a bachelor's degree to even get into law school. And then you have to have it applied to at least one American Bar Association approved law school. You do not have to have been accepted already, you just have to have applied. To apply to law school, you have to have already gotten your LSAT, your law school admissions test results. So those two kind of go hand in hand. And then you have to complete the other requirements that are listed on airforce.com/JAG. Because SCLEP is for officers, they would commission you before you even start law school. So you would go to OTS, and then you would start law school, do law school for 3 years, and then you would come to your first assignment as a JAG. The cool thing about enlisted SCLEP is that you get full pay and allowances and your tuition paid the entire time that you're in school. So that's a pretty sweet deal. I don't have any data on how many people are being accepted, how many enlisted members are being accepted, but I would definitely encourage you to apply if you meet these requirements and are interested at all in going to law school and becoming a JAG, because this is probably the best way to do it without racking up a significant amount of debt for law school. So it's pretty cool. Keep that in mind. Traditionally, we have to go to commissioned officer training. It's usually 5 weeks at Maxwell Air Force Base. As a prior enlisted member, I kind of thought this was silly because they taught us basically how to wear the uniform and how to salute, Air Force history, stuff like everything you already learned in basic training and you know, the number of years that you've been in. So it was kind of a rinse and repeat scenario for prior enlisted members, which was kind of awesome. And then after you go to commissioned officer training, or COT, they have a judge advocate staff officer course, which they call JSOC. And JSOC is your first kind of in-depth JAG Corps training. It's like tech school for JAGs. And that is a 9-week training program at Maxwell Air Force Base. All of the JAG Corps is based out of Maxwell Air Force Base. And I don't think Maxwell gets a great rep or a great rap. I actually really love Maxwell, because every time we go back to Maxwell for like a training class or a course or something, you run into, you know, people that you've worked with all over the JAG Corps, and it's kind of like a little homecoming meeting. So I love getting sent back to the JAG school for training and that kind of thing. It's pretty neat. So then after you do your 9 weeks of training at JSOC, you go to your first assignment at a base legal office, and then go from there. And then on the next slide, we'll talk about some financial incentives that the JAG Corps offers. The JAG Corps offers some pretty hefty financial incentives to keep people in the JAG Corps. If you were E-FLEP, you wouldn't have any student loans that would be eligible to be repaid by this program. But if you go through the direct appointment program, where you potentially got out of the Air Force and then went to law school on your own dime, racked up some student loans, et cetera, we have the student loan repayment program, where you would receive $65,000 over a 3-year period. So they pay a portion of that every year, paid directly to your lenders. They take taxes out of that, so you don't quite get all of the $65,000, but it's a pretty hefty chunk of money that they pay towards your student loan. It's pretty awesome. And then we also have judge advocate continuation pay for years 4 through 10. So you get $60,000 total. After your first 4 years as a JAG, you can sign a contract agreeing to serve for 2 more years, and they'll give you $20,000. And then after that is done, at your 6-year point, you can sign a contract for another 4 years, and they'll give you another $40,000. So it's pretty awesome. And then we also have bar license reimbursements. So we're all required to maintain an active license with our state bars and pay those fees. And once a year, the JAG Corps puts out a call for people to submit their receipts, and they reimburse us for those bar licensing fees, which is pretty nice. The other thing that we don't have to pay for is CLEs, continuing legal education. Every state bar has their own requirements on how many hours of CLEs are required to maintain an active license. And most of those you can get through regular Air Force training. I think in this almost 7 years I've been a JAG, I've only had to go out and like find my own CLEs maybe 2 hours a year, and that's usually because I'm looking for ethics training, which is kind of hard to get. But with all of the annual training that's provided and JSOC and all of that kind of thing, it's fairly easy to get your CLEs for free, which is pretty nice. So that's kind of it for the JAG Corps. If you're interested in this, like I said, you can go to airforce.com/JAG. We also have a very active Facebook page. Just look for USAF JAG, and you can find all of the information that you need there. You're also welcome to reach out to me if you have any questions about specifically the direct appointment program or getting out and using your GI Bill, applying to law school, anything like that. I'm happy to walk you through or talk with you about my experience and how that worked for me. So please don't hesitate to reach out. You can find me on the Global, and I'd love to work with you. And I wish you guys all the best, and I hope to work with you in the future. Were there any questions that popped up during the presentation?
Yes, ma'am, we do have a couple. I'll start with the oldest one. Excuse me. Okay, is there any programs in JAG? So say if someone has a bachelor's degree in political science, are there any programs that bridge the gap between a bachelor's degree and law school? So essentially, can you become a JAG attorney if you don't have a JD?
No, you have to have a JD. Okay,
gotcha. And then if you want to become a JAG, but you have your bachelor's degree in a different sort of field, like say history or something, is that looked upon negatively in your application or anything like that? Unless
no.
Okay, as opposed to pre-law or anything like that? Okay.
No, not at all. Yeah, I mean, to get into law school, you have to have a bachelor's degree in anything. It doesn't have to be anything specific. My bachelor's degree is in criminal justice, which I didn't find out until after graduation isn't worth a whole lot unless you want to be a cop. But yeah, I went to law school with people who had history degrees, philosophy degrees, science degrees, you name it. I mean, any bachelor's degree will get you into law school. The only caveat with background for bachelor's degrees is that if you wanted to practice patent or copyright law and take the patent bar exam, which is a separate bar exam from your state bar exam, you have to have a Bachelor of Science in any field. So your diploma actually has to say Bachelor of Science, not Bachelor of Arts. But once you get into law school, it doesn't matter what your bachelor's degree is in.
Great. Do you know if there's any age waivers for folks that want to apply? Say they're a bit older than the requisites. Is that a common thing?
I mean, it's the Air Force, so there's a waiver for everything. I think it's worth putting one in and asking for it, right? I haven't heard of anybody coming in older than age 40, but who knows? I mean, if you have something that the JAG Corps is looking for, there's a waiver for everything, right?
Gotcha. Okay. And I have one more question here from a submission. If I'm in my last year of active duty, is that enough time to study for the bar, apply to law school, and get accepted for the SCLEP program?
Yeah, I would think so. So you mean apply to take the LSAT, not take the bar, I think is what they're asking.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, so you would have to take the law school admissions test, which I think is offered 2 or 3 times a year. But yeah, I think a year would be sufficient to get all of that taken care of. A lot of that would be driven by the application process for civilian law schools and the LSAT timing. But yeah, I think you could get it done within a year.
Okay. Is there any like LSAT minimums that you recommend the applicants to shoot for?
So the LSAT is kind of a sliding, the admissions to law school works on a sliding scale. The 2 biggest factors for admission to law school are your undergraduate GPA and your LSAT scores. And the way it works is that the higher your undergrad GPA is, the lower your LSAT score can be. So the LSAT, I believe, at least when I took it, it was on a scale of 120 to 180, I believe. And so an average score was between like 150 and 160. So if you had an average score and a really good GPA, you had a pretty good shot of getting into a law school. If you go to the Law School Admissions Council website, they actually have a tool where you can put in the schools that you're interested in attending and your undergraduate GPA, and it'll tell you the range of LSAT score that you need to get to be accepted to that law school, which is kind of neat. But really the bottom line is if you have a lower GPA for your undergrad GPA, you need a higher LSAT score to get in, and vice versa. But once you've been accepted, it's really more about whether you pass the bar exam.
Okay. One more question about the LSAT. How many times can you take the LSAT in your time applying for these programs?
I don't think there's any limit on how many times you can take the LSAT, but I do think that they report all of your scores to the law schools that you're applying to. So if you took it 5 times, your law school is going to see all 5 scores. I personally took it twice. I was deathly ill the first day that I took it, and my score was terrible. And so I took it again, and was fine after that. But I also think that if you end up taking the LSAT multiple times and your score is continually improving, I think it just shows your determination to get into law school and be an attorney. So I think there's a way to spin everything.
Ma'am, on a personal level, how did you get interested in JAG when you were enlisted? Like, what stood out to you about the program, and how did you become aware of it?
Oh, I love that question. Thank you. To be honest, I never grew up wanting to be a JAG. I enlisted when I was 17, right out of high school, and was active duty for a total of 9 years. But I got force shaped in 2007 when the Air Force had this career job reservation program. You either had to get a career job reservation to stay in your career field and reenlist, or you had to retrain, or you had to get out. And I didn't get a career job reservation because I was like the lowest ranking staff sergeant at the time. And the only thing that was available to retrain into were career fields I wasn't interested in, so I decided to punch. And then I finished my bachelor's degree using the GI Bill. And then when I finished my bachelor's degree, I still had 2 years worth of GI Bill left, and I didn't want to waste that because, you know, once you start using your GI Bill, I think you have to use it within 10 years. And so I figured I might as well just go on and get a master's degree. At that point, I wanted to actually be in the FBI. I wanted to kick down doors and dive in dumpsters for evidence and stuff. But no one had ever told me that the FBI is not looking for people with criminal justice degrees. They want people with forensic science degrees, or, you know, forensic accounting degrees, or law degrees, or something like that. And so that kind of is what got me started thinking about law school. And so on a whim, I kind of signed up for the LSAT, took the test. I applied to one law school in San Antonio because that was where I was already living. And I happened to get in, and I loved it. And I applied to law school thinking I'd get the law degree and then try to get into the FBI, but I loved the law so much. Once I got into law school, I decided that I liked the idea of being a lawyer. And when I was in law school, I actually was a research assistant for a professor named Dave Schlueter, who is a big name in the military rules of evidence world. So he writes all of the military rules of evidence manuals and stuff like that. And at that point, I was in the reserves, and I came to his evidence class one day in uniform because I had drill. I was doing my 2-week annual tour, and I came to class in uniform. And I guess he noticed that I was in class in uniform. And after class, he pulled me aside and he said, "Why are you in uniform?" And I was like, "I'm in the military." And so at that point, he kind of became a mentor to me. And then he was the one that kind of encouraged me to apply to the JAG Corps. He just kept saying, like, put your name in, just apply, just do it. You can always say no. And I was really hesitant, to be honest about it. I was a little salty about getting force shaped out of the Air Force when I separated. And I wasn't sure that I wanted to come back in. And it was Professor Schlueter that really encouraged me to do it. And to be honest, it was the best jump I've ever made. I haven't looked back. The Air Force gave me an offer of employment in December of my 3rd year of law school. And so that was a really nice cushion to know that as long as I passed the bar exam, I had a job waiting for me. And it's been fantastic. I have really enjoyed every minute of being a JAG officer. So I kind of had a roundabout way of ending up in the JAG Corps, but I couldn't be more thankful for it.
Wow. Okay, if there's any more questions for Major Hal Mendoza, please drop them in chat, and we'll get them shared.
And please don't hesitate to reach out to me directly if you have questions. I would be more than happy to chat with you privately about any of your commissioning aspirations. Like I said, it's one of my favorite things to talk about, so please don't be shy.
Ma'am, what's your, I think we're missing your contact information on this slide. Can you just say your email address so people can write it down if they have more questions?
Sure, yeah, it's a mouthful, so get your pens out. It's Whitney, WHITNEY .C as in Charlie .HOWE Mendoza Mendoza.mil@mail.mil. If you just look me up in Global under Hal Mendoza, you'll find me.
All right,
so it's HOWE Mendoza.
All right, just waiting on some more questions from the audience.
Sure.
But yeah, for those of you that are just joining us, we're just finishing up our JAG section, and we'll shortly begin our Medical Service Corps MSc portion of today's broadcast.
Hey, this is Lieutenant Griffin. Just got on the line.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, just comms are good. We can hear you.
Thanks.
Yep. All right, man. Well, yeah, thank you so much for your time. I think we'll start the next segment here in a couple of minutes. Opportunity for people to use the restroom and get up and stretch around if they so choose. Our next segment, MSC, Medical Service Corps, will begin in approximately 6-7 minutes with Lieutenant Michael Grissom and Lieutenant Colonel Jennifer Tomlinson.
Thanks, everyone, and best of luck in your commissioning aspirations.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. I appreciate your time.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Lieutenant Grissom, does Lieutenant Colonel Tomlinson have the dial-in information, you believe?
I am not sure on that one, sir.
Okay, no worries. How's it going, ma'am?
Good. How are you, sir?
Good. Just wanted to check to see if your comms were good. Yep. Sounds like they are.
Okay, when did you want me to start?
I'll just give another couple more minutes. I said we had some time for people to use the restroom, walk around for a little bit, take a break. So we'll begin in 55.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. If you're just joining us, this is the Langley Air Force Base Commissioning Fair. My name is Captain Adam Johnson. I'll be facilitating today. Our next segment is the Medical Service Corps, or MSC, presented by Lieutenant Colonel Jennifer Tomlinson and Lieutenant Michael Grissom. Some notes before we begin. If you're an attendee, there is a short 10 to 15 second delay with the voice and the slides. So if you do ask a question, just note that it is about 10 seconds behind, just for your awareness. If you do want to ask a question, however, on the top right-hand corner of your screen, there is a little bubble for a Q&A. It'll allow you to type in questions, which I will see and then present to the presenters at the end of their segment, and they can get an answer back to you. This event is being recorded and will be available after. It'll be a long video. It says we're doing it all day, but I will send out the link where you can view it at your leisure later on. And finally, if we have anybody attending this from outside of Langley Air Force Base, if you wouldn't mind just dropping in the question and answer bubbles where you're coming from, where you're listening in from. That way we can kind of just gauge of how far and wide the commissioning fair has reached, and provide some good data for any future iterations of this program. So yeah, without any further ado, I'll introduce Lieutenant Colonel Jennifer Tomlinson and Lieutenant Michael Grissom, and the folks, the floor is yours. Ma'am, thank you very much.
I think I might be too early. I'm for the NECP.
You're still NECP?
Yeah. So I might be, because I'm an hour behind you guys.
Oh, sorry, who is this?
This is Sergeant Smith.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. So yeah, sorry, ma'am. You are a little early. I thought you were Lieutenant Colonel Tomlinson.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I just was terrified I was going to be late. So I will call back in an hour.
Okay, sounds good. Lieutenant Grissom, do you want to start off with MSC?
Yeah, absolutely, sir. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. It's Lieutenant Grissom. I'm a Medical Service Corps officer for the 633rd Medical Group here at Langley Air Force Base at the hospital. Currently, I serve as the Deputy Flight Commander for Medical Logistics, and it's one of the 6 core functions medical logistics is of a Medical Service Corps officer. So if you're on the master slide deck, I see slide 77 on mine. And just an overview of the MSC career field, we serve as professional healthcare administrators. As it reads, MSCs work in various capacities in clinics, hospitals, MAJCOMs, air staff, and DoD enabling healthcare providers. You can read that. Essentially, there are 6 core functions that a Medical Service Corps officer gains and retains proficiencies in. Medical logistics, resource management, group practice managers, so handling templates and schedules and working kind of the fine minutia of access to care and standards and working with doctors and clinicians, just to name a few. So as the captain said, I am absolutely here for you. The MSCs, we are a tight-knit group. There's about 960 of us across the Air Force Medical Services for the Air Force, and we really do take care of each other. It's been a great family. A little bit about me. I've been in the military for just over 8 years. I was prior service as a 4A0X1, so a health service management. I hit my 6 years in service, and just like you are, now, along that same timeline. I'm sure some of you who have an interest in being an MSC, I'm happy to say that I was in your shoes just a few short years ago. So absolutely reach out to me. My email is in the slide deck. I'm happy to help you along and answer any questions that you have. And just in 2 short slides, in just a few short minutes, I'll handle kind of the basic requirements for that. So a few things to keep in mind if you're looking to apply to be a Medical Service Corps officer for a session year 2022. There are a few key dates. Number 1 is that the 21st of May of 2021 is the last day for senior MSC colonel interviews. And then the 28th of May is when the applications will be due. And the tentative board, again, this is for a session year 2022. The tentative board dates will be 15 to 18 June. So pretty fast coming up on the horizon. General requirements. So a degree, and it goes into it, obviously being a healthcare administrator, they look for primarily a business background or a healthcare administration background, but they'll also review your degree plan on a case-by-case basis. And the folks up at AFPC, the MSC development team, was very, very helpful and responsive. Mr. Jeffrey Bose is the man up there, retired Chief Master Sergeant in the Air Force, who's been with the program for many, many years. So that's a little bit about the degree requirements. As far as the GRE, as you can see, at least with the MSC career field, you're not required to take the typical OTS test. It's either the GRE or the GMAT. There's tons of good study resources out there. 292 for the GRE is the bare minimum, and the GMAT is 500, and that has to be current within the last 5 years. Historically, the GRE and GMAT scores have been 303 and 365 respectively. But I can tell you, from me, I scored a 292. Skin on my teeth, just enough to get by. But I will tell you that every portion of the application is completely looked through with a fine-tooth comb. So if you're like me, not so good at test taking, but you really like to dig in and get after the work, and that'll come out too in your package, and I'm happy to help you with that. Desired GPA 3.0. And again, that's for your undergrad and for your graduate, if some folks do have that. I won't get too much into, the graduate programs, but there is a potential for you to commission as a first lieutenant if you have, the proper amount of what's considered constructive service credit. But if you have any questions, I can send some follow-up info on that in the interest of time. Time in service, 8 years max by January 1 of the accession year. So what does this mean? Number one, it's not waiverable. So if you've been in, if you commissioned today, 8 years ago, it prorates. So even though when I applied to commission, I was at about 6.5 years, it prorated to that next year, which in the eyes of it, it was 7 years. So, and I can answer questions on that if you have any. One thing I do want to point out, and this guide was just published for the age range for AY 2022, you have to be under 40 years to apply. And again, this is for active duty to commission. And if you're a civilian on the line, please reach out to me. I can get you, a POC on the civilian side of the house, an org box you can reach out to. But generally speaking, for active duty, specifically for the Air Force, there is an organization box for the development team, the MSC development team over at AFPC, and I'm happy to get you that info as well. If we go on to the next slide, it will cover a couple of the eligible degree criteria. I can tell you the folks that I was in class with, my fellow MSCs who I commissioned with, we had a broad range of degrees. One gentleman had a engineering degree, and he's now serving as a Medical Service Corps officer up at Eielson Air Force Base in Alaska. But generally speaking, they do look for kind of health admin or business admin, business management related degrees. And again, if you don't see your degree on here, but you have it or you're pursuing it and you're thinking about being an MSC, I always tell folks it never hurts to ask. So please reach out to me and I'll get you the contact info for the AFPC team. We'll move on to the, that's really my final slide. I would like to open it up if there are any questions in the chat. I got the chat pulled up, but I don't see a lot of movement here.
Yep. So I got a couple in here I'm looking at. Is that desired GPA target a hard screener to become an officer with the Medical Service Corps, or is that 3.0 kind of like a soft or waiverable 3.0?
It's when you read that's a good question. When you read the accession guide, it does say desired. So again, everything is a delineator. I tell everyone that reaches out to me, that very thing. So the 3.0 is desired. It's not a hard stop. Just to tack on to the end of that, everything in your MSc application is a delineator. So everything you've done in your career up to this point has stood out in one form or fashion. And the cream rises to the top, I would say. And when you go in, when you get your application together, you go in and you sit down with that senior MSc to do an interview. That interview score is the single most important part of the interview process. So knowing about the MSc career field and how we contribute to the overall readiness of the force and what we contribute and bring to the fight, is part of that interview. So if you're teetering on that 3.0, don't worry, too much about it. I wouldn't discourage anyone from applying if they had a 2.8 or a 2.9. But yeah, is it better if you have a 3.0 or a 3.5? Of course, goes without saying.
Great. Sort of similar, is that 8-year time and service requirement waiverable at all, or is that also a hard requirement?
The only way, okay, so direct answer, it is not waiverable. In fact, the only portion of the MSc application that is waiverable is to apply for a third time. So you can only apply twice, but you can apply for a third time. So like if you applied this year, AY22, and then you apply AY23 or 24, to apply for a third time, you would need a waiver through AFPC. And I think you need squadron commander or higher signature to apply for a third time. Everything else is non-waiverable. So that's to include the GRE, the age restriction, or cap, if you will, as well as the time in service.
I have a partial question saying one member is a junior in college majoring in biology. However, that's not one of the eligible degrees. Are there any waivers for those or anything that people can do that they have a similar degree? So like biology or any sort of techie degree that they can kind of fit into an MSc requirement, or is that also kind of hard now?
Those would be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. And so just from, kind of being in the career field, going on a year and a half, I've sat in with, on a couple of calls with, Chief Bose, and, he's explained it as well as anyone. If you're considering being, and then just to echo what he says, if folks are interested in it, please have that member, shoot me an email. I'll follow up with them. I'll give them the org box to reach out to they can send their degree plan to this point to them. In the development team, the AFPC team, they'll take a look at it. And like I said, I know quite a few MSCs, a good handful who have bio or engineering degrees. In fact, the MSc, or just as long as the other medical career fields, they're actually considered part of the STEM program, if anyone's familiar with that. So I wouldn't say it goes hand in hand, but if you're interested, it's definitely worth, the worst they can do is reply to your email and say no,
Absolutely. That's a common theme we've seen throughout all these presentations. The worst they can do is say no and just go for it, What were the dates for that class 22 graduates again? I think you may have heard the May 21st and May 28th. Is there, which date was that again?
Yes. So the last day for the colonel interviews, and I'm really trying to fit a lot into a short time. So you have to have your package complete, meaning, there's a good deal of things, to include your EPRs, your GRE test scores, your letter of recommendations. You have to have that in a package ready for a senior MSc to review, to sit down and review with you prior to 21 May. So if you need your GRE, you need your GMAT, definitely need to, kind of get on the ball there, or reach out to me and I'll help you out. But yes, 21 May was the last day for the MSc colonel interviews.
Okay. And then one more question about GPA, the GPA requirement. If someone has a lower GPA in undergrad, but then got a recent like post-bachelor's credits that reflect a much higher GPA, is that the one that's looked at more closely, or is it that undergrad GPA?
I'll say that the AFPC team, they look at all forms of the package, and definitely if they see some graduate experience in there, some graduate education, you know, they look at that a little bit higher. In fact, 50%, let me get my number right, for AY21, the 52% of applicants had an advanced degree. So it's about half and half.
All right, thank you. Yeah, if you have any more questions about MSc, please drop them in the chat, and then I'll get them read out.
So we're waiting on that. I think I'll say one more thing. So just for the session year 21 statistics, if anyone is curious, it was a remarkably low year as far as percentage-wise for accessions. When I was picked up in the session year 19, the selection rate was 54%. But don't be discouraged that this year, or excuse me, this previous year was only 35%. The average number of applicants hovers around 150 per year, and historically about 50% have been selected again. So last year was a bit of an off. The average GRE score for those who were selected was a 303. The GMAT was a 590. The average GPA was 3.72. The interview score, again, that senior MSc interview really means a lot. That's where you need, you know, folks like me to maybe bounce things off of, you know, or the officers or the senior NCOs or your wingmen next to you, to go through some of those things. And again, 52% had an advanced degree, so about, you know, half and half, and that's pretty common. And then about half of the 56 that were selected came in from the civilian sector. And the average time in service was about 6 years for active duty folks who applied.
Wow, that's some pretty impressive numbers. All right, any more questions? How long have you been on station at Langley for? I assume you're running on the 633rd Medical Group?
Yes, sir. I've been here since October of 2019.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
Yes, sir. So I worked for just over a year in the information systems department, so the medical IT realm. I was the deputy flight commander there, and then I moved over to logistics just about a month ago. So.
Wow, so you can really get a little taste of all the roles in the hospital. Most of those are formal AFSCs, but I think under this career field, you get to do a lot of different jobs, which is really cool.
Exactly. Exactly. So I you know, just as an officer now, you know, you reach across to, you know, the comm squadron, and there's folks, you know, doing things, you know, full-time job that you more or less only get to dabble in. I don't know if that's a good word for it. And so now in medical logistics, you know, you reach across to the logistics readiness squadron, and you see some of the things that they're doing. You know, that's neat, and it's definitely unique to MSCs, I believe. Not trying to toot our own horn, but you know, it's definitely worthwhile, I'll say.
All right. Well, if there's any more questions, Lieutenant Grissom, they can email you at the email below, as well as Lieutenant Colonel Tomlinson also volunteered to be a POC for any offline questions as well. So if there are no more questions, I think that'll conclude this section of the brief. And we'll begin our Physician's Assistant Program briefing in about 6 minutes. We can use this time to take another break. All right. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate your time.
Yes, sir. We'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye. Good afternoon. Test, test, test.
Test, test, test.
Hey.
Hey, this is Lieutenant Baker, and I have OT Clinch here.
Oh, excellent. You guys are sharing the phone.
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, we'll get started in about 5 minutes. Just giving people time to use the restroom and take a break if they'd like.
Okay. Will you let us know?
Sure. Yeah, I'll give you guys an introduction in 5 minutes or so.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the Langley Air Force Base Commissioning Fair. Next up, we have our Physician's Assistant Program, Lieutenant Melissa Baker, and is it Killinik?
It's Clinch, sir.
Or Clinch, okay, I'm sorry. Yep,
Okay.
and they're gonna be presenting on that topic. So yeah, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Melissa Baker. I am a physician assistant here at the Operational Medicine Clinic in Langley. I am a IPAP graduate. I just graduated in October, and this is my first duty station here. So we're going to be talking about the Interservice Physician Assistant Program. That's the IPAP is short for that. And I'm gonna give you some info and some basic eligibility and some idea on how to apply and who to contact and all that good stuff. Next, please.
So just as a quick note, the slides are, if you're an attendee, you're witnessing the slides at a 10-second delay. So I am moving the slides forward. It just looks like they're a bit slow for you.
Okay. All right. So we're going to start explaining what a physician assistant is. So basically, if you have been to the clinic, you have either seen a doctor, a nurse practitioner, or a physician assistant. So we have the same capabilities of diagnosing, treating, and prescribing medications. In this clinic, there's PAs everywhere pretty much, but like I said, I work in the operational medicine clinic, and then there's the family health PAs as well. So we pretty much are autonomous and we work in a team with the other providers. Next, please. So the Interservice Physician Assistant Program. So there's some. This is some of the links that you can see. There's the KX website. I think you need a computer CAC access to be able to access it. There's like all sorts of information in there, the application process and all that stuff. We also have an unofficial Facebook site that is there's two of them. So the Interservice Physician Assistant Program is like multi-service, so any branch can apply to this. But we're going to be talking about specifically for Air Force. So there's a Facebook Air Force page, and there is just like the general IPAP information page. So you have to make sure that you're clicking on the right one, because the other branches, they have different requirements and different ways to get in. There's also AFPC, education and training, and then your local IPAP grad. So we will give you some information about who to contact here. So briefly, so IPAP, it is a 29-month program. You apply, you can be in the grade of E4 through E8 as of the 1st of September. So a little bit about my background. I was enlisted before, and I was 2.5 years when I got accepted. So by the time I started school, I was already at 3 years, and that's the minimum. And then I was a medical tech, so I was already kind of in the medical field, but any AFSD can apply. We have had some of my classmates were like maintenance or firefighters or like any other. It doesn't matter. You have the same chances of getting in as long as your package is good. Let's see. So you must have 5 years of returnability, so that's pretty easy. Once you get accepted, you just go through your MPS and get that situated. And then after you graduate, so you graduate with a bachelor's and a master's. So at the end, so they have to, there's 2 phases to this training. So the phase 1 is a 16-month long process. They PCS you with you and your family to San Antonio, Texas, for Sam Houston, and then you spend like the first 16 months there just learning the didactics and stuff like that. And then for phase 2, which is 13 months long, you either go to one of the 6, I believe it's 6 or 7 places you can go. Like, it's pretty much the big hospitals. No, Langley is one of them, one of the phase 2 sites. In Bright Pass, Eggland, Travis, Nellis, and all those big places. And then I have here OT Clinch, which she's a current phase 2 student, and she's going to talk a little bit more about the requirements and what else we need.
Hi everyone, my name is OT Nicole Clinch. I'm a current phase 2 student here at Langley. I just got here in September. I graduated phase 1, moved here from San Antonio, as Lieutenant Baker was saying. I was previously tech sergeant, 10 years in the military before I applied for IPAP. The application process is a little cumbersome. I will reiterate that the Facebook page, Inter-Service Physician Assistant program, and then in parentheses, Air Force, is probably the best resource available unless you have a local IPAP grad. We can go to the next slide, and I'll talk a little bit about the prerequisite courses and requirements. They've changed slightly since I put in my package. The general core classes for the requirements are the same. So 6 semester hours of general chemistry. They require Gen Chem 1 and 2. They can't be introductory courses. They have to be the full courses with the labs. You can do these online. I have had friends that applied for the program and did them at home, and they just ordered the lab kit to do at home. Anatomy and physiology, they have to have the 6 semester hours with the lab as well. You can't CLEP these ones, but there are some classes that you can CLEP. College algebra and then the English. You're allowed to CLEP the English, and I believe the social sciences or the humanities. Those are kind of easier to get, and CLEPs certainly will cut down on your prerequisite requirement time. Medical terminology is a course that you do through, I believe it's AKO. There's a website that you can go to, and it's basically a PowerPoint that you can go through, and you submit that certificate of the medical terminology with your package. And then statistics, which is a new requirement. Wasn't a requirement when I went through, but it's useful. This underneath where it says highly recommended, in the 2021 application cycle, this biochemistry is required. You're going to need it. It's really helpful because when you get to phase 1, biochemistry is one of the first courses you take in freshman semester, and often it is one of the classes that knock a lot of people out of this program because it is so difficult. The only difficulty with biochemistry is the fact that you require organic chemistry 1 and 2 in most colleges in order to even enroll in biochemistry. So it being a requirement, you're going to have to take Gen Chem 1 and 2 and then organic chemistry 1 and 2 before you'll even be allowed to enroll in that biochemistry course, which may hold a lot of people up. Microbiology is also one that they're requiring. That's another program that class that you'll take in freshman semester of phase 1, which is difficult. And then sociology as well.
And then some of the other things that you need to be able to apply are shadowing hours, which you need to shadow a physician assistant in clinic for 80 hours, I believe it is.
Ideally, but you can also do a family practice doctor, or I did hours with a physician assistant in the ER. So my job wouldn't allow me to take time during the duty week in order to shadow, but I did that on my personal time on the weekends in the ER. So that is, there's always an avenue.
Yeah, and I know with COVID and stuff right now, like the face-to-face appointments are kind of limited, but if anybody's interested, we can always figure out a way to have applicants shadow and all that good stuff. So anyway, so this is the IPA program, and I think, I don't know if we said that before. If you are an E4, they automatically start paying as an E5 once you start the program. So you're getting paid the whole time you're in school, and there's no break-in service or anything. So all the time, the 29 months that you spend in school counts towards your total time in service and that stuff. And then once you finish the program, after the 29 months, then you commission as a first lieutenant with O2E pay, which is kind of great. Alrighty, so if anybody has any questions, you feel free to send it through the Q&A. And then other than that, the POC here is Captain Smith, but right now he's getting ready to deploy, so I think you can reach any of us. We'll send our email to if we can type in here, or Major Middlebrooks also. Mm-hmm.
Sure, yeah, if you guys would not mind typing your emails into the Q&A, and I'll publish it out to the group so everyone can have your email addresses for offline questions if they prefer.
All right, put that in here. I'm gonna send that in.
Now, I do have one question dropped in the Q&A already. Are these requirements for the physician assistant program with regards to IPAP, so this is a physician's assistant program through the military, right? Or is this a separate, different training program that coincides with the military requirements?
No, this is the IPAP is through the military. We are credentialed through the University of Nebraska Medical Center. So the UNMC, they have their own PA program, but this is specific for military.
Because the inter-service physician assistant program is through the military, we get our degree, like she said, through the University of Nebraska. But what's different about the PA program route through the military is that you're not required to have your bachelor's before you apply. You just have to have
for the physician assistant program with regards to IPAP, or sorry, I think it's program through the military, right? Or is it a separate training program that coincides with the military requirements?
No, this is the IPAP is through the military.
Sorry, I think I muted you by accident.
That's all right. So I was saying that the inter-service physician assistant program it doesn't require you to have a bachelor's degree before you apply for the program, like many civilian programs will. So depending on where you wanted to get your degree, you have to, there's different requirements for every PA school. These are just specific to the military program, the inter-service physician assistant program.
A couple other questions too. Oh, no, that was you. Never mind. I'll publish that one as well.
Yeah, I see another one. So take into account post-job bachelor's GPA. So they take into account all of your entire schooling GPA. For instance, when I applied my first year of school, I flunked out of pretty much every class. You have to put in those grades, but they do take it a whole person into account. So they don't just look at your GPA overall. They look at your math and your science GPAs are really important. And then they look at your letters of recommendation along with kind of you as a whole person and what you've done. So it's not just hindered on your GPA. They also look at your SAT scores as well. So I wouldn't, if you have a poor overall GPA, but a good math and science GPA, I wouldn't let your overall GPA deter you from applying. The application rates are actually pretty good as far as your chances of getting in. So I wouldn't let anything stop you. You know, if you meet all the requirements and you get all the letters of recommendation that you need, I would apply.
Okay, so we have some numbers from the last board. So this is the board, the selectees for classes 2020. So this, what we're talking about right now, is for 2021. But this is what happened last year in the board. So for enlisted, the average age was 27 years, 3 months. The average time in service was 7 years and 5 months. The SAT scores average was 1150. GPA average was 3.6. And the math science was 3.5. And then out of 132 applications, there were 34 selects and 4 alternates. And then for officers, there's another set of numbers, but that's pretty much what we're looking at for the 2020 board. It was kind of similar. Like I applied for a 2018 board, so they were kind of similar numbers too. Anybody has any other questions?
So I was just having a couple questions talking about if there's indeed a 2-year time and service requirement, the minimum, and if there's an age limit maximum for IPAP.
Yes, the minimum is 3 years as of the time I think for this board it's as of September 1st. You have to have 3 years in. Yes. And then the maximum, you will have to have 14, like maximum 14 years as of that date.
But there's, as far as I'm aware, there's not an age. There's not an age requirement. It's just a time in service.
Okay. And is there any appreciable differences between assignment locations or I guess assignments in general for PAs versus commissioned nurses or medical doctors, or are they all present at every single hospital, I guess, on base?
Right. So a new grad, you either start as a family medicine. So now that the whole DHA has made it, so it's an active duty clinic and a dependent clinic pretty much. So as a new PA, you start in either one of those, and by the time you hit, so you get a preference sheet, like your dream sheet, but it's not guaranteed. It's per needs of the Air Force, of course. But after the 2 years that you have been in service, you can decide to apply for other fellowships. So there's like emergency medicine, orthopedics, general surgery. I believe there's a new one, psychiatry. So there are other, if family medicine is not your cup of tea, then it's like other avenues you can choose.
One more question for you. How is lateral movement with being a PA in the military? For example, going from family medicine to cardio?
As far as being in the military, you're primarily family medicine, and you can apply for a fellowship, but currently there's not a fellowship for cardiology through the military for PAs. Okay. Laterally speaking, when you get on the outside as a civilian PA, you have more flexibility. You basically just need a provider willing to teach you, right, and you can go to any clinic. But as far as in the military, you require that fellowship, and we only are allowed, I believe there's 4 or 5 fellowships now.
And that is a PhD level fellowship, so you get that as well.
Yeah, so right now we graduate with a master's degree with an opportunity to pursue your doctorate online after you graduate phase 2. And then once you do any of the fellowships, that will result in a doctorate as well.
I have a member asking, they're already trying to commission as an officer and they already have a bachelor's degree. If they become an O1, a second lieutenant, fresh out of the commissioning source, are they ineligible for IPAP, or is this only for enlisted members? Is that correct?
No, you can apply as an officer as well. You have to be from O1 to O3 to be able to apply. So they can definitely do that.
I think the requirements for officers might be a little bit more stringent.
I think so. There's a maximum 6 years of service as of the start class. Will be as of the 1st of August 2021. As long as they don't have 6 years of service as an officer, then they can apply. So grades from 01 to 03. And we have all these application guidance, and these are also posted on the Facebook page. But if you need a copy of it, I can email it to you as well. Any other questions?
Yep. If there's any more questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat. Lieutenant Hankey, I think you're on right now. Is there? You said you wanted to maybe cover the medical scholarships?
Yes, I do. So I wanted to also advertise that there's a medical school scholarship that the Air Force is offering. And I put the link in on the Q&A portion. We are not covering it during this time, but since we're on the PA program, I figured it's probably a good time to talk about it. So officers can either, people who want to apply can either be enlisted, or you can apply to the USUS, which is like a medical school, and apply like a normal medical school. And while you're in, you get paid as an O&E. But there's also a pathway for enlisted people to apply to this program while they're still active duty. So that link that I provided is actually on the Air Force Medical Service website, and it's medical school scholarships. I also have a POC, and I can list their name on the Q&A portion if anyone's interested in that. And just feel free to message that person, but that website should be pretty helpful to get started.
Outstanding, thank you. So yeah, we'll take any questions on PA as well as any other questions you have related to the medical career field before we begin our Nurse Enlisted Commissioning Program, or NECP, coming up next, followed by Biomedical Service Corps, BSC, and then the Chaplaincy. Okay, so I do have one question in the bar. What happens if I get into a civilian PA program? How would that work, as opposed to a military PA program, I assume?
So you can if you want to be, you can be an officer as well. You can commission as a civilian PA into a military PA. That is a different process, though. I'm not very familiar with it. I don't know if you.
It just depends on the school that you want to go to. That every PA school across the country has different requirements. Right. So they're not going to be the same as IPAP, and I believe you're required to have a bachelor's to apply to any civilian PA school. But
as far as commissioning, yes, if you are a PA,
you can graduate,
civilian, right? You can commission against it.
You can graduate that civilian PA school and then come back in. It just depends. It might not be as fast. And I think some civilian PA schools across the country now are offering doctorates as well, like nurse practitioner programs. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I do think that there are some programs out there now that are offering that.
Yes, and there is a PA here in this facility that did that, that commission. Like, he went to civilian school and then commissioned. So if whoever asked that question, you can send me an email and I'll get you in contact with them and see how he did it. But I know he was enlisted before and then went to civilian school and then commissioned.
Ma'am, can we get... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Well, I was just going to say, there was another question I don't think we addressed, but somebody had mentioned that they have a bachelor's and asked if it would help them boost their application. Certainly taking more classes and having a higher GPA does look better, but it's not a requirement to have your bachelor's, just to have the prerequisite courses.
Can I get you guys' emails, and I'll write them down on the live event Q&A so everyone can know have your POC information, because I did not get added to the slides. My apologies.
Yeah, we'll type it in now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone, tuning in. Let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you so much for your time.
Looks like we got one last question. Is there a GPA requirement for IPAP?
Yes, there is. Give me 1 second. So the minimum requirement is 2.5 GPA, and then cumulative. And then for math and science only, the minimum is 3.0. But then I was saying, like, the average for the last board that was accepted was 3.6 cumulative, and then math and science was 3.5.
And then can I get you guys to write down your emails as well in the answer as well?
Write down one, sorry.
Oh, I got one email, and then I think LT, I think I just need your email as well, but that's it.
Yeah, we sent. I put my email in there.
Oh wait, after.
Oh, it's like way up there. Like, we'll just copy paste it again in there, so they're next to each other.
Oh yes, it is in there. Okay, yep, I got both of your emails.
There you go. Now they're both next to each other. There you go.
One more question. Sorry to keep hitting on the GPA, but for these GPA requirements, they're not like a hard screen, or do they take it, or they just want a piece of a holistic account for a member's package to include patient care experience, shadowing at hospitals, post-baccalaureate GPA as well?
So as she was saying earlier, they do taking, like, so this is the minimum GPA requirements to be able to apply. Obviously, if you have a better GPA, then if you have a 4.0 GPA, that looks better in the package, but that is not everything they take into consideration. They do look at your EPRs. They look at the whole person concept, and they also take into consideration, right, like your shadowing and stuff like that. So, but if you haven't been in for that long and you are, because when I applied, I had only been in for like 2.5 years, so I only had one EPR, and I still got in. So it's not, again, they take the whole person concept into consideration. Like, if you're lacking in one aspect of it, you might be excelling on another one. So, like, stuff like that shouldn't deter you from applying.
And if you have a low, like say you have a low cumulative GPA, but you have a high math and science, and you look pretty well-rounded in every other area of your application, just take the time to explain it. Write it in, put a little blurb in there. You know, hey, I was 18. I didn't know, it was my first year of college. I didn't know what I was doing. I had a lot of family stuff going on. You know, just take the time to explain it, and they'll look at that. They take everything into consideration. The GPA is just a good marker to see who will be successful in this program, because it is rigorous. It is a rigorous, very intense program. And, my class started with 81. When we graduated our senior year, we had 62, I think, of those original 81. We lost a lot of people along the way, and it's such an intense program, and the GPA just gives them a good marker to see that, along with the SAT scores. Give them a good marker to see who will be successful. But if you take the time to explain it, they'll look at that.
All right, fantastic. If there's no other questions, I think we'll move on to the Nurse Enlisted Commissioning Program, or NECP. But thank you both so much for agreeing to help us out with the PA portion. We have a lot of people that are interested in it. I know it's a huge program, so I appreciate the taking the time.
All right, thank you for inviting us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, just a quick note before we begin our next segment, which will begin in about 3 or 4 minutes. This briefing, if you're attending and listening in, there's about a 10-second delay. When you put in your questions, just know that therefore you are 10 seconds behind us. So just be a little bit patient when we answer those for you. Additionally, there's a Q&A function on the top right-hand corner of your screen. If you click that little bubble, you can then ask a question, and then myself and other presenters will see it, and we're able to answer it for you and get it published out to them. Additionally, there is a recording of this going to be available at the end of the presentation. I will be sending out a link there so we could all see it and stream it back onto their computers. And then finally, if anybody's listening to this outside of Langley Air Force Base, if you wouldn't mind just dropping a quick little blurb about your location, therefore we can kind of see of how far the word is spread about this brief and help us plan, get some metrics for the next one. All right, I just want to introduce our next briefers up here for the Nurse Enlisted Commissioning Program, or NECP. Tech Sergeant Jessica Smith, Lieutenant Angelica Hankey, and Captain April Pulver, all of which are going to speak to us about this program today. So whenever you're ready, take it away.
Hi, I'm Tech Sergeant Smith. I'm just going to kind of go over an introduction of myself and kind of my story about how I eventually applied for the NECP program. And then we'll go over some basic eligibility, the application process, my information and questions. So I've been in for about 13 years. I'll hit 14 years next month. I've been a medic by trade. I also have a special experience identifier of an allergy immunization technician, and then I also have my LPN certification. I joined the military about 13 years ago. I came in under open general and got my first choice as medical. And then at my first assignment, probably 2 years in, I had first heard about NECP and actually heard about that because somebody in my section actually got picked up for it. So I started the process of going to school, getting ready to apply for NECP. And then I got orders to my next assignment at Eglin. When I was stationed at Eglin, work and life sort of happened. So I ended up not taking any classes while I was stationed there. And then I PCS to my next assignment at Lakenheath. And I let my supervisor know right away that I wanted to do the NECP program. And he kind of set me up with the resources I would need. I finished all my classes that I needed. And for a lot of nursing schools, a lot of them now have entrance exams. So with entrance exams, I'm not very good with standardized testing. And when I originally took it, I did not do well on it. So then I kind of second guessed myself, and I started thinking, well, maybe nursing's not for me. Maybe it's a sign. So I ended up switching my degree, switched to finance, and just went on about my life. And then about 4 years passed, and I was stationed at Yokota, and I moved sections. And another flight chief had just completed their LPN test. And so if you're a medic, you can actually apply to take the LPN certification. So he talked me into taking the test, and I studied for 6 weeks, took the test, and passed.
And that kind of got me thinking, well, if I can pass this test, I could probably pass the RN test. And I have all this schooling that I've done. I'm in medical. Why not give it another shot? So then I PCSed again. And at my next base, Osan, I let my leadership know, my squadron, my flight leadership, as well as the chief nurse, hey, I want to apply for NECP. What do I need to do to be successful in this? And so there was a lot of ups and downs through the process. I ended up, my first choice I didn't get into. The second choice, they didn't have enough applicants that year. And I had a backup school that I ended up getting picked up for, and that's the school that I'm currently at. So it was a lot of frustration, but I did eventually get in, and this was my first year applying. So next, I'm just going to go into some basic, we're going to go to the next slide. So for the NECP, it's not a school. So it's not an Air Force school that you go to. It is actually a civilian program. You just have to make sure that whatever school that you go to falls under the NECP guidelines. So you can't have a school that is going to cost more than $18,000 per year. You can't have a school where it's going to take longer than 2 years to complete your nursing degree. You need to meet those requirements. And one thing of note is a lot of schools will put military members as in-state residents, even though if you're not even stationed there and you plan to move there for school, they will do that. They will make that accommodation. So just be aware of that. You cannot have a school be like $20,000 a year and then say, oh, well, I'm going to use my GI Bill for the difference. No, it doesn't work that way. So it has to be under $18,000. So once you get into that school, then you're going to go to school. You'll be a student for 2 years. So I am a first semester nursing student, and I mainly have met with my detachment twice since I've been in. Some of that's due to COVID, but a lot of that is they understand you're in school, and that's pretty much your life for the next 2 years. So once you get into that program, you'll go to school for 2 years unless you're on breaks. Then you'll either be at the detachment doing like paperwork and stuff, or you will have to take leave. And then once you graduate from that program, then you take what's called the NCLEX, which is the nursing exam. So in order to be an official nurse, you need to pass this test. If you don't pass the test, you do not become a nurse. And I believe the amount of time they take is about 1 to 3 months you can take to study for the exam before you take it. Next, you'll go to commissioning, the commissioned officer training, and then followed by the nurse transitioning program. Next slide. So I'm not really going to go too far in depth with the dates. Just make sure you know the dates. There are not waivers like, oh, I couldn't get through because my computer wasn't working. Those are steadfast dates. So make sure that you start planning in advance. As far as when you should start getting your package ready, I would suggest as early as August the year prior, just because you're going to have to make sure that you have your application submitted to the schools that you want to go to, and that takes time. And every school is different. Some schools you'll have to apply to the school and get accepted, and then you have to apply to their nursing school to get accepted. So you need 2 acceptance. And then there's other issues that come along with waiting for transcripts. I believe with Air University, I had to resubmit those 3 or 4 times. And when you have deadlines and you're looking at the website and you see that that your transcript is still not showing up for that school, it is extremely stressful. So the sooner the better. So completion of the chief nurse interview. The chief nurse interview for the application is very, very important. It's one of those things that they say is highly relied on, as it's a very strong indicator of a strong package. If you have a good recommendation from the chief nurse, it's very good for your package. I'm not going to go over C or D. Full acceptance, they've kind of
So this year they've moved up the dates a lot. So when I applied, you just had to have a conditional letter of acceptance. So when I talk about conditional letters of acceptance, University of Nebraska Medical Center, they will offer acceptance to veterans that have, like, I think it's over a 3.3 GPA, and then you have to meet a couple other guidelines, but they will offer that before they offer the complete acceptance. So you can use that conditional letter of acceptance until they offer you the full acceptance letter. So that's what they're talking about, is full and conditional letters of acceptance. But it looks like because a lot of the boards don't meet for the schools until later on in the year, they'll give you the conditional letter of acceptance, but just make sure that you have your full letter of acceptance before the closeout date, or your package will be invalid. So for this year, I believe there was 70 packages that went to the board, but there was more packages that were submitted. However, they were incomplete. So if your package is incomplete, you will not even meet the board. So just make sure that you are following the guidelines to a T, and that you are scrubbing your record, you are rechecking to make sure that you have everything exactly how they want it. Next slide. So for the military eligibility, obviously you have to be active duty. You have to be at least a senior airman by March of 2021. Age is non-waiverable, so you have to be at least, you have to graduate before you turn 42. And then time in service. So for me, I had been in past the 10 years. Again, I've been in for 13 years, and this was waiverable the last couple years. I tried looking on their Facebook page to see if there was anything, because normally it'll say like waiverable underneath it. So that's something that you would have to look up. So I'm not sure if it's waiverable this year with more than 10 years in service. And then time on station, I did come across somebody from a previous class. She had applied 1 year, and it fell in line with the DERO's date. So she had been there for less than a year at that new assignment overseas, and they would not waive that for her. So just be careful with that. I think they're more acceptable for CONUS just because of the cost. Next slide. So for retention, with retention, a lot of people will ask, do I need to have the retention before I get picked up? No, you don't. So you can submit your package. So say you're on the fence, you don't know if you're going to stay in or get out. You can submit your package. If you get picked up, then that's when you will re-enlist, extend, but you don't need to do that prior in order to get picked up. And then conduct is pretty self-explanatory. Make sure you're not getting in any trouble. Court-martials, they will not accept. I will say with conduct, there are other things that people in past years where they were nervous about applying. So if they've had a fitness failure, but there's been like somebody else I ran into that had a fitness failure 1 year, and they just put in their letter of recommendation, hey, I had this fitness failure. This is what I did to improve my fitness. I became a UFPM, and they were able to explain that, and they got picked up for the program. So if you're afraid that that might like hinder your chances, please don't. Better to try and to fail than to not try at all. Next slide. So for medical, this is just a 422, and it's as simple as going into ASIMS, and I believe they just have a questionnaire now, and they will send you an email when it's done. I know people in the past have talked about like mental issues and going to mental health. That is not going to be like, as long as it's not a worldwide disqualifier, you should be fine. Security clearance, just make sure it's up to date. And then you do have to be a citizen. And then for commissioning, you have to meet the commissioning requirements. Next slide. So this is more the academic requirements. This program, you have to have the 59 semester credit hours. These are going to be your basic classes, your general psychology, anatomy and physiology, chemistry 1 and 2, that sort of thing. Just be aware
if the school that you're going to does not require chemistry 2, you do not need to take it in order to meet NECP guidelines. All you have to do is in that Form 48, that ROTC form, you just have to state Chem 2 not required. It's as simple as that. And then it does say that the majority of your credits should be within the past 5 years. It's highly recommended. I will say that mine were older and I still got in. So again, if it's been a while, now if you got like a bad grade on a couple of your science classes and you want to retake them, by all means retake them. It will improve your package, but again, don't let it be a hinder. And then going over to the CLEP, it looks like this year they're no longer accepting science for psychology, sociology, and statistics. So for GPA, they want a cumulative GPA between 3 and 4. And I know there are a lot of people that worry that, oh my God, I have a 3.5. I believe my GPA was between 3.4 and 3.6, depending on which school I was looking at. So don't let it hinder you from applying. If you are on the lower end of the scale, so if you're closer to 3, I would highly suggest trying to increase that. I would also look at other ways that you could improve your package. So if you're not doing as well with your GPA, maybe make sure your EPRs are really strong and make sure your fitness is really strong. Because again, like same with like the previous program, they are looking for the whole airman concept. They want to make sure that even though you might not be as strong in your academics, you might be great as like a leader. So and then math and science, just you have to meet the minimum requirements of the accredited school. And most schools want at least an AB average. Next slide. So approved plan of study, this is just like a Form 48. It's an ROTC form. You can Google it. It's also on if you go on Facebook, there's a Facebook page, U.S. Air Force NECP program. And they have people that have gone through the program, people that are currently in the program. They also have the enlisted Air Force advisor for the NECP program that is on that page as well. So she will respond to some of the questions. But so you want to fill that form out. It's literally just saying, okay, well, my first semester, I'm going to take patient care class, and you're just listing your classes and listing the classes you have taken in previous semesters, and then you just have your academic advisor sign it. It's pretty simple. So for the nursing school requirements, you need to have a detachment on campus or a cross-town agreement. The one that is with UNMC, it's not through them, it's through, I think, Crichton. So, but they have a cross-town agreement, so it fits. Again, you need to make sure that it's $18,000 or less. And then you do get an annual textbook allowance, which is helpful. I think the first semester I spent close to $1,000 on books. And then you need full acceptance to the nursing school by May 10th. And then as far as like, you can apply to 3 different nursing schools. Some people feel like they stand out better if there's more than one school on there. Other people will only put one school on there because that's the one school they want to take. I just had one on mine and it worked out fine. Next slide. So this is the application process. Again, you want to make sure that you have everything down. And also on that Facebook page, they have copies of people's packages on there. So if you're unsure what it looks like, go on that page and look at it and make sure that you follow it exactly. And then also the Facebook group will also release, last year they released a form on what all they want in that year's package. And on the form itself, it said not a part of the package, do not submit with your package. So make sure you are reading all the fine print. Let's see, fitness. So make sure your fitness score is satisfactory. You want to try and achieve for better because again, you're going up against other people. So you want to make sure that you are standing out. Your 422 is just that the medical screen that you would do with flight medicine. Your acceptance letters, that's from the school, and I already kind of talked about full or conditional. And then your Form 48, which was approved by your academic advisor, as well as all your transcripts. So your chief nurse interview, they will, I believe they did it through MyPers, but your chief nurse will get notified of the interview, and they'll have to fill out a questionnaire for you. I want to say my chief nurse interview lasted for about an hour. With the chief nurse interview, please make sure that you're being professional. Make sure that if you're not close with if you don't work in the medical field, make sure you reach out before that interview and ask what's like expected. If you're expected to show up in blues, you don't want to show up for an interview in OCPs and find out that they were expecting blues and now you look unprofessional. So make sure you know what they want. I believe I sent her my package that I had already submitted, so that way she could look over all my information. Also with the package, it doesn't include your EPRs because they'll look that up on Prada and your also your decorations. So make sure you either send your chief nurse that information or you bring it with you, just so they have a chance to see who you are as an applicant. And I would suggest doing that before your chief nurse interviews through, so that way they're not flipping through pages while they're trying to ask you questions. Let's see. Okay, and then next slide. So there's, there's points of contact if you have any further questions. And then there's that Facebook group. Again, I would highly, highly encourage. They have a lot of good information. There's a lot of people that are willing to help you out on there. And that's all I have. Do you have any questions?
This is Lieutenant Hanky.
Hey,
Hi.
Captain
So,
Pulver's here as well.
Hi. So I just wanted to share my little NECP story. So I have been in for 13 years. I am currently stationed in Langley in the Med-Surg unit. I was accepted in 2015 and I graduated nursing school in 2017, and Langley is my first duty station. So the way that I look at it applying to NECP is that it's like a two application process. You apply to NECP, but then you also apply to the nursing school. You have to get accepted to the nursing school first before you can continue on with your application for the NECP. But you have to work at it both ways. You know, you have to build your package for the nursing school, but also build your package Air Force wide. You know, you have to show them that you have this whole person airman concept. You have to show that you have leadership and all that stuff. And the way that the timeline goes is that when you get accepted to NECP, you go to NECP, you go to nursing school for 2 years, pass your NCLEX, and then go to OTS. After OTS, you go to the nurse transition program, which is either in 4 sites. There's one in Arizona, there's one in San Antonio, there's one in Tampa, and the other one I believe is in Illinois. And then after that, you go to your first duty station. And then there is no break in service as active duty. You just owe them 4 years as an active duty officer. Captain Pulver, do you have anything else to add to that?
Hey, hi everybody. So I am Captain Pulver. I am stationed with Lieutenant Hanke at Langley Air Force Base. I actually chose obstetrics. So I have been stationed. I applied for the NECP in 2013. I was accepted first time as well. I went to the University of Medical Center, University of Kansas Medical Center, KU. They have a great nursing program there. It's in Kansas City, Kansas. I was accepted in 2014, graduated in 2016. Let's see, and then was stationed, went to OTS NTP in Scottsdale, Arizona, and then was stationed here at Langley. I would just say, just from experience, if you select OB, know that that's what you want to do, because unfortunately, with retraining and everything like that, OB is very critically low manned. So if you choose OB, you're probably going to stay in it at least for 2 tours, so for about 8 years. Sometimes they have special, like how this whole presentation is, you have like different routes you can go. You can do OR training, flight training, like stuff like that, but that's obviously beyond the point when you are at your first duty station. But as an OB nurse, it is very hard to cross train and cross over. So if and I also want to state that it's I would recommend always doing med surg first, because then you have that medical surgical background, and then specializing after that is always a good way to go, because you can always go to OB and add a G to your AFSC. But as far as the whole entire NECP process, I think Sergeant Smith definitely covered everything that could possibly be covered. I just wanted to say, if you guys have any questions, you can always email me as far as OB goes or NECP goes. I've also been in for 11 years. I was prior med tech, a 4.0, and my email is april.d.pulver.mail.mil. So that's about it.
Yeah, the Facebook page is a really good resource. I just went there recently, and there's actually a video PowerPoint presentation in there which details the current PSDM, which is where you will find the key dates, what they're expecting. And if you're applying, make sure that you look at it every year, because every year it changes based on what the needs of the Air Force are, or if they have any new things that they're rolling out. So that does update every year. So make sure that you're on the lookout for that.
Yes. Are there any specific questions anybody's asked?
Checking in the Q&A. So yeah, if anybody has any questions, feel free to drop them in there, and then I will relay them to the presenters.
Cool.
I have a question, actually. Were any of you in your prior enlisted career fields in the medical field, or did you get exposed to the nursing career field through another method? And how did you find out about this this commissioning program?
This is Lieutenant Henke, and I was a prior lab tech. So I was obviously exposed to this because I was in the medical field. However, I have a couple of people who went to school with me who are not not medical at all. I had one from combat camera, and then I went to NTP with 3 people from security forces. So I'm actually not sure how they learned of the program, but sometimes the base advisors or whatnot, they push these programs out there, and they might have heard it from those sources.
Hey, Captain Pulver here. That's so like she said, the base advisor. So the education office on base typically has everything we're kind of going through, the different resources, kind of what's that called? Like career broadening. So that's how I found out about it. I got my CCAF in Allied Health Sciences. Like I said, it was a 4.0. I was an A1C and thought like, hey, what am I going to do with my life? Because I knew I was going to stay in for the 20, right? So I'm like, okay, what am I going to do? And so I learned about the NECP there. And so it took me about a year to gather my package and everything, select a school, cross my fingers because I only selected one school, which my advice to people out there, I would say maybe apply to 2 different nursing schools just in case one does like you get an unfortunate response. But so I found out about it there, and then funny enough, I told everybody about it, like that I was stationed with, and my flight chief also applied for the NECP at the exact same time, and we are both actually stationed together now. We're both captains, and he's going to be flight nursing, and I'm stuck here for a little bit, trying to figure out what to do next. So yeah, it's crazy. Word of mouth, education office, like it spreads like crazy. And I hope that this gets a word out, because I think more people need to apply and know that you really are like it's helping your future out a lot by exploring those opportunities.
Yeah, I'm medical by trade, but I know like for the other, there's 3 other people here that are NECP. One of them was Intel, the other one was maintenance, and then the other one was a medic as well. And I first learned about it back at my first base, but that was due to somebody else going through the program.
Outstanding. Okay. So we have a couple of questions. So if you apply to NECP with your top 3 schools, will the program and the military select the school you attend, or do you get to choose from one of those 3, like which one you will attend to go to your school?
So I can answer for I guess Sergeant Smith can probably answer more for recent PSDM, but for like when I went through, you get to select what school you apply to, but you have to remember that there are certain requirements on that PSDM. Like there's a cap for how much the Air Force will pay per year for the school that you go to. When I went through, it's $15,000 a year. So if the school you apply to is like $30,000 a year, yeah, it's not going to be approved or accepted, no matter if you were actually accepted to the school. That's the major one that I can remember. If y'all want to chime in with anything else.
It's 18,000 now, the cap.
Yeah, I think with like the NECP guidelines, you can't even like submit schools that don't fall into their guidelines now. But I'm not entirely sure, because I just had the one school listed on mine, so I can't tell you which one, like if you get to pick or if the Air Force picks.
Oh, like if you get accepted to schools, yes, you can pick which school you would like to go to.
So on the PSDM, Captain Pulver, I'm actually not sure about it, because it said you can submit 3 nursing schools, and then you will have to go to the one that they choose for you. So correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm reading from the new PSDM, it says that you can submit 3 nursing schools on your package, and then you go to the one that they select for you. So that might have changed. That's just what I read into the PSDM. As far as the question of do you get paid the base salary as well as BAH while in nursing school, so I was a staff sergeant when I got selected, so I got paid a staff sergeant and I got paid a staff sergeant BAH. So the people who got accepted as a tech sergeant, that's what they got paid. So there's really no break in service. You're still a staff sergeant. Like when I went, I was staff sergeant. I went through school as a staff sergeant. And then when I commissioned, that's when I had to separate as an enlisted person and then come in again as an officer. So, but yeah, you got paid the BAH. based on where your ROTC detachment is at. So wherever you're going to school, that's where you're stationed at, per se.
All right, if there's any other questions, please drop them in the chat and we'll get to them.
I wanted to mention while people are submitting their questions, sometimes the NCLEX is harder for some people and sometimes it's easy, depending on whether you're a good test taker or not, right? So my advice, I'll put out there, I don't mind. I actually did not pass the first time. It took me 6 hours, the maximum time, and it took me all 365 questions. The second time I took it, you're super nervous because remember, you've only got 2 times to take it, or you will go back to your primary AFSC. I don't know if that's changed, so y'all can quote me if I'm wrong on the new PSDM. But so my recommendation, I used the NCC, the national, what's it called? It's where you apply to get your licensure. Gosh, I'm spacing it, of course, right now. I was thinking as far as studying goes, or NCSBN, sorry. So their study guides are great for the NCLEX. uworld.com is also a great place to be able to study for the NCLEX. But yeah, so those are the things that I use to help pass that second time. And there are other resources out there like Chaplain and things like that. Unfortunately, it didn't help me, but it does help other people. So just so you guys know that little tidbit.
Good to know.
And I just wanted to throw it out there financially. If you are wanting to apply to this program, make sure that you have a couple of bit of money saved up, because NECP will not pay for some things, i.e. your scrubs, if you need like badges, you need security checks, you need a laptop, you need some computer programs for your nursing school. They will pay up to $600. Is that correct, Sergeant Smith?
Yeah, that's
for
correct.
Books. Yeah, so for books, you get $600, but nursing books do not just cost $600. Sometimes they go up to $1,000, $2,000. It depends on what you need. So make sure you save up for that, because you're going to be paying that out of pocket.
You also, for the first semester, we still haven't got our book stipend. And I want to say that with moving costs and everything, because I wasn't stationed in Nebraska, I want to say it was anywhere from like $2,000 to $3,000 between the books, the scrubs, moving expenses. It just all adds up.
Yeah, that's very true. Another thing I wanted to mention, and I can't remember if it was mentioned or not, I'm sorry, is do not slack on your PT. Like, yes, you are a civilian for a tiny bit while you're going to school, but you're not a civilian, okay? You're still active duty. You are in school status, so you will not be deployed or anything like that. However, you will be doing PT tests, okay? So I say, like, still exercise, still be cognizant that you have that due every year, or depending on what your score is, every 6 months, okay?
We got a new question. How many people applied last year versus were accepted? Do you guys happen to know the percentages for our latest class?
I just know based on if you go on the Air Force, or not the Air Force, the Facebook page, somebody had asked, they didn't say the exact amount of number, but they said a couple hundred, but there was only 7 that went through. And then I know, like, the previous year, they had said that there was a number listed where it was something like, it was close to 400 or 500. that they were waiting on because they had all these letters of intent. It's one of the things they got rid of this last year and the year and now this year. Before, you would have to do a letter of intent saying that you're going to apply to the program that year. But what people would do is they would do this letter of intent and then they wouldn't submit a package, or they would not have their chief nurse interview as part of their package, and the package was thrown out. So I know at the end of not this cycle, but last cycle, they were waiting on packages to get submitted because they had all these letter of intent, but not everybody submitted their package. But I believe it was a couple hundred was for this last year, but again, only 70 of the packages met the board. But the good news is, I want to say there was between 40 and 45 people that were picked up. So if you meet the board, that was like a 50% chance.
Yeah, historically, they usually accept 30 to 50 per year based on the needs of the Air Force, and that sounds about right.
When I went through in 2014, I actually was told that they have 100 at any given time of people in NECP. So say you've got 49 in the first year, you've got 51 in the second year. Say those 51 members graduate, then that very next year they will accept 51 packages. So at any point in time they have 100 total, and that obviously may have changed since it's been a good 6 years. But that's how I would that's how me and my coworker, when we went to the boards, we knew exactly how many people were going to get accepted because it was only 100 all at one time.
All right, well, if there's no other questions, we're approaching 1440, the start of our Biomedical Science Corps segment, in about 2 or 3 minutes. Is there a good contact email for, I see we have a MyPers NECP article as well as your names, but if you guys wouldn't mind, if you're on the list here, the attendee list, do you mind dropping your emails into the Q&A so anybody can email you for offline questions?
Of course. And I am the only hanky in the Air Force, so that should be easy to find.
I'll try to drop mine too. Mine's just april.d delta.pulver Papa Umbrella Lima Victor Echo Romeo .mail@mail.mil. I think I'm the only April Pulver.
And I just have my personal email, so it's like 2 J's, well, JJFLOR, like the state, and then 27@yahoo.com.
All right, thank you guys so much. Appreciate your time. And yeah, if there's any more questions, please feel free to email our POCs. They'd love to interact with you guys and tell you the latest news. So I appreciate it. Lieutenant Canella, are you online?
I am. Hi, sir.
Hi, ma'am. Yeah, you're coming through loud and clear. So whenever you're ready, we will move on to the Biomedical Science Corps. Yeah, whenever the floor is yours, whenever you want.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll go ahead and start. I'll talk a little bit about myself. I'm Lieutenant Brittany Canella. So I have been in the Air Force for about 10.5 years now. I commissioned in July of 2019 as a biomedical laboratory officer. So I'm stationed here at Beale Air Force Base. Been here since October of last year, and it's been a wild ride. I think as everyone's 2020 has gone, but I love my job and I love the Biomedical Science Corps. I was enlisted lab, so I kind of just crossed right over into the commission side of it. But I'll talk a little bit about what the Biomedical Science Corps is and what things kind of fall into that. So I pulled up the history and everything, so everyone's just ready to get a lesson. So the BSc goes all the way back to the 1917, and the Army had the Sanitary Corps, and then when the Air Force crossed over in the 40s, the Air Force Medical Service was established and just continued to expand. And the Biomedical Science Corps is kind of just like a hodgepodge of everything else that's medical. So we got created in 1965. If we could go to the next slide. Let me pull it up. And it's really just everything. So we'll talk about the basic eligibility real quick, and then I'll get into what specific jobs are in there. So we can go to the next slide.
Ma'am, you might be seeing a 10-second delay. So attendees, a 10-second delay. So yeah, I am on the specialties slide, but if you need to go back to the description slide.
Yeah, can we go back to the application one? Sorry.
Yep.
Okay. So the window opens around June each year. I know the most recent one was August. It was open in August and it closed on September 30th. So the way that works is AFPC will send out a call to recruiters for civilians and then to the respective corps chiefs for BSCs, for those that are enlisted and wanting to cross over. So we are a non-line officer. I can get the Knowledge Exchange website to so you can just kind of pass that out, sir, because that has on there, because there's specific routes for those who are enlisted, those are crossing over from joint service, and those who are civilians. But pulling up my package, what goes in a BSc package is a little bit different than everyone else. We don't have to take a GRE. We don't have to have our SAT scores. When you apply, you want to have a personal letter, really just writing about why you want to do this, why you're interested in it, because this career field, a lot of these career fields are very specific. So you kind of limit yourself into what you'll be doing. So we want to make sure that we're getting the people who really, really want to do this. You get letters of recommendation, transcripts for school. I haven't seen a specific GPA requirement, but I think that in anything you want to make sure that you're presenting yourself in a professional way. So let's say you're in college right now and you kind of have a 2.5, I'd work towards getting that up to that 3.0 just to really show that you're the best of the best, because you will be competing against a lot of people for a little amount of spots. There's jobs in the BSc Corps that do require a licensure and a board certification. So for pharmacy, you need to have your doctorate. For lab, there is a special certification. For bioenvironmental, I believe that there is a special certification as well. So it's just something you want to make sure that you're fully aware of. And that's where it's really important with working with your recruiter, your corps chief, to see what is required of that. Your letter of confirmation for your degree requirements, if you have not completed, ideally when you apply, you want to make sure that you're able to complete within the year. And you do get an interview from someone within the respective career field that you're applying for. So when you go in to put in to be a BSc, you're not putting in to be a lab officer, pharmacy, a PA, or an optometrist. You're applying specifically for one job. So if you have your doctorate of optometry, that's what you're going to go for. They're not going to just kind of pick you for a random job. So what you want is what you're going to get. And then much like everything else, you're going to have an Air Force Form 422, fitness summary, your last 5 EPRs if you are enlisted. Next slide. So the BSc Corps does have 17 specialties. Some do have shred outs, as you can see on here, but we are very, very diverse. We have physical therapists, podiatrists, audiologists, clinical social worker, aerospace physiologists, the bioenvironmental engineers, mental health, or medical physicists, medical entomologists, the biomedical laboratory officer, optometrist, physician's assistant, clinical psychologist, occupational therapist, dietitian, public health pharmacist, and the health facilities officer. What's really cool about BSc is we're kind of in the middle of this pandemic. So as stressful as it's been, it's a very rewarding career field. Even not during a pandemic, we're often behind the scenes, but we're what's keeping the mission going. So it's a really fun corps to be in because we aren't very well noticed until it really matters. I'll just speak from here at Beal. We felt the pandemic pretty rough. Our public health team has been working day and night, but it's really cool for them to be able to get the recognition from the wing because they're the one that's keeping the wing going. As much of you might know, the entire state of California was on fire for a little bit. And our bioenvironmental team, a few years ago, there was a large fire up in Northern California, and they had a response plan for how to handle it, distributing masks. And when you add in 2020 and how masks are already super limited, the bio team was able to get masks for everyone on the base, those living on the base, and respond to those fires and also share their plans with other bases. So that's just kind of how the Biomedical Science Corps works. If we could go to the next slide. So there are a variety of ways to become a BSc officer. I did come in as enlisted. When I went to OTS, we do the full 8 weeks. There are some situations with BSCs where they may only keep you for 5 weeks, such as if you're a PA or a doctor and we just need to get you to the working Air Force sooner. But when you go to OTS, you are already commissioned. It is a direct commission, so your date of rank starts as soon as you show up at OTS. There are various educational requirements when you accession. I came in with just a bachelor's degree, but let's say you want to be a pharmacist or optometry, you do need to have a doctorate. And then as discussed before, you need to have some type of certification possibly, and that may require training or a residence prior to you getting selected to perform this job in the Air Force. So that's really all I have. If there are any questions, I will say for the previous lab board, because we all submit to our different and respective corps chiefs, for the previous lab board, we did have 13 applicants and 2 civilian selections and 2 active duty selections. So it is, the selection rates aren't as high as things like the nurse corps and things like that, just because we are so specific. But they really look at getting someone who is high quality. So if you have a package and you feel like you're really good to go, just make sure that's presented in your package and you're gonna have a really great shot.
All right, if there's any questions, feel free to drop them in the live Q&A function on the top right-hand corner of your screen, and we'll get them presented. So, ma'am, I'm not sure if you already said this, but you were prior enlisted before you commissioned into the Biomedical Science Corps, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then what was your career before that?
So I was a laboratory technician, so I did this on the enlisted side as well.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's very often that a lot of the BSc officers are prior enlisted because they get that experience in their enlisted job and really like push for that degree and that certification.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Is there anything else you think new applicants should know before they embark on the process or as they're doing their application? Any sort of things you wish you knew when you're applying?
Yeah, definitely. I think that it's extremely beneficial if you can and have the opportunity to shadow someone in this position. Excuse me, because it's kind of like they throw you out to the wolves, not in a bad way, but they're like, okay, you have your certification, you have your degree. It's very different than the civilian sector where you get put in like an introductory or you get some type of internship. When you get to the commissioned active side, it's very much go, go, go. So if you have the benefit of being able to shadow someone who is currently doing it, I think it gives you a one-up because a lot of these jobs don't have a tech school. Or if they do have a tech school, you may not get to go to it until 5 or 6 months after you've gotten to your first base.
We got one question. Can I apply to the SWIP program 6 months out from graduation? I'm not sure.
I believe you can, because the way that we kind of go to OTS and get commissioned is all based on like a time frame. So you get you put in an application in September and they'll choose you for that upcoming fiscal year. So as long as they can get you commissioned within that fiscal year, you'll still keep your spot. It's just ultimately going to come down to making sure you're able to finish those degree requirements before you commission as an Air Force member.
And then one more question similar to that. Is the Baylor program only for IPAP?
I believe so. I know that you can get a degree through Baylor, but Baylor specifically has that HPERB IPAP PA program.
All right, if there's any more questions, please drop them in. If you'd rather talk offline, Lieutenant Canella has graciously provided her email address here, as well as with Captain, let me see here, Captain Taylor Majuras. So any questions you guys would rather talk about offline with, feel free to email them at any time. All right, well, ma'am, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it, all the way from Beale.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
You're welcome. Yeah, so like I said, yeah, if you have any more questions for Lieutenant Canella, please just shoot her an email, and I'm sure she'd love to respond.
Awesome. Thank you.
So our next segment we have coming up is the Chaplain Corps, which will begin at 15:15. However, I think we have a bit of time, so we might start that just a little bit early. Hey, Chaplain Ayers, are you in the chat right now? All right, we're going to take a quick break until around 3:15, 15:15, and then which case Chaplain Ayers will begin his presentation on the Chaplain Corps. Thank you. Hi, Chaplain. This is Captain Johnson. Can you hear me okay? I'll give you a call.
Hi, this is Chaplain Ayers.
Hey, Chaplain, it's Captain Johnson. You're coming through great.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks so much.
Awesome. So I'm just going to give a quick little introduction, and then you can take it away whenever you're ready. If you're still joining us, we're at the end of our Langley Air Force Base commissioning program with one more program to go. That's the Chaplain Corps. We have Chaplain Ryan Ayers from Langley Air Force Base. Just as a quick note, there is a 10-second delay in the slides, so from what you hear sometimes. So if you say next slide, just know, sir, that I have advanced the slide. It'll just take a little bit to pop up on your computer because of that attendee delay.
All right.
Additionally, members can ask a Q&A on the sidebar. So up on the top right-hand corner of their screen, there's an opportunity to ask some questions that will be visible to myself and the other presenters. And at the end, I will just relay the questions to Chaplain Ayers if anybody has any questions about this program. And then at the end, there's going to be a recording of this entire presentation. We just hit the 8-hour mark, and that'll be available in the next few days. Be on the lookout for a link for that. So yeah, with no more further ado, sir, if you'd like to take it away.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thanks so much for joining us. The Chaplain Corps is a unique beast, and I know that you have seen some of the other uniqueness of commissioning programs. It's interesting in the Chaplain Corps because one of the things that we look at is the person that we belong to primarily are our endorsers, and we're going to talk a little bit about what an endorser is, and it's one of the first steps that we take to becoming a chaplain in the military. And so, interestingly enough, as chaplains in the military, if we violate anything of our endorsement, they pull our endorsement, and we only have 10 days to essentially find a new endorser, or we get removed from the military. And so, our endorsement, almost like a medical license, if you lose your medical license, then you lose, your military status. And it's kind of the same thing. So some of the things that we're going to talk about today is we're going to go over our basic eligibility and what the process is to application for the military for both reserve and active duty because it's different for the two of them. And then what do we do as chaplains and what are our roles and responsibilities and then some contact information for our chaplain recruiters. So the Chaplain Corps actually does have recruiters in it, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Next slide, please. As we jump into it, I know it looks like a pretty long list of eligibility. So the basic eligibility is that you have to be less than 40 years of age. Now, if you're prior service, then there's some consideration given for prior service, how many years of service you have. And really the bottom line of that is the ability to be able to retire. So as they're recruiting and allowing people to come into the Chaplain Corps, one of the things that they're looking at is, do you have the ability to retire? Now, that is waiverable. I've seen people that will waive it up to 42 years old. And the reason why is because it's waiverable for a chaplain to retire at the age of 62. Now, the interesting thing about that as well is that if you are above the age of 40 it looks like you're not going to be able to retire from the military, they do have waivers that say that you understand that you are joining the military as a chaplain and that you will not be eligible for a military retirement. Now, how does that change with our new retirement systems? It changes a little bit. It just says that you know that you're not going to get the 20-year retirement, but you would get the veteran benefits as authorized based off of the time of service that you have. And so they really look towards that. Some of the other eligibility, in addition to a bachelor's degree, a standard 120 credit hour bachelor's degree, the other thing that you have to do is you have to have a master's degree and they say accrediting qualified graduate degree in theological or related studies. Now, interestingly enough, the related study says that you just have to have, and it has to be 72 semester hours. It used to be that it was a Master of Divinity. Well, the Master of Divinity was a little constrictive because not every faith group has a Master of Divinity. A Buddhist doesn't have a Master of Divinity, and neither would a Muslim. And so what they looked at is they said, well, you have to have a master's degree in theological studies up to 72 hours. And that's only the majority of your work has to be in theological studies. So you could actually, if you went to a university and got a degree in social work, but took theology as a minor in your 72 semester hours, and so you had a certain portion, 1/2 of that degree in theological studies, or religion or world religion, the practice of religion, anything that dealt with religion, then you qualify to be a chaplain. Now, it's a little bit different because when we start talking about the endorsers, that's where it comes into play to say, well, if I have a generalized degree and maybe I'm universal Unitarian, which means I believe in all different kinds of faiths, and there's no one path to a higher power. Well, when we look at something like that, then the question is, but do you wear the cross? Do you wear the wheel for the Buddhist? Do you wear the tablets for a rabbi, or do you wear the crescent, right? Because those are the religious symbols that you'd wear on your chest. There isn't a universal Unitarian chaplain out there, or a symbol for a universal Unitarian chaplain. And so it kind of falls into those 4 categories of delineation for chaplains. The other thing after you get that degree is that you have to have 2 years of religious ministry leadership experience, and that's for the active component. And that's an important aspect to look at, because you don't have to have that 2 years to be a reserve chaplain. And we'll talk a little bit about what that would mean in the middle of that. But the 2 years of religious ministry leadership experience, that means that you can't be the youth pastor at a church, or you can't be the Eucharistic lay minister in the Catholic Church and say, look, I've got this leadership experience. What they're looking for is they would say, well, you were the leader in the church, or you were the leader in that religious setting. For example, not everybody are church pastors. One of the things, I came in, my 2 years of religious ministry leadership experience, I was the director of pastoral care at a large children's hospital. And so I had a staff of 13 people that worked for me, and so they considered that ministry leadership experience. And then in addition, I was also a reserve chaplain before coming on active duty. Now we get into the ecclesiastical endorsement. Now, it can't just be anybody, so you can't go to the pastor, or you can't go to a religious leader in your church and say, hey, can you endorse me to go to the military? The DoD has a website, and I believe that website's on the next slide, but the DoD has a website that lists the 280 DoD recognized endorsers for the military. That's a great aspect, a great thing to be able to look at, because going through that list, you can really kind of make the decision of who you would want to endorse you, and then begin making phone calls or talking to those endorsers. Now, some people, they're very specific about their faith or their background, and they say, well, I'm a Reformed Jewish rabbi, and so you go to the Reformed Rabbinical Association in order to be able to get that. It really gets kind of in the mix when you start getting into the Protestant faith. And some people go, well, I'm a Presbyterian. I was ordained as a Presbyterian. That's where I'm at. And so therefore, that's the church that will endorse me. Some people go, well, I'm non-denominational. I have no Christian preference. I'm just a Christian chaplain, and I want to do these things. And you can go down that list, and there's some non-denominational and some other things in there. But there's 280 different endorsers that you can actually go into the military with. And just be careful with them, though. If you're looking at endorsers and saying, well, I'm trying to figure out who would endorse me, you really need to understand what their requirements are. And the reason why I say that is because some of them require 10% of your pay as a tithe or offering to their organization. So if you can imagine being a captain giving 10% of your pay to one organization as a tithe to be able to be endorsed by them, that could become a pretty good chunk of change if you have that E designator on your rank. And so that's one aspect. The other one is sometimes they have requirements, like you have to go to a training once a year, or you have to attend and be actively involved in their church, and be an active participant in one of their churches. And so it's really important to understand what the requirements are. And oftentimes they'll have a manual to be able to say what these requirements are. But that endorser is the key to any chaplain. The rules are, no matter what the Air Force says, no matter what AFI says, the rules are that you cannot violate your endorser's direction. And so sometimes you'll see, or we have the ability to be able to say, well, unfortunately, I can't help you with this because that's a violation of my endorser, but let me help find somebody that can help you with that. We'll talk about that a little bit when we talk about what chaplains do. The other things that we look at are pretty standard. No disciplinary action for inappropriate relationships or financial responsibility. No violations of privileged communication, no violations of or compromise of the non-combatant status, and can't be a conscious objector. Oftentimes people will come to us and they'll ask us about conscious objectors and want to be in the Chaplain Corps because they're conscious objectors. Chaplains do deploy, and in fact, we deploy a lot. Here at Langley, our chaplains deploy every cycle. We have chaplains that will deploy out every cycle. And that doesn't change. And depending on your faith group and what you do, you can deploy even more than a standard chaplain. It's just the pull and the way that it looks. So people can't come to us and say, well, I'm a conscious objector. I don't want to carry a weapon. I don't want to do these things. And so the Chaplain Corps would be great because it still allows me to serve my country. And then violations of that non-combatant status would be, if you're a security forces chaplain and you go out and you start, carrying a weapon or something like that. Now, I need to designate that too, because a lot of people get confused with this. That doesn't mean that if you hunt and fish and you're an outdoors person, that you can't own a weapon or you can't conceal carry in appropriate settings, or you can't go hunting or you can't do those things. The non-combatant status is in military status on a military operation. And that's really important to understand, because a lot of people think, well, chaplains shouldn't be able to carry a weapon at all whatsoever in civilian or in military status, and that's incorrect. And then the willingness to function in a pluralistic environment and support the free exercise of religion. That's another key aspect as well, because a lot of people don't realize this, that we're going to operate, and no matter how dedicated to my faith or how dedicated to our other chaplains' faith is, we will still work together with chaplains that are of other faiths. I might work with the Jewish rabbi, I might work with an imam, I might work with a Catholic priest, and I can't say that my faith is better than the other person's faith or try to convert that chaplain or try to do any of those things. We have to be willing to work within those areas. I have seen chaplains get removed from the military or not be endorsed or not even be commissioned in the military chaplain corps because they felt that women shouldn't hold pastoral leadership positions or same-sex couples couldn't. And we tell them, well, unfortunately, we understand that that's a tenet of your endorsement, and we call the endorser and tell the endorser that they can't work in this environment because of those reasons, and they're removed from their candidacy or the chaplaincy. So really interesting aspects of it. I want to give an opportunity. That's a lot of information on that basic eligibility slide. And also the violations, no violations, no disciplinary. That's because we all have to hold security clearances. Some of the information, some of the places that we as chaplains go, we have to have those security clearances in order to enter those locations. So any questions or anything on this first slide that we really looked at on basic eligibility? All right, sounds like silence. So I'll jump to the next slide, which is the application process. Taking a look at the application process, it seems fairly simple or fairly easy. One thing that's not on the slide that I definitely want to make sure that everybody understands is not only in addition to that ecclesiastical endorsement, you have to be ordained by your religious body. And so that's the title of reverend or the reverend title or rabbi or imam or whatever official title, father. You're ordained and endorsed, two different things. So a lot of people think, well, I'm an ordained minister in in my church or in my religious setting. And so can I, or I'm a monk. I had talked to somebody that was a monk in their setting, and they had left the priesthood, so to speak, and went into the military for a while, and then wanted to become a chaplain. And so they said, well, I'm a certified monk. I've done these things. I've done all the requirements, everything else, but they didn't have the master's, the 72-hour master's degree. And so they didn't qualify for being a chaplain. And they couldn't get an endorsement from the Buddhist temples or the National Buddhist Society. And the reason why was because they had left the priesthood. And even though that they were ordained monks, so to speak, they still couldn't do that. So there's the website for you for the obtain ecclesiastical endorsement, and they'll talk to you about all the requirements that they need in order to give you that DD form, or the Department of Defense form 2088. The 2088 is a very, very important form, and it'll designate whether or not they're commissioning you for reserve chaplaincy or for active duty chaplaincy. And the way that they determine how they do that is the numbers. It's all about numbers at Headquarters Air Force. And essentially they say, well, we have this many Christian this many Christians in the Air Force. We have this many Protestants, this many Catholics, this many Jewish, this many, and then they say, so this is how many we need based off of a percentage. This is how many we need in each branch of service based off of the percentage of faith groups. And then once they do that, then they determine the active duty slots and the reserve slots, and then that's how they fill those slots. So sometimes it takes a while for people to get that 2088 just for the fact that there's just not enough slots available for either active duty or reserve. And so that's important to understand, but that website will tell you all those different ecclesiastical endorsers. The next thing is the initial screening from the Air Force Reserve Chaplain Recruiter. Now, the reason why you do an initial screening from an Air Force Reserve Chaplain Recruiter is because oftentimes you won't qualify for active duty chaplaincy right off the bat. Now, I've seen some waivers, I've seen some stipulations that allow for that, but for the most part, you won't see, you'll always kind of start off in the reserve and then go from there. And we'll look at that on the next slide for the education and training. But you'll always have an interview with a chaplain recruiter, and the interview is really simple. It's more, you know, what are your ideas? Once again, it's the checks and balances to make sure that you have no issues reporting to different genders or different roles. Things that in the Air Force a lot of times we go, well, that's an EO issue, but unfortunately in the Chaplain Corps, it's not considered an EO issue because of those faith groups and things like that. So, and then religious experience, skill set, resume, they're just, once again, more checks and balances, making sure that you have the experience, that you have the qualifications to be able to come on active duty. Official academic transcripts, just once again, checks and balances, making sure that you have the degrees that are required. The academic transcripts versus the diploma is key because they're looking, do you have the theology requirement for that master's degree? And then, just like everybody else, you have to go through MEPS, you have to go and then you'll get a security clearance. And all chaplains, as they come into the military, have to have at least a secret security clearance. So as you know, that some enlisted members, they'll come in, they'll get that, what they call the ETNAC, which is the entrance security clearance. But all chaplains, when they come into the military, have to have a secret. Now, the nice thing is if you're prior service and you come into the military, you get that, you probably already have a security clearance, so it makes getting that secret security clearance so much easier. Taking a look, any questions on the application process? I know it's relatively quick, and there's a lot of paperwork, there's a lot of things, especially for prior service folks. So the prior service folks, there's a lot of aspects to that are so valuable. I was commissioned after 14 years of military experience. I was a master sergeant when I commissioned, and I had a mixture of active duty and reserve experience. And by doing that, there was a lot more paperwork that I had to give them because they wanted to make sure that they accounted for all my time in the military. They want to make sure that not only they accounted for my time, they want to make sure they accounted for all my awards, decorations, all those different things. Because interestingly enough, when you switch over from the enlisted to the officer, it's almost like you're re-enlisted or you're enlisting in the military all over again. It's a really interesting process. After a few years, almost all your enlisted experience drops off your record. So your EPRs aren't in there anymore. The only thing that they're showing is like schools that you've gone to, or they're showing your medals, your awards and decorations, those types of things. So if there's no questions about the application process, talk a little bit about the education and training. What does it take to be a full up, ready to go, ready to deploy chaplain? And that starts off with, once again, we kind of keep hammering home this 72 credit hour graduate level degree. That is so key to everything. It's kind of an assumed thing when you talk to like the JAG, because they have to have that Juris Doctorate, or when you talk to your medical providers because they have to have those for their licensure. People can be ordained in the military, or people can be ordained in the civilian with no college education. They can be ordained with a bachelor's in Bible or a bachelor's in religious studies. And so that's why we hammer that 72 credit hour. So many people talk about this 120-hour Master of Divinity. It is not a 120-hour Master's of Divinity. It only requires 72 credit hours. And in fact, a lot of universities have realized that people are gearing themselves towards either chaplaincy in the Department of Defense, like at the Bureau of Prisons or at the VA or any of those places, or in the military. And all of them require that 72 hours. So a lot of universities now have developed Masters of Chaplaincy degrees, and the Masters of Chaplaincy degrees just meet the government's requirements for being a chaplain in the government system. And so there are 72 hours. They're the 72-hour credit hours, and it's really just shaped around that. So where it used to be all focused on the Master of Divinity, now it's really those Masters of Chaplaincy are doing the same thing, or the Master of Theology or something like that. I really want to encourage you, if you're looking at this, every single branch of service has the same requirement, because we go under a Department of Defense instruction, not an AFI, not an Army reg, not a NAV pub or any of that stuff. It's all Department of Defense. So it's the same for every chaplain and every branch of service in the military, are these requirements. And that can be found in that DoD instruction that's listed on the slide. The other thing is, a lot of people have talked about this basic officer training, between basic officer training and COT, which is the commissioned officer training. It used to be that a chaplain would go through a 5-week school, commissioned officer training, and they would go and they would do that school. They always call it the knife, fork, spoon school. Learn how to salute, learn what your rank is and why that's important, and send them out the door and let them go do their thing. A while back, and I believe that they're starting to do this with all the professional trades, is they're trying to phase out COT, the commissioned officer training, and just go straight to an officer training, OTS. So every officer in the military will do the full 8 weeks. However, there might be a split out of 1 week of that school that you would go focused on commissioning in your career field. For example, right now, the Chaplain Corps is going through the 8-week full officer training school at Maxwell, so they do the entire school there. However, the Warrior Week, or the 1 week that the school goes into the field and they're doing weapons training, CADMs, carrying weapons, doing all those things, the chaplains actually get pulled aside and they get a 1 week intensive class on chaplaincy in a deployed environment. And so while they can't shoot and they don't do CADMs and they don't have to worry about weapons qualification, they do have the opportunity to be able to actually go out and say, okay, now how do we operate in that deployed environment? How do we operate in a field environment, and learn those things? But they now attend the full 8-week OTS, not a commissioned officer training. And that's key, because that's a huge change for the Chaplain Corps that's come across the board. Now I want to talk a little bit about chaplain candidate tours. A lot of people hear about our chaplain candidacy program and they think it's like the residency program. But a chaplain candidacy program is when you enter into seminary or you enter into your master's degree and everything lines up and qualifies, you can actually apply to be a chaplain candidate. Now, the chaplain candidate is not a chaplain, so they won't wear the cross, but that allows them to commission. They wear the second lieutenant rank, and they're commissioned as officers, and they're IMA reservists. They're Cat B, which means they're IMAs, and they do 24 consecutive days every year. Now, your first year, you'll go into what they call a tour, and they go to all the different MAGCOM bases, and they basically show you what the Air Force does and all the different MAGCOMs. And then the other tours after that, until you graduate from your master's degree, you'll actually have the option to choose what bases you want to go to, or you get assigned to a base, and you'll do 24 days at that base, and you'll never do the same base each year. The expectation is that you would go to a different base each year and do that work and do those IMA days. The other thing is you cannot remain in an active duty status as you're going through the chaplain candidate status. Because you are an IMA reservist, the expectation is that you're going to be in school, and so you'll be in school on a normal school year, and then you have the option to be able to go and do your tours during the summer. They just expanded that, understanding that a lot of people are doing the online schooling. And so what ends up happening is they go into the online schooling aspect of it. And now you can, it's not just June, July, August, I think is what it was. It used to be. Now you can actually do your candidate tour anywhere between April and November, I think, is now the time frames for that, or April and December, to do those 24 consecutive days. Now, one of the things with me is, like I said, I was prior enlisted, and then I commissioned as a chaplain. I commissioned into the reserve as a chaplain, not as a chaplain candidate, but I direct commissioned as a chaplain once I finished all my schooling. Being an active duty enlisted member, I stayed in, finished all my schooling, did all my schooling, and then once I finished my schooling, then I went through the commissioning process, commissioned as a reserve chaplain, got my job, did all the stuff that I needed to do to be an active duty chaplain, and then reappointed as an active duty chaplain 2 years later. And so that just allowed me to continue to serve, get those points, get some extra years, get some experience, because believe it or not, as a chaplain, the experience that I got as a reservist has really helped me to be able to supervise our reserve team here, our IMAs and our candidates here. So it's really given me a perspective that really helped me out. So as a chaplain candidate, you cannot remain on active duty, but if you choose not to become a chaplain candidate, you can remain on active duty until you reappoint as a chaplain. So that's important. And then the basic chaplain course is a 6-week course at the Air Force Chaplain Corps College. The Air Force Chaplain Corps College is literally across the street from OTS and across the street from the JAG school. And you'll go there for 6 weeks and do everything that you need to do there. So any questions on education, training, anything that you might have questions about? We're going to end up blowing through this fairly quick then. All right.
Yep.
So
there's no questions. I'll
yes,
follow.
Hello?
Hi. Oh, yeah, this is Captain Johnson. I was just monitoring the question answer room. It looks like there's none so far, but.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, so the last, I think the second to last slide that we're going to look at is what do we actually do as chaplains? Well, the first thing is that we interact and support airmen at all ranks. Our entering chaplains, the chaplains that enter into the military, they're advising 06s at the O2 level. And I say the O2 level because when you commission as a chaplain, if you're a reserve chaplain, you'll commission as an O2. So you come in as a first lieutenant, and within 12 months of being a first lieutenant, you will pin on captain. They backdate your rank so that you can pin on captain within 12 months. All active duty chaplains will come in active duty for the most part. I won't say all, but for the most part, will all come in as captains. Interestingly enough, will stay captains for nearly 9 years. And the reason for that being is because when we come into the military as a chaplain, they're looking at the promotion process for a line officer, and they're saying about 9 years is when that person's going to board for major. So a chaplain can be a captain because they need to have that rank to advise colonels, but they also need to be able to promote with their peers and have the same level of experience when they put major on, to basically say they have a place at the table when they're at different meetings and different things like that. So they do advise at all levels. Chiefs, colonels. My first assignment as a chaplain, I was a lieutenant, and I did a backfill at U.S. Southern Command for the Haitian earthquakes, and I found myself advising a 4-star as a lieutenant. And you have to have a level of confidence to be able to walk in to a COCOM commander and say, sir, this is what the Chaplain Corps is going to do for you. This is what we're doing with the chaplain. And I found myself, because I was at a COCOM, calling the ACC MAGCOM chaplain and tasking them for support. Interesting aspect in the Chaplain Corps and what you do at what some people would consider very low ranking or low grades, where our line officers are flight chiefs and managing maybe a flight level and leading a flight level. Your chaplains could very well be sitting in strategic meetings at a COCOM as a lieutenant. So makes a really big, as you start to look at that and kind of those professional grades, you know, your medical officers, your JAG officers, people like that really have to have that. The other thing is the privileged communication. I always talk about chaplains with this, especially when I do chaplain interviews, is talking about that privileged communication. If you have a moral conflict, to be able to hear somebody say that they have broken the law or they are going to harm themselves or harm somebody else, and you can't get them or convince them to get to somebody that can help them, and then probably the Chaplain Corps isn't the best place for you to be. And the reason why I say that is because we could have people come into us and talk to us about anything and everything, and we're bound by 100% privileged communication per the UCMJ. And so we can actually be charged with UCMJ offenses if we violate that privilege. I've had, as a chaplain, people come into me discussing anything from pedophilia to, which we all know is against the law, whether it's military or civilian, sexual assaults, offenders. You know, the ADC, if you ever went to the ADC for anything, the ADC is going to tell you don't talk to anybody about your case except for the chaplain. The reason why is because we hold that 100% privileged communication. People coming in and talking about killing themselves, killing their spouses, affairs, all kinds of different things that you hear about, drug use, drug abuse, those types of things. We can't tell anybody about it. We can't tell JA. OSI can't investigate us. We can't be subpoenaed to testify in court, any of those things. And sometimes it sounds like a burden is lifted, but for a lot of our chaplains, if it's really a huge case, sometimes that's a heavy burden to carry, especially if somebody has committed suicide and it was somebody that they counseled, because they couldn't tell anybody and they couldn't convince them to get help. If that's something, and so some people go, well, I'd love to have that. If that's something that you would find yourself really having a tough time dealing with, you might really want to evaluate the magnitude of counseling sessions that you might sit in and how you would handle that personally. Just to relay that 100% privileged communication aspect. But the other thing is that we have the opportunity to be able to speak that truth and that power into people, and empower people to take control over their lives. I have to say that I've probably seen more people thrive in the midst of their storm of life than I have seen people not thrive. I've seen more marriages be restored than I've seen marriages fail in my counseling sessions. So I don't want to scare you away with saying those things, because you do have the ability to empower people, give them different perspectives, give them and help people in a way that they might not ever find help before in any other means. Because that truth and that power is really talking about the spiritual aspect of connecting them to something greater than themselves. And that's where we come into supporting the religious and spiritual needs of airmen and their families. And notice we talk about the religious needs of airmen and their families. That's not my religion. That's supporting the airmen's religion. And so we have a term in the Chaplain Corps called provide for or provide to, which means I provide for the needs of every single airman, regardless of their spiritual background, but I provide to the airmen of my spiritual background that spiritual empowerment, that spiritual aspect. And so that's really important to be able to understand. Strengthening the resilience of airmen and their families, we are responsible for the spiritual pillar in the CAF thing. So we have to, in the CAF model, so we have to understand how we strengthen the resiliency of airmen through the spiritual pillar. And that's an important. One of our other primary duties is to advise leadership on moral, ethical, and spiritual challenges. And that's really important to understand as well, because advising leaders on all those different things, I always say, you know, where legal looks at the law and advises the commanders on legal matters and how that applies to ethical, you know, standards and things like that. The chaplain should be on the other side of the commander or the leader going, okay, but I'm going to insert the human aspect of it. And so when we're advising leaders, we're advising them not only on the AFIs, but we're not looking at the legal aspect of the AFI. We're looking at how that AFI applies to the person themselves, whether it be a moral issue, an ethical issue, a spiritual issue. And so JA could be in a position where they're saying, hey, this is what I expect of you. And the chaplain or JA could say, this is what you should probably do for disciplinary action. And they give them all the COAs. And then the chaplain comes in and says, well, let me tell you, have we thought about, are they dealing with, what about that aspect and those types of things? And really kind of look into the personal aspect. And that really helps commanders make that moral, ethical, you know, decision when they're taking care of their airmen. Help airmen address personal challenges and team dynamics. We come in, we teach at flight levels, we'll teach team dynamics, those types of things, counseling, we talked about that, and then advise leaders on religious accommodation concerns and questions. Our airmen might have some concerns or questions. They might want to wear hijabs, they might want to grow beards. Had a long discussion with the commander about a Native American wanting to smoke peyote, and those types of things, and we advise commanders on how that works and how we can help them live out their religious belief system the way that they believe without violating military regulations. And so that's a key aspect to it, that we write letters of genuinity letters and things like that talk about those different aspects. So I don't think I see any other questions in the Q&A, so I'll jump over to the next slide, which is our SME contacts. We actually have a recruiting department in the Chaplain Corps, both on the reserve side of the house and on the active duty side of the house. And so I really encourage you, if it's something that you're interested in looking at, something interested in being involved in, is to really look at and call the recruiter and ask for all the ins and outs. What's the first step? How do I get to where I need to go? What do I get to do? What's it going to be like? And all those. I will say this, at the time, and I think this is being recorded, so I'll say it as at the time that this is being recorded, at the time that this is being taught, the Chaplain Corps, because of True North, and if you don't know, on a True North team, the Chaplain Corps is the only military member on a True North team for most of the teams. I'm not going to say in every team, but in most of the teams. The reason why is because civilians don't hold that privileged communication like the chaplain does. And so we have to, in order to be able to meet the needs of True North in the Air Force, we have to increase our recruiting. And so right now is a prime time to be able to join the military, because I think they're recruiting. We have to increase the Chaplain Corps, I think, by 192 chaplains over the next 4 years. That's about 60 chaplains a year in the Chaplain Corps that they're recruiting right now. Getting into chaplain candidacy programs, getting into the chaplaincy programs, all those different things are great opportunities for you to be able to be part of the Chaplain Corps and really help airmen get through some of the greatest struggles they'll ever face in their lives. And so I just want to give you guys that opportunity to be able to call those recruiters and see how you can start your career as a military chaplain in the Air Force, whether it be reserve or active duty. And I think that's all I got. The next slide is just questions. If anybody has any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them in the next, I guess we've got about 10 minutes left of my time.
All right, sir, thank you so much. So yep, if anybody would like to drop in any questions in the Q&A, yeah, we'll get those answered for you.
All right, I think everybody's pretty much quiet. If you do have any questions, here's my contact information. Feel free to send me an email. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have, but those recruiters are probably going to be your best contacts, and we can go from there. Thanks so much for your time. Thanks for inviting me and to be able to talk about the Chaplain Corps a little bit. And best of luck for all of you that are looking to commission into the Air Force.
All right, thanks a lot, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, if anybody has any more questions of the chaplain, ask away or just send him an email and talk to him offline about it if you'd like more specific information. So with that, that concludes today's commissioning fair, virtual commissioning fair. Like I said a few times throughout the day, if you were here for that, this recording will be sent out via link later on the next few days. So keep an eye out for that if you want to relook at it, review some of the information that we went over today, or send it to some friends that couldn't make the live broadcast today as well. I want to thank all for attending. Yeah, if there's any questions, feel free to drop them in, but I'll be probably shutting down the broadcast in about 10 minutes. So I'll be hanging around though until then.